Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 600 Zhang Miaoke's Chance. Hua Duanyun's condition not only made Zhang Miaoke's Hua pale, but other people's expressions also became weird. Yi Wang, Xu Qinhao and the others pondered for a while, then suddenly woke up, secretly scolding Hua Duanyun as she was indeed shrewd, cunning and courageous, and they all hoped that Zhang Miao could join the Shira sect or Kai Lian sect with their position as an elder in their respective sects. The people from Yunlong Island and Gemini Island also quickly sent out similar invitations. In an instant, the authorities of the 5 sects all looked at Zhang Miaoke eagerly, their eyes filled with the look of Yi. It seemed that at this moment, Zhang Miaoke had become an extraordinary genius, and these sects were all open to her. Door of convenience. Zhang Miao was stupid, and the disciples of Ji Yundao who were gloating just now were stupid, and their mood suddenly became particularly delicate, full of envy and jealousy. Why is this unremarkable disciple able to let so many sects throw olive branches diligently? Island owner. Han Zhao quietly poked Ji Yufeng and winked. Ji Yufeng was very clever, and suddenly recovered, his face was warm and angry. Several, are you wrong? Zhang Miao is my disciple of ancient Cloud Island, you dug the corner of my ancient Cloud Island in front of me, thinking that I am ancient dead. Giggle. Hua Duanyun smiled coquettishly and said, what is Jiu Island master saying, didn't you just throw this little girl into the canyon cave? Anyway, you don't care about her life and death, so you might as well do it. It's convenient, let her follow me and join my Luahua divine sect, I will definitely train her well, and I won't waste her qualifications. Yeah, Jiu Island master is just convenient. Xu Qinhao said with a smile. No, Zhang Miao is born from my ancient Cloud Island, and dead as my ghost of ancient Cloud Island, no one wants to take her away. Ji Yufeng shook his head into a rattle and refused. Up to now, he can also see that Zhang Miaoke has some weight in Yongkai, and grasping Zhang Miao is equivalent to grasping the friendship with Yongkai. It still depends on the girl's own intentions. Jiu Island Lord, you said it doesn't matter. It can't be because she used to be your Jiu Yundao's disciple, and now you can decide her future. Hua Duanyun he looked at Zhang Miaoke gently with a light snort, and said softly, little girl, don't be afraid, tell yourself which sect you want to enter. Don't worry, it's the one you choose, and no one will embarrass you. Quote. We all respect your opinion. The night interview focused on key points, and others also expressed their opinions. Zhang Miaoke looked flustered, lowered his head, flinched, did not dare to answer, so he could not help leaning beside Yongkai, as if he wanted to find some safety. She has been taking care of the peacock in a remote corner of ancient Cloud Island, burying her head in cultivation. How has she ever seen such a huge battle? For a while, I couldn't get used to it. Especially in the face of the invitations from these sects, Zhang Miaoke really didn't know what to choose and what to do. There's no need to fight. Li Yuanshan said suddenly and dignifiedly, this old man has been looking for a retreat disciple all these years, but unfortunately I haven't come across any suitable candidates. It's rare to meet one today, so don't snatch it from this old man. Senior. Ji Yufeng and the others turned pale in shock, all looking at Li Yuanshan in shock. Listening to the meaning of Li Yuanshan's words, he seems to accept Zhang Miao as a disciple. This is a big thing. The 3 top masters above the gods of Taiyamen are like ancestors overseas. The other 2 have their own direct disciples, but Li Yuanshan has not heard that he is looking for suitable retreat disciples in recent years. There is no outstanding candidate who can get into his eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhang Miao was fortunate to have this opportunity today. Yes, the old man wants to accept her as a closed-door disciple. Li Yuanshan nodded lightly. Saying these words, not only those disciples of Ji Yundao had red eyes, but even Ji Yufeng and the others were full of envy when they looked at Zhang Miaoke again. With the guidance of top experts like Shenyu, they seemed to have seen Zhang Miaoke's bright future. Little girl, would you like to be a disciple of the old man? Li Yuanshan and Zhang Di asked Zhang Miaoke. Zhang Miaoke's face turned red and fluctuated. She seemed to be flustered. She suddenly took a deep breath, her full breasts bulged high, and said softly, "But this junior is a disciple of Ji Yu Yundao." Ji Yu Feng. Li Yuanshan turned his head to look at Ji Yu Feng, and sneered, "I want to accept her as a disciple, do you have any opinion?" Ji Yu Feng quickly waved his hand. "Don't dare, it's her blessing to be seen by the seniors, how can Ji Yu Feng have any opinion?" While speaking, he looked at Zhang Miaoke and said, "From now on, you will no longer be I am from Ji Yu Yundao, and when I follow Senior Li in the future, I must put filial piety first, and I must never do something that betrays my teacher, bullies my teacher and destroys my ancestors, you know. Disciple, keep this in mind." Zhang Miaoke nodded heavily. Li Yuanshan laughed heartily. When these people were looting Zhang Miaoke, Yang Kai kept silent, just watched quietly, and when the dust settled, he opened his mouth and said, "Congratulations to senior sister for meeting Mingxi, junior brother will give you a small gift." "No need." Zhang Miaoke waved his hand quickly. "Young Master Yang's gift, you must accept it, but you can't save your face." Li Yuanshan hurriedly drank, looking nervous, for fear that Zhang Miao would refuse. Yang Kai smiled slightly, took out a small water non and handed it to Zhang Miaoke, and softly instructed, "Take a drop of this thing every day, take it back and give it to Senior Li for him to keep. It is also my thanks for your life-saving grace." Oh, Zhang Miao took the small water non and looked at the palm-sized little water non. Her pretty face was a little unclear, so she didn't know what Yang Kai gave and why it was so solemn. Looking up, Zhang Miaoke was startled, and saw that many people were staring at the little water non in their hands with burning eyes, as if they had found something incredible. "Young Master Yang, rest assured, since it is a gift from you to my apprentice, the boss can guarantee that no one will use it except her," Li Yuanshan said in a deep voice. "It's so good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, he was still at ease with Li Yuanshan's character. What he said in front of so many people was equivalent to showing his attitude. "Everyone stay, this junior will leave now." Yang Kai, who unclenched a fist, nodded lightly at Shan Qingluo, flew into the sky with her, and left like lightning. Looking at his disappearing back, remembering everything they had seen in Zhongdu, the emotions of the people in the overseas sects were up and down. "Senior, who is my junior brother?" Zhang Miaoke's eyes were slightly blurred, and until now she didn't understand why this junior brother who had lived with her for half a year had transformed into a person who made everyone all respectful great people. "You still call senior?" Li Yuanshan stroked his beard and smiled. "Master." Zhang Miao was a little embarrassed. "Well, you junior brother, but the head of the 8 great families in the central capital, the patriarch of the Yang family, half a year ago, it was under his leadership that the central capital could resist the invasion of the evil land of Kenyan and kill all those thieves. Die. So powerful." Zhang Miao didn't know much, so when Li Yuanshan said this, she only exclaimed a little. "That's right." Ji Yu Feng suddenly interjected, "Speaking of which, you and him have a very good relationship. A few years ago, it was he who inserted that letter with a dagger on your door and informed us of the transformation. The whereabouts of Poyue Gong. A few years later, you rescued him from the sea again, does this count as a good reward?" Ah, Zhang Miaoke's pretty face changed, and she lost her voice. "Is it him?" "It's him, didn't he tell you?" Ji Yu Feng asked in surprise. Zhang Miaoke choked up, her shoulders trembled slightly, she stared blankly at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared, her heart was filled with huge loss and annoyance. The wind was galloping, and the surrounding scenery quickly regressed. The 3 of Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo Beluo approached the central capital like lightning. Following behind Yang Kai, looking at his strong back, Shan Qingluo's eyes were slightly blurred, and his breath gradually became heavier. Aware of her abnormality, Bai Luo hurriedly stepped forward and held her hand. Shan Qingluo slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine and did not dare to pay attention to Yang Kai. "However, I was also a little surprised. Although this little man only has the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, his flying speed is faster than his own. Be strong." Shan Qingluo was not disappointed, but rather proud. Speechless all the way, he flew forward for 3 days. Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo who followed behind Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Aware of this, Yang Kai also stopped, turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Shan Qingluo breathed softly, pursed her lips and smiled, "Let's part here. You want to go back to the central capital, but I am the queen of bewitching, the remnant of the evil land of Kenyan, so naturally I have to go back to Piaoshang City." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Kenyan evil land is no longer here, what are you thinking about? No one will accuse you over there." Shan Qingluo shook her head with a determined expression. Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, if this is the case, then I will not force you. Well, when I arrange the affairs of the central capital, I will come to see you and solve the problem between you and me. I'll wait for you. Shan Qinglo smiled. Yang Kai nodded and left quickly. After he left, after a while, Bai Luo sighed softly, Sir, is this okay? There's nothing wrong with it, as long as it doesn't hurt him. But the love in your heart. Bai Luo's eyes instantly turned red, can you still suppress it now? If you can't suppress it, you will only seek your own death. He didn't care about you at all, why do you want to thinking of him? Let go of the bondage of love, and directly kill him, it's 100 times over. Bai Luo, Shan Qinglo gasped, her face flushed, don't talk about it. Let me end the tragedy of the poisonous widow lineage. It can't be passed down from generation to generation, otherwise, my daughter it is the curse of the poisonous widow's lineage to experience such pain as well. Bai Luo's tears swept across her cheeks, she looked at the seductive queen sadly, and she hated Yang Kai to the extreme. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 601 There is something wrong with your orientation. If it wasn't for Yang Kai accidentally leaving a love in Shan Qingluo's heart, her lady queen would not have suffered such torture. The love seed has fully grown. When Shan Qingluo is with Yang Kai, she must suppress her wholeheartedly, otherwise, once it breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. By that time, either Shan Qingluo will die, or Yang Kai will die. Because of this, Bai Luo naturally hated Yang Kai very much. The two were talking, but a figure appeared strangely in the air, looking at them helplessly. You, Shan Qingluo looked at Yang Kai in shock, why did you come back? I knew that you were in a wrong state now. Yang Kai sighed softly, Shan Qingluo's abnormality was so obvious, how could he not notice it? I cheated just now, and I just wanted to hear the real thoughts in this demon girl's heart. Her perseverance and consideration for herself made Yang Kai a little moved. It's just right to come back, Lord, don't suppress him anymore, I'll take his life now. Bai Luo Zhao drank, staring at Yang Kai with hatred. You seem to have a prejudice against me. Yang Kai looked at Bai Luo with a negative eye. That's right, Bai Luo said angrily, I can't wait to peel your skin, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. If it weren't for you, how would my family have suffered like this? Without me, there are other men who will live in her heart. This is the ultimate fate of the poison widow lineage. Yang Kai snorted. Bai Luo remained silent, not knowing how to answer. Let's go. Shan Qingluo's breathing became heavier and heavier. As early as half a year ago, the love in her heart had already reached its peak. She hadn't seen Yang Kai for more than half a year, and the situation has improved a little, but this time she had to come out as a last resort. Looking for Yang Kai and spending 3 days with him, the impulse that has been suppressed has rebounded several times and erupted. It will be too late if you don't leave. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression resolute. The problem between you and me will eventually be solved, and escaping is not the solution. This is what you brought to the door yourself. Bai Luo smiled, and when she turned around, a brilliant light flashed out. In the dark, there were some rotten voices resounding between heaven and earth. Bai Luo softly said in a soft voice, Sir, the time has come, you don't need to suppress it anymore. There was a strong fascination in those words. At this moment, Bai Luo was no longer arrogant and domineering. Instead, she had a bit of Shan Qingluo's coquettish shadow. Bai Luo is also practicing Mei Gong. The Mei Gong is displayed, and the target is not Yang Kai. Instead, it was all blessed by Shan Qingluo. Bai Luo, you, Shan Qingluo had resisted the lust and impulse in her heart and its hardships, but being inspired by Bai Luo, the desire in her heart suddenly flooded out like a flood that burst an embankment, drowning her sanity in an instant. The love in her heart grew vigorously, her instinctual desire destroyed her persistence and maintenance of Yang Kai, and there was only one thought left in her heart. That is to possess Yang Kai. If she is an eternal stubborn ice. At this moment, Yang Kai was a flaming flame, and Shan Qingluo couldn't help but want to get close to him, freeze him, or melt himself. A murmured moan burst out from her throat, and the seductive queen's face was crimson, and her long pink-white neck was glowing with a charming luster like porcelain, and she was full of charm. His eyes were blurred, and he stared at Yang Kai eagerly, and there was an undisguised in the depths of his beautiful eyes. The aura between heaven and earth suddenly changed, and there seemed to be countless young girls singing and dancing in front of Yang Kai's eyes. These girls show their heads in poses, their postures are graceful, their clothes are half undressed, and the wonderful Yinyan land is shrouded under the tulle, looming. They are extremely debauched instincts, surrounded by Yang Kai, with a pleasing expression. Yang Kai was stunned. Shan Qingluo's seductive skills have improved again. At this moment, she didn't use it deliberately. She was just a little emotional, and she had hallucinated herself. Broken. Yang Kai drank coldly, the yin-yang harmony art was in operation, and all the young girls who seemed to be eager to sing and dance in front of him were all shattered, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Giggle. Bai Luo Zhao smiled. You bastard, just give up resisting, no man can resist the charm of my lord, ahem. While speaking, the two slender legs were involuntarily clamped, and a heat current passed through the lower abdomen. The lower body was muddy, and the cold wind blew, and the cool feeling made her more and more exciting, and some could not restrain the impulse in her heart. She was also not lightly affected by Shan Qingluo's charm. I'll take care of you later. Yang Kai gave her a cold look with a bad attitude. Let's talk about it if you survive. Bai Luo gasped, her delicate body twisting, biting her red Yanyan's lower lip lightly, looking at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. It seems that he wants to rush up and go to the ***** with Yang Kai desperately, but she is stubbornly held back. A delicate little fan appeared in the hand of the seductive queen. The fan was embroidered with pictures of handsome men and beauties. These handsome men and beauties were disheveled, and they were doing the cowardly things in pairs. The postures were different, but all looked happy, full of joy, and lifelike. Qing Luo fan. Yang Kai snorted coldly. This secret treasure is a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation by Shan Qingluo, and combined with the seductive queen's charm, its power is unimaginable. Shan Qingluo waved the fan gracefully, and the men and women on the fan moved more and more hard, and they all rushed out of the fan as if they were alive, pouring into Yang Kai's mind. Clap clap clap. These illusions that poured into his mind only supported less than a breath of effort, and they all turned into powder. The yin-yang harmony art, which broke the world's charm art, Shan Qingluo's Qingluo fan didn't work for Yang Kai. But she didn't notice this. After exerting the power of Qingluo fan, Shan Qingluo giggled and rushed towards Yang Kai wrapped in a fragrant wind. The chest rose and fell violently, stretched out a jade hand, grabbed Yang Kai's collar, and dragged him in front of him. The towering chest rested on Yang Kai's chest, two slender legs wrapped around him, opened Xiaozui printed it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai moved his index finger so much that he could not wait to let go of all restraints and fight her for hundreds of rounds here. But once the seductive queen is in love, all her body fluids will contain a highly poisonous poison that no one can bear. You demon girl. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and put his hand behind Shan Qingluo's head, his true essence burst out fiercely. Shan Qingluo's eyes quickly lost their expression, and the sound of erosion that resounded between heaven and earth gradually subsided, and fell softly into Yang Kai's arms. Bai Luo was happily waiting to witness the exciting scene. Two little hands involuntarily covered her chest, gently kneading the two protrusions. Her face was full of joy. At first glance, she saw this scene. Warong suddenly lost its color. Come here. Yang Kai held Shan Qingluo on his shoulders and waved at Bai Luo with a grin. What do you want? Bai Luo was extremely vigilant, and quickly took a few steps back. What did you do to my lord? I've already killed her, now it's your turn. Yang Kai sneered, his face ruthless. Bai Luo's eyes quickly filled with tears, and she suddenly roared like a madman, I'm fighting with you. She was like an enraged beast, rushing towards Yang Kai without fear of death. Yang Kai just stretched out a hand and subdued her with a casual move. Carrying Shan Qingluo on his shoulders, he put Bai Luo on his arm. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and slapped the round buttocks fiercely. Snappy to A. Bai Luo's body froze, inexplicably, a trace of shyness and anger surged in her heart, but it was quite exciting. It seemed that the slap made the long buried in her heart burst out, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of being ravaged. Snappy to A. Bai Luo finally exclaimed, struggling and squirming constantly, yelling and scolding, punching and kicking at Yang Kai. Regardless of Yang Kai's question, he sealed the true essence in her body, and slapped her rhythmically, slap by slap, with a very heavy hand. Gradually, Bai Luo stopped shouting. Instead, every time she slapped her hand, she let out a groaning sound that evoked reverie. With a submissive appearance to be slaughtered by you, her ears were red, and her delicate body was hot. Yang Kai was stunned. Your orientation, there is something wrong. I want you to take care of it, let the old lady down. Bai Luo suddenly regained his senses and shouted endlessly. Snappy to A. The charming moan sounded again. A day later, the evil land of Canyon, the city of fragrance. Inside Shan Qingluo's palace, Yang Kai suddenly appeared with the seductive queen and Bai Luo. The two girls, Yun Li and Ruo Yu Ruoqing, who had served Yang Kai, came to hear the news, and when they saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. But looking at the state of Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo at the moment, they couldn't help but be surprised. The seductive queen was in a coma. Bai Luomei's eyes were red and swollen like a peach. She seemed to have been crying for a long time, but her pretty face was full of spring love, as if it had been moistened by rain and dew, full of a different luster. Yang Kai put her down. Bai Luo fell softly to the ground, and immediately let out a coquettish cry, and jumped up. Two little hands touched his own buttocks, clenched his teeth, hissing and gasping for air. Bai Luo, what's the matter with you? The beautiful woman Yun Li hurriedly asked. No, it's all right. Bai Luo replied submissively, her face blushing. She quietly cast a glance at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were full of fear, and she was no longer presumptuous. After eating the slap along the way, her heart was full of shadows. What about your lord? What happened to your lord? My lord, she had an accident. Bai Luo's expression darkened again. Let them rest first, Yang Kai said. Yunli and Ruiyu Ruoqing hurriedly supported Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo and sent them back to their room. It was the same Feng who returned to the building back then, and Yang Kai lived here. In the room on the second floor, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a gloomy expression. The relationship between Shan Qingluo and him was not so deep, and it was only because of the love that made it a little difficult to understand. Now that Yang Kai wants to resolve the love for Shan Qingluo, he has no clue, and he can't help but feel a little anxious. Chapter 602 A familiar taste. Shan Qingluo's current situation is not poisoning, it's just a special physique problem, and the Wanyaoling Yu will definitely have no effect. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only walk out of the phoenix and hug him. I went to investigate Shan Qingluo. Although the vital signs were not serious, they were blocked by Yang Kai's true essence. Shan Qingluo couldn't wake up for a while, and her delicate body was hot and terrifying like a branding iron. I'm afraid it won't be long before the seductive queen will die. Even if she is in the transcendent realm, she cannot resist this fate. After instructing Yun Li to take care of the branding, Yang Kai went to find Bai Luo again, wanting to inquire about the situation from her. Shan Qingluo's palace was not big, but it wasn't too small. The maid in the palace asked where Bai Luo lived, and Yang Kai walked over. Before coming to the room, he gently buttoned the door, but there was no movement inside. The divine sense let go to investigate and found that Beast Luo was indeed inside, but the breath was even, and he should have fallen asleep. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai pushed the room away and walked in. Taking a quick glance, Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Bai Luo was crawling on the bed, motionless. She was covered with a thin quilt, which perfectly set off her delicate and graceful curves. Her hips were arched high. The generation was also caused by Yang Kai's swelling along the way. And judging from her bare shoulders, this woman must be naked at the moment. Yang Kai looked indifferent, walked over to her bed, found a chair and sat down. Seemingly sensing that someone was approaching, Bai Luo finally slowly opened her eyes. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her expression panicked, and she quickly stretched out her hand to squeeze the quilt that was covering her, a timid expression that was afraid of Yang Kai's lust. Expression. What are you doing? Bai Luo asked coldly. Did your family tell you about her and me? Yang Kai asked. Bai Luo nodded lightly, seeing that Yang Kai had no ill intentions, and he relaxed a lot. Since you know about us, you must also know the domineering and sinister nature of the Poison Widow's lineage. So what if you know? Bai Luo put her hands on her chin, put on a more comfortable posture, and said sadly, I can't share anything for the adults. It's you, if you have the heart, you might as well do it, my family. Do you want to be beaten again? Yang Kai looked at her ass with cold eyes. Bai Luo hated his teeth so much that he was intimidated by Yang Kai's lewd power. Even if he was dissatisfied, he remained silent and did not dare to stimulate him again. If I fulfill her, I will die. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You don't know how dangerous Shan Qingluo is. Once I have sex with her, I will be poisoned by her body fluids. I am not fool. You're not a fool, my lord is a fool. Bai Luo's voice suddenly rose a lot. She was for you, but she was willing to be killed by love. If you don't look back on a whim this time, I'm afraid. I'm afraid AA. Saying so, he burst into tears. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's return, Shan Qingluo would not have been able to hold on to the moment when he came back here after dealing with the central capital. To be honest, I'm very moved. Yang Kai took a deep breath, Poison Widow's lineage, seemingly unfeeling, is actually more infatuated than any woman. These words seemed to infect Bai Luo, which touched her heart. Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and wiped the corner of her eyes after a while. If your lord hears your evaluation of her, you will be very happy. Quote. I came to you this time, not to quarrel with you. You have been accompanying Shan Qinglo, and I never heard her say. Is there any way to relieve the love in her heart? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Bai Luo slowly shook her head. The love seed has already been completed, and there is no way to remove it. If you want the adults to be safe and sound, only you and her, that. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. In other words, in the current situation, either she is dead, or I am dead. Bai Luo gently led. I hope you die. Yang Kai was silent. Bai Luo was still sobbing, and suddenly, as if she had remembered something, her beautiful eyes lit up and she said eagerly, by the way, the Lord once said that love can't be relieved now. This question, even if you and the adults, that, there will be no danger to life. Oh, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and seemed to see a glimmer of light, then did she think of any good way? This is just an adult guess, how can there be any practical solution? Bai Luo's expression was wild again. Yang Kai's expression became thoughtful, as if he had thought of a place to close the collar, but he couldn't think it through anyway. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes flickered, staring at Yang Kai, she didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly got up, with a strong smile on his face, and he laughed. What's wrong with you? Bai Luo was startled and said with some dissatisfaction. I think I have some ideas. How? Bai Luo also asked in surprise. Shan Qinglo inherited this physique from her mother. I heard from her that there was a generation in her ancestor who accidentally broke into the spider mother's lair and was poisoned by spiders. Fortunately, she didn't die. Since then, the poisonous widow appeared in a single line, and each generation gave birth to only one daughter, inheriting the poisonous widow's constitution. Since the poison of the spider mother is the source of this constitution, maybe that monster knows something. The more he talked, the more he felt that it was possible. Yang Kai's thinking gradually became clearer. He stroked his chin with a wise expression and asked, Bai Luo, where is that spider mother? Is it dead? In the last battle of Zhongdu, he was underground, and the things on the ground were not clear. The spider mother should not have died. In that battle, the Canyon Evil Land suffered heavy casualties. 4 of the 6 evil kings died in the battle. Only my family and the Flash King escaped the disaster, but when the body was finally counted, the spider mother was not found. I think it should have escaped. Just escape. Yang Kai was overjoyed. If you find it, there should be a way. But do you know where it is? Bai Luo asked. Of course I know. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Back then, he was with Shan Qinglo in the distressed spider mother's lair. Naturally, he had some memories of the location of that place. If that's the case, we can convene the masters in the Lord's territory to go there and capture the spider mother and ask about it. No, I'll go by myself, it's faster. Yang Kai shook his head. Bai Luo was surprised. The spider mother has a cultivation level above the Immortal Ascension, can you beat it? Wait for my good news. Yang Kai smiled and walked out. Wait for me, I'll be with you. Bai Luo hurriedly shouted. Before she could finish her sentence, she sighed and fell on the bed. The severe pain on her buttocks made her almost unsteady, so she got up again. Yang Kai had long since disappeared. Leaving Fragrance City, following the route in his memory, Yang Kai galloped all the way towards the spider mother's lair. Shan Qinglo had passed through the Thunder Beastmaster's territory before arriving at that place. In her memory, there was a lake nearby. Now that the 4 evil kings of the Canyon Evil Land have died in battle, the Flash Movie King has escaped, but so far, no one knows where he is hiding. The Flash Movie King was also afraid that the powerhouses in Zhongdu would join forces to find him trouble, so he naturally disappeared and avoided. And since the last battle, the entire Canyon Evil Land has suffered heavy losses, and Yang Kai has swaggered through the market, but he has never encountered any decent experts. Basically, the warriors on the 3rd floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary are the top beings in the evil land of Canyon. The Canyon Evil Land was tossed like that by Yang Bai, and I am afraid that it will not recover its vitality within a few decades. So no one dared to trouble him, even if he swaggered through the market like this, and when they saw him from a distance, they all hurriedly avoided him. 2 or 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at the jungle he passed through. After half a day, Yang Kai found the cave where he and Shan Qinglo had stayed. It was here that Yang Kai penetrated into the sea of AA consciousness of the bewitching queen and planted love in her heart. Recalling the past, Yang Kai sighed endlessly. At that time, he was only on the 3rd floor of the True Essence realm. Now, there are already 6 levels of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The huge divine consciousness spread, covering a radius of 100 miles. Yang Kai felt it quietly and probed. Occasionally there is a feeling of water flow. Yang Kai will definitely check to see if it is the lake that he passed by. After a day or two like this, Yang Kai finally found the right place. When he came to the lake where he stayed at the beginning, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Less than a few dozen miles away from the lake was the location of the spider mother's nest. The figure is vertical and swept toward the identified direction. An hour later, a huge canyon-like area was printed into Yang Kai's eyes. Looking around, the bottom was densely packed with countless spider eggs. On both sides of the canyon, there were white and tough spider webs. Occasionally, the bones of some warriors can be seen. It should be a warrior who accidentally walked here and was caught and swallowed by the monsters here. In the canyon, giant spiders the size of calves were running back and forth, making it very lively. At the end of this canyon, there is a huge spider statue, which is still well preserved so far. Yang Kai hovered above the canyon, staring coldly at the bottom. His consciousness spread out and locked the inside of the spider statue. In it, he felt a breath of life that was not inferior to the supernatural powerhouse. Spider Mother. Sure enough, he had already escaped, and he was still doing his best here. Just as Yang Kai's consciousness detected the existence of the Spider Mother, there was a burst of melodious laughter like a silver bell in his mind. Giggle, a very familiar taste. This taste should be Zongdu. The boy from the Yang family, right? Yang Kai snorted and shouted loudly, Spider Mother, please come out and see. Since you're here, why don't you come down and talk? The sweet voice seemed to contain a touching charm, which could lead people's minds to follow its instructions. If Yang Kai hadn't seen the true face of Spider Mother, just listening to this voice, he would definitely imagine Spider Mother as a stunning woman. In fact, the Spider Mother's face is truly stunning, and its human face hardly resembles that of the human world. Any man who sees that beautiful face will inevitably be delusional. But if its face is combined with its huge body and 8 claws, the feeling it brings to people is only horror, and there is no beauty at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 603 I'm not interested in your lower body. The Spider Mother sent out a warm invitation, and Yang Kai was also not afraid, flying into the canyon and staying in front of the huge spider statue. Giggle, little brother is really brave. Spider Mother's sweet voice continued to enter her mind. The calf-sized giant spiders in all directions also moved quickly, shaking their heads and waving their tails towards Yang Kai's direction, and soon surrounded him. Silk thread, exuding a fishy smell. These giant spiders are all 6th-order monsters. Roughly, there are at least 40 or 50 such giant spiders gathered in the entire canyon, and there are countless other smaller ones. Yang Kai also heard that the Spider Mother joined forces with the Thunder Beast King, and temporarily listened to his orders when attacking the central capital. Accordingly, the Spider Mother also gained a lot of benefits from the Thunder Beast King. These 6th-order giant spiders should have been cultivated through the means of Thunder Beast Master. The last time Yang Kailua was here, he had never seen so many giant spiders. The ground shook slightly, and there seemed to be a behemoth coming out of the spider statue. After a while, the Spider Mother finally appeared. Huge spider body, but the upper body is only for a stunning woman, a beautiful and flawless face, graceful curvy shoulders, full breasts are exposed to the air, tough and straight, extremely elastic. It was white and tender, and the 2 cherry-like dark red bumps on the top were in a delicate mess. It seemed to stimulate the lust in a man's heart, making people want to go forward and take a bite and taste the beauty of those 2 cherries. Seeing the Spider Mother's appearance at the moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised and sneered. It seems that there is a battle in the middle, and the Spider Mother has also benefited a lot. The last time I saw it, it only had a beautiful face. There is no woman's upper body, but now, it actually has a woman who is exquisite and graceful. The Spider Mother smiled and said, yes, I devoured the true essence and flesh and blood of many experts to evolve into what I am now. The taste of the true essence and flesh and blood of those experts is really wonderful. It was a crushing defeat, and I had to run back, thinking about it now. I miss that feeling. Saying that, Mei Mei looked at Yang Kai with a sigh of relief. The scarlet tongue wandered around the lips. Your taste is also wonderful, I don't know how it tastes. Want to eat me? Yang Kai pointed to himself, laughed loudly, shook his head and said, Spider Mother, although your idea is good, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Spider Mother smiled lightly. Are you so confident? I don't have a diamond, and I don't want to work with porcelain. Since I dare to come, I have the confidence to clean up you. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned cold. The pretty face of the Spider Mother also became serious. Although it is half human and half monster, its thinking is not inferior to that of any human master. Naturally, it can be seen that some Yang Kai has no fear. Although he didn't quite understand what he was relying on, it was enough to be vigilant. I can also leave you alone. Yang Kai smiled and said calmly, I'm not here to fight with you. You are here to make a fortune, as long as you don't go to Zhongdu and cause trouble to the people there, and it has nothing to do with me. Oh, the Spider Mother was a little surprised. The little brother is here. What is it for? Make a deal with you. Yang said cheerfully. What kind of deal? Tell me how to solve the problem of the poisonous widow's lineage, and accordingly, I will tell you how to transform into a human form. Yang Kai is not long-winded. Shan Qinglo is still waiting in Piaoshang City. He must make a quick decision. Do you know the mystery of turning into a human form? The Spider Mother's expression suddenly became excited, and she screamed. Seeing that it reacted so strongly, Yang Kai looked overjoyed, thinking that his guess was indeed correct. Although the Spider Mother is amazing and is the only 7th order monster he has seen so far, for such a high IQ monster, the biggest goal is to transform into a human form. Moreover, it is also working in this direction. Have you heard of the metamorphosis pond? Yang Kai smiled indifferently and threw the bait in his hand. Transfiguration pond. Spider Mother's beautiful eyes shone brightly, her delicate body trembled, and she asked suspiciously, what is that? A pool with magical powers that can help you transform into a human form. Yang Kai explained. Where? The Spider Mother's expression became more and more agitated. She quickly took a few steps forward, her aura was overwhelming, and her breath was gradually dangerous. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If you want to know where it is, you must first tell me how to detoxify the poison contained in the body of the poisonous widow. In fact, he didn't even know what the metamorphosis pond was. It's just that when I was in War City, I heard Shui Ling say it. When Shui Ling saw the Spider Mother for the first time that day, she said that without the transmutation pool, the Spider Mother would never be able to transform into a human form for the rest of her life. The deep meaning revealed in this sentence made Yang Kai remember, and he only peeped out from this sentence that the transformation pool is the key transformation pool that can help the Spider Mother turn into a human form. Spider Mother's excited expression quickly subsided. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and after a while, she smiled and said, how do I know what you said is true or false? Transformation pond, hee, I have never heard of it. You haven't heard of it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you want to keep this shape for the rest of your life? Don't you want to really become a person? Yang Kai looked at Spider Mother sarcastically. This body shape is terrible, already. Don't point fingers at my appearance. The Spider Mother was extremely excited, and she seemed quite dissatisfied with her half-human, half-monstrous beast physique. After pondering for a long time, he asked, you came to ask me because of that seductive queen, right? How is she doing now? Is it possible that the love has been completed, and I have to have sex with you? What you know is quite clear. Yang Kai's head moved. Spider Mother knew so much. Obviously, she knew the mystery of the poisonous widow line better than anyone else. After all, this physique was discovered from it. Okay, I'll make this deal with you. The Spider Mother nodded lightly. Tell me where the metamorphosis pond is first, and I'll tell you how to get rid of the poison widow's physique. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. I don't trust you. I don't trust you either. Spider Mother smiled tenderly. It seems that you have to use some means to make you honest. Saying this, the giant spiders gathered around Yang Kai were about to move, apparently under the order of the Spider Mother, ready to attack Yang Kai. You can try it, if you really want to do it, is it you or me? Yang Kai shouted angrily, stretched out his hand, and a huge and unparalleled bone shield suddenly appeared in front of him. This bone shield is the size of several houses, and it is densely covered with marks left after cutting. At the edge of the bone shield, some of the original bone spurs even broke. But at this moment, in this bone shield, there is a danger that makes Spider Mother feel uneasy, and it seems to be destroyed. What kind of secret treasure is this? Spider Mother couldn't help but take a few steps back with a look of fear on her face. Mysterious level artifact, Yang Kai sneered, and explained in a relaxed manner, this artifact of mine is originally only the size of a wash basin, but it can absorb the energy that attacks me. The energy after it can be released by me at one time. Now it has become so huge, think about it for yourself, how much energy it absorbs, can you afford it? Quote. Moreover, these energies are not ordinary energies, but the power of the void that erupted from the underground of the central capital. Even the supernatural powerhouse can't resist. If he really wants to fight Spider Mother, Yang Kai is not afraid of it because of his own abilities, but in this situation, Bone Shield is undoubtedly more deterrent. Spider Mother's pretty face finally changed color, she gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Kai with hatred. After a long while, she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled, a pair of snow-white jade peaks bouncing up and down on her chest, attracting attention. She said softly, "You won't kill me, you still want to know the method from me." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, but now we can have a good talk. Think of a more secure method, a method that allows both of us to accept and get the answers we want." "I can't think of this." Spider Mother gave Yang Kai a look that had nothing to do with her. Yang Kai looked sad and fell into contemplation. After a long while, he seemed to think of something, and said loudly, "How about this? Your soul has escaped into my sea of AA consciousness, and I will let you see the secret of the transformation pool. It can't be fake." Oh, the Spider Mother's beautiful eyes also lit up, and she licked her red lips. "Aren't you afraid that I will be bad for you? You don't look stupid. Then why don't my divine consciousness escape into your consciousness sea, if you don't worry?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Spider Mother shook her head. Everyone's sea of AA consciousness is the biggest secret, and it is impossible to let others enter at ordinary times. Yang Kai's proposal sounds extremely sincere, but Spider Mother always thinks he is playing some ghostly ideas. Then it's up to you to enter my sea of AA consciousness and let go of the secrets that each other wants to know. In this way, everyone can get answers. Moreover, my strength is lower than yours, so you don't have to be afraid of encounters in my sea of AA consciousness. What danger? Yang Kai said solemnly, "If you don't agree to such a proposal, then I can only give it a go, kill you, restrain your soul, and find what I want from your soul. Thing." Saying this, Yang Kai's eyes became icy cold, as if the Spider Mother would really do it if she didn't agree. The Spider Mother's pretty face changed, and she gritted her teeth. "Why are you so impulsive? I didn't say I disagree. Little brother, after exchanging each other's secrets, can we have a soul exchange? The taste of your soul is very sweet, and others are very I like it." "No." Yang Kai's face darkened, "I'm not interested in your lower body." Giggle. The Spider Mother smiled coquettishly. "That means, are you interested in my upper body? Are you coming? There is so much nonsense." Yang Kai showed an impatient look on his face. "Come here, let go of your sea of AAAA consciousness defense." Spider Mother shouted, her soul escaped from her body, and rushed towards Yang Kai's mind. To be continued. Latest chapter list. Chapter 604. Seeing that Spider Mother really escaped her soul without fear, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help but form a strange smile. He snorted solemnly. "Spider Mother, you'd better not think about doing anything in my sea of AA consciousness, although my realm is not as good as yours, but my consciousness is much stronger than the ordinary immortal wandering realm. Don't worry about yourself. Suffer." Hearing his warning, Spider Mother's concerns quickly disappeared, and she conveyed the message. "Don't worry, if you want, I still want to blend with my soul, but if you don't want to, I won't force it." Yang Kai nodded lightly and let go of the defense of the sea of AAAA consciousness. The next moment, Spider Mother's soul escaped into Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness. On the endless ocean, the Spider Mother's spirit body gradually manifested. It was different from what she saw outside. At this moment, she looked like a real human body. The two slender cocks were straight, and the land of Yin and Fangsao was so generously exposed, and there were no strands all over the body. She stood slimly above Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, looking left and right with no nervous expression. She is a seventh-order monster, equal to a human supernatural powerhouse. Yang Kai is only the sixth floor of the immortal ascension boundary, and the absolute gap in the realm makes her fearless. Yang Kai's divine soul spirit body also quickly appeared in front of her. After looking at her, Yang Kai frowned and said, "This is what you want to evolve into?" "That's right." Spider Mother nodded lightly. With a face full of love, she turned around. Her delicate body was full of brilliance, her buttocks and breasts were plentiful, and her heart was captivating. "How is it, are you tempted?" "Slutty." Yang Kai pouted. Giggle. The Spider Mother smiled and didn't care at all. "Isn't that seductive queen with the physique of a poisonous widow not slutty? Well, don't talk nonsense, and quickly let the secret of the transformation pool go to you." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Indeed, I don't want to talk nonsense with you." While speaking, he laughed wickedly. Spider Mother's face gradually became solemn and she stared deeply at Yongkai. His strange performance made Spider Mother quickly realize what she was doing. She calmly said, "So this is still a trap. Not bad. Up to now, Yongkai doesn't need to pretend anymore." HMPH. Spider Mother sneered, "Your acting skills are realistic. You said so much and did so much, just to lure my soul into your sea of AA consciousness. Now that you know, it's too late. What do you think you can do to me with your current spiritual awareness? If I want to leave, I can leave at any time." "You're wrong," I said, "no diamonds, no porcelain work. Since you came in vain, you don't want to leave. I don't know how thick the sky is." The Spider Mother screamed, and the spirit body turned into a stream of light, and she wanted to escape from Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness. Just as she made a move, the boundless ocean suddenly tumbled, and the monstrous sea water gushed out, blocking all her escape routes like the Milky Way that covered the sky. Spider Mother's spiritual body slammed left and right, but could not break through the defense of the seawater, so she had to show up again, looked at Yongkai coldly, and screamed, "How can your spiritual power be so powerful? The power of this man's consciousness is not weaker than his own, and even exceeds the first line. If it were not for this, she would not be unable to escape. Tell me how to diffuse the poison in Shan Qingluo's body, I will let you leave, otherwise you will be annihilated here." Yongkai's face was fierce. "Delusional, let's see if I eat yours." The Spider Mother looked cold and stern, and she rushed towards Yongkai like a mad woman, trying to blend the souls of both sides and interfere with his mind. A sense of majesty suddenly swayed in the sea of AAAA consciousness. When she sensed this breath, the Spider Mother couldn't help but panic, and suddenly stopped. Looking up along the source of this breath, she saw only one in the air. The one eye slowly opened, and there was a line of golden pupils in the one eye, which made the Spider Mother have an urge to worship. "Call out a." A streak of golden light suddenly shot out from that one eye, rubbing the edge of the Spider Mother's spirit body and hitting it out. Stab. The spirit body of the Spider Mother seemed to be a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, and was partially purified in an instant. A shrill scream came from the mouth of the Spider Mother, and those beautiful eyes were full of disbelief and anxiety. "What is this? What is this?" the Spider Mother asked sharply. "Restrain your things," Yongkai calmly said, "if you are hit directly by it, you will instantly perish, all your thoughts and your consciousness will disappear. That one just now is just a warning, I have no time to follow you. Consumption, let go of your secret now, or don't blame me for being rude." The Spider Mother stared at Yongkai, then raised her head to look at Jin Ren's one-eyed open eye, her pretty face was full of resentment. Breathing heavily, the Snow White cocked up and down, and it seems that he is very angry. "I'll give you 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, if I don't get the answer, you will die." Yongkai gave an ultimatum, raised one hand and counted, 1, 2. "Wait," the Spider Mother shouted, "I can tell you, but you have to promise me that after you know this secret, let me go." "I promise you." Yongkai nodded sternly. Spider Mother stared at him deeply, and after a long while, she waved her hand, and a group of bright white light separated from her spirit body and floated towards Yongkai. This group of bright white rays of light contains the secret energy of divine consciousness. The Spider Mother separates this mass of energy, which means that she will lose this part of her memory. This is also a kind of injury to her. Yongkai's face was overjoyed, and he reached out and called it over. Before he could examine it carefully, the Spider Mother suddenly went crazy and rushed towards Yongkai. The delicate body wrapped around him tightly, and laughed wildly, "I want to swallow your spiritual body, your spiritual power is so powerful, enough for me to enjoy it for a long time. Haha, we are so close now, then do you still dare to use Jin Guang?" She thought that as long as this was the case, Yongkai would be thrown at the rat, and there was no way to take her. At the same time, the evil spirit power harassed Yongkai and surrounded his spirit body, making people feel a sense of loss of falling into the abyss. Yongkai looked at her coldly, with a look of indifference, indifferently said, "Since it is used by me, it is naturally impossible to hurt me, you are too naive." Spider Mother's smile instantly stiffened on her face, and there was a hint of horror in Yongkai's eyes. "Call out a." A strong golden light shrouded down, piercing the seductive body of the Spider Mother. There was no sound, and the Spider Mother's mind and consciousness were shattered in an instant, leaving only a mass of pure energy. Looking for a dead end. Yongkai shook his head. If it wasn't for Spider Mother's delusional desire to deal with him at the last moment, Yongkai really wouldn't mind letting her live. After all, there was not much grievance between him and her. Some uneasy to check the group of memory energy separated by the spider mother, Yang Kai's face became weird. The spider mother didn't cheat. This mass of memory energy was indeed the solution to Shan Qingluo's physique problem, but this method actually required the spider mother to die. She had to get her blood and demon pill, let Shan Qingluo take it, and fight poison with poison, in order to remove the poison in her body. It's really a sin that God can do, but it's impossible to live by doing it by yourself. Yang Kai shook his head. For the time being, Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes without absorbing the pure energy left behind by Spider Mother's death. The giant spiders gathered around Yang Kai seemed to feel the death of the Spider Mother. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he found that the giant spiders were fiercely attacking him. With a cold snort, the true essence in Yang Kai's body erupted fiercely, and unparalleled energy blasted out one after another, and the giant spiders were killed and injured. The 6th order giant spider is only equivalent to the Immortal Ascension boundary martial artist. This level of enemy is not enough to see in front of Yang Kai. After killing for a while, the giant spiders suffered heavy casualties, and those who were still alive retreated. Yang Kai did not pursue, and ran up to the spider statue and came to the dead spider mother. Reaching out and inserting it into her chest, from the position of her heart, she took out a demon pill glowing with colorful rays of light. This demon pill contains a huge amount of energy. When Yang Kai started, he even gave birth to some numbness feeling. Looking around, the whole hand quickly turned black. What a powerful toxin! Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, and he hurriedly threw it into the black book space to dispel the toxins that had invaded his body. After taking the blood of a water non-spider mother, Yang Kai quickly left. 2 days later, Fragrance City. As soon as Yang Kai came back, he heard a sob coming from Shan Qingluo's room. His face changed, and he quickly pushed the door and entered. In the room, Bai Luo fluttered beside Shan Qingluo's bed, crying so hard that the pear blossoms were raining, and the beautiful women Yunli and Ruiyu Ruaoking were also in tears. The whole room, like an oven, was extremely hot. And this kind of high temperature radiated from Shan Qingluo's body. Her breathing was rapid, her delicate body was as red as a soldering iron, and her consciousness was blurred. Seeing Yang Kai's return, Yun Li was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang is back." Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, looking at Yang Kai with expectation and nervousness, her lips squirming. She didn't know what to say, but she couldn't say it. "How is the situation?" Yang Kai asked eagerly. Bai Luo slowly shook her head, then covered her face and cried bitterly. The situation was obviously not optimistic. "Let's go." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and raised her to the side, sat beside Shan Qingluo's bed, took out Spider Mother's demon pill and blood, stretched out his hand to squeeze the mouth of the charming queen, and without any explanation, directly stuffed the demon pill into it. He poured half water Nan's blood into her mouth. "What did you give the adults to eat?" Bai Luo hurriedly asked. Yang Kai explained. Bai Luo was dumbfounded. "You killed the Spider Mother? Well, now we can only fight poison with poison." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "I hope it can be successful. If there is something wrong with your lord, you have to sacrifice your love." Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai aggrieved. Yang Kai glanced at her, didn't bother to pay any attention to her, and jumped directly onto Shan Qingluo's bed, helped her up, put one hand on her fiery shoulder, and used true qi to dissolve the demon pill in Spider Mother's blood. Energy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network. Give a reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 605 Returning to the Central Capital. Feng returned to the building. Yang Kai closed his eyes and rested, absorbing the energy left over from the Spider Mother's death, enhancing his own strength and understanding of the heavenly Tao and martial Tao. There was a coquettish fragrance from the tip of his nose. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, and was surprised to find that the little girl Bai Luo was actually half kneeling in front of him, a pair of beautiful eyes glowing with strange light, looking at him curiously. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was a little wary. This little girl has always been hostile to her, and now she suddenly looks at her with this adoring attitude, making Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. "I just found out, you are so amazing." Bai Luo chirped. "How on earth did you kill the Spider Mother by yourself?" "It's a 7th order monster. My lord also said that even if she did her best, I'm afraid there is no way to take the Spider Mother. The Thunder Beast Master and Spider Mother are only cooperative, they have never subdued it. Tell me, what means did you use, and even got its demon pill back?" It seems that after Yang Kai rescued Shan Qingluo, Bai Luo's grudge against Yang Kai disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai frowned and did not answer, but instead asked, "How is your family now?" Everything is fine. Although the poison widow's physique is still there, the toxins in her body seem to have been removed. Bai Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She was charming, which made Yang Kai's eyes shine. Bai Luo was originally a somewhat enchanting woman. One point should be because of being affected by staying with Shan Qinglo all the year round, plus she is also cultivating Meigong. It can be said that even if her enchantment is not comparable to Shan Qinglo, it is not something that ordinary women can possess, sir. Now she is trying to hit her own bottleneck. I am afraid that after she is out of the customs, her strength will be able to go further. That's good. Yang Kai calmed down, my affairs with her can be considered resolved. After thinking about it, he said, well, since she is in retreat, then I won't wait for her. I have to go back to Zongdu to take a look and tell her for me when she is out. You can't go. Bai Luo suddenly rushed up and grabbed one of Yang Kai's arms tightly. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. What am I doing here? I don't have anything to do here. Anyway, don't leave. The first person you want to see after the adult leaves the customs must be you. If you leave, she will be sad. Don't be so boring, okay? Yang Kai felt a headache. Bai Luo rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled. If you don't leave, I'll show you something good. What? Bai Luo's face turned red and suddenly stood up resolutely. Her delicate body was shocked, the clothes turned into strands, smashed into a snow-white body with perfect proportions, and instantly exposed to Yang Kai's eyes, the exquisite jade generally glowing strange luster, touching. The snow-white and elastic twin peaks are proudly tall and straight, making people dazzling, flat belly without a trace of fat, making people revive the long and straight beautiful legs, shyly close together, but can't hide that intoxicating fragrance. She stood straight in front of Yang Kai like this, with no traces of strands, and the curves were enough to make any man's blood flow, and the exquisiteness was like a work of art, which made people have the urge to ravage her fiercely. Her pretty face was blushing, and the white and tender neck was glowing with red light, biting Yin Hong lightly. Some dared not look directly into Yang Kai's eyes. Is it beautiful? Bai Luo said like a mosquito. Yang Kai's expression was shocked, showing a hint of shock, and that somewhat impatient look was also replaced by the scorching light of lust. But in just a moment, his eyes returned to Qingming, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't you like women? Is this something wrong? What are you doing to me? Bai Luo was a little bit twisted. Oh, men are actually pretty good, can't I eat both men and women? Yang Kai's face darkened. Alright. Bai Luo suddenly curled her lips again. It's the Lord who said that she can't serve you in her current state, so let me replace her to relieve your distress these days, and secondly, it can be regarded as thank you for everything you've done to her. She'll be there in person when the adults are out. During the conversation, there was no more twisting before. Instead, he boldly pushed Yang Kai down, with a bold attitude, and rode on him, giggling, and pointed his red lips, with an extremely dissolute look. Do you want to how to play? Today I will toss as you like, you can do whatever you want. Yang Kai stretched out a hand, lifted her off his body, grabbed the quilt on the bed, put it on her, and walked down without saying a word. You. Bai Luo was dumbfounded and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. When he was a guest at Fengwanlu last time, he clearly didn't want to do that, but he forced him to eat something. This time he took the initiative to tempt him, but he was indifferent. Still not a man, not in the mood. Yang Kai shook his head gently. Su Yan was taken to a foreign land by Meng Wuya, and she didn't know how the situation was there, and there were too many things to deal with. Yang Kai really didn't want to mess around with flowers, especially Bai Luo, who had weird tastes and couldn't be rationalized. I really want to be entangled by her, I'm afraid it's a slug that can't be shaken off. Demon girl. Yang Kai snorted again. Shan Qingluo's voice quickly resounded in her mind. You little bastard, why have you become so serious? Her consciousness has been paying attention to the movement here, how could Yang Kai not notice it? I've always been serious. Yang Kai snorted. Shan Qingluo giggled, obviously distrusting him. After a while, Shan Qingluo sighed softly, are you leaving? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Let's go, after I leave the customs this time, I will definitely find you. I'm afraid you won't find it. The place I'm going to is not in this world. Shan Qingluo said, a higher-end world. You know. Yang Kai was surprised. I heard something from Yang Bai, but I don't know much about it. But, you have my soul-chasing mark in your body. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will still find you. Shan Qingluo smiled proudly. Yang Kai grinned. If you can find it, come and find it, go, take care of yourself. Saying this, she glanced at Bai Luo, who was lying on the bed, and a burst of energy turned into a long whip, lashing her cocked buttocks. Bai Luo let out a coquettish cry. Her face flushed instantly, and she looked extremely excited. Yang Kai laughed and flew out of the window. After a while, he disappeared. Bai Luo quietly got up, wrapped a sheet on his body, leaned against the window and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's disappearance, and murmured, "Sir, is it appropriate to let him go like this? You take the initiative to seduce him, but you can't keep him for just a moment. There must be more important things in his heart. This little bastard, looking lewd, in fact, a woman's body is just a dressing for him. Just relying on her body, yes, I can't keep him. He has me in his heart, but the weight is not heavy. When I have enough weight in his heart, he will do everything for me." Quote. Love, it's really troublesome. Bai Luo snorted. Well, he seems to have left something, it should be for you, you can see for yourself. Shan Qinglo urged, and she calmed down again and continued to retreat. Bai Luo was stunned when she heard the words, turned her head to look, and found a water non beside the bed. She picked it up in a daze. Fang was full of doubts. Zhongdu. Most of the huge Zhongdu city is still in ruins. Although the warriors of all major forces in the world have come here to help rebuild it from thousands of miles away because of the strong spiritual energy contained in the Zhongdu city at this moment, this work must at least be required. It will take more than 10 years to restore Zhongdu to its former appearance. The powerhouses of the 8 great families are all out, all participating in the reconstruction work. The 8 young patriarchs, under the coordination of the older generation of powerhouses, commanded and sat down, and everything was in order. Chu Yimeng was also busy, with a piece of silk wrapped around her head, looking like a gorgeous village girl. Patriarch, you don't have to do it yourself, you can just watch from the side. Alas, what if there is any damage to this thin-skinned and tender meat? An old woman from the Chu family comforted Chu Yimeng who was helping. Chu Yimeng smiled and shook her head. It's alright, I'm bored anyway. If I don't do something, some weird ideas will always pop up. The master is thinking about that boy from the Yang family again. The old woman snorted and suddenly sighed again. To die young, God is jealous of Yingkai. Mother-in-law, Chu Yimeng said with a hint of resentment, he is not dead. The old woman opened her mouth, trying to persuade but not knowing what to say. For more than half a year, the whereabouts of the boy from the Yang family is unknown. If he was really alive, he should have appeared long ago. 99% of people thought he was dead. Only those young people in Yang Kai's house firmly believe that Yang Kai is still alive, but they don't know where in the world they have gone. It's good to be young, you can trust someone without any worries. The old woman groaned. Suddenly, a crisp eagle cry came out from the sky, and there was a hint of surprise in the eagle cry. Hearing this eagle cry, Chu Yimeng looked up suddenly, and saw the golden bird that had been circling in the sky. The feather eagle actually flew out of the central capital quickly, turned into a golden light, and quickly disappeared. Looking for Yang Kai, naturally also used the strength of the Yang family golden feather eagle. But more than a dozen golden feather eagles searched for half a year, but they found nothing. Only this golden feather eagle from Yang Kai's mansion has been hovering above the central capital since Yang Kai disappeared, and until today, it has other actions. What's wrong with this Yinger? The old lady of the Chu family was a little surprised. Chu Yimeng froze in place, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, her expression excited. He's back. He's back. As he spoke, his delicate body swayed, chasing the direction that the golden feather eagle flew to. Is he really not dead? The old woman was also shocked, and let go of her consciousness, but she didn't sense any special breath. 30 miles away, Yang Kai squinted at a ray of golden light coming from the direction of Zhongdu, smiled and greeted it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 606 I'm going to that world. 2 shifts today, rest for half a day, let alone wait at night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After a while, the figure of golden feather eagle came into view. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and golden feather eagle happily landed on his shoulder, combing Yang Kai's hair with the bird's beak, extremely intimate. Your sense of smell is more sensitive. Yang Kai touched its head. He also did not expect that when he returned to the central capital, the first person to greet him was actually this eagle. Following Yinger, there is also a beautiful figure. Chu Yimeng raised her speed to the limit, and Yinger almost came to Yang Kai. Long time no see. Yang Kai greeted her cheerfully. Chu Yimeng's expression was excited, happy, scared, worried, all kinds of expressions, and so on. She stopped 10 feet in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashed with crystal tears, and she looked at him stupidly. Some dare not approach, as if they are afraid that this is just an illusion, and once they get close, they will be broken. What's wrong? Yang Kai smiled. Chu Yimeng took a deep breath and suddenly walked towards him. When she got closer, a ruthless look flashed across her pretty face. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and bit down hard. She looked up at Yang Kai, and there was a deep grievance in her beautiful eyes flashing tears. Yang Kai sighed. As soon as I came up, I was so sad and solemn, and I didn't bully you. I thought you were really dead. Dead, where have you been? Where have you been for the past 6 months, where have you been? Chu Yimeng finally couldn't hold it any longer, and burst into tears, followed by crying, venting the worries accumulated in the heart over the past 6 months. The delicate body slowly squatted down, the fragrant shoulders trembled, a pitiful look helpless. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a little complicated. After waiting for a while, he reached out and pulled her up after she had finished venting. Chu Yimeng wiped the corners of her eyes with her small hand. The choking continued, her pretty face was slightly red, and she looked a little embarrassed. It's the first time I've seen you cry. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. It's different from normal, it looks very interesting. Bad fun. Chu Yimeng glared at Yang Kai, breaking her tears into laughter. Take a deep breath. Calm down his mood. Chu Yimeng returned to her previous calm and self-possessed appearance, but when she saw Yang Kai's smiling and teasing expression again, she didn't get angry. She kicked Yang Kai, snorted coldly, turned and walked towards Zhongdu Go. There was a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai scratched his head, thinking that no matter how brilliant and shrewd a woman is, she will be vulnerable at some point. It seems that the movement of the golden feather eagle has alarmed everyone who is busy in Zhongdu. Before Yang Kai returned to the central capital, a large group of people flew past from there. From a distance, Huo Xingchen shouted with snot and tears, Kai Xiao, you are not dead. I have long said that good people don't live long. The scourge has been left for thousands of years. Yang Kai's face darkened. Behind Huo Xingchen, the 2 brothers and sisters Dong Qinghan, the 4 girls from Wanhua Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Zuigu, Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu from Yinumen, the left side of Wenqin Palace, and Chu Jingshan from Feiyu Pavilion. The Hu family sisters of the Blood War Gang, Fang Ziqi of Fengyulo, Yao Yang of Baokazong. Almost all the leaders of the younger generation in the house are here. All of them were excited and greeted with smiles. These people quickly flew in front of Yang Kai, and Huo Xingchen couldn't help but say that. He gave Yang Kai a bear hug, and he was a mess of excitement. Master Kai, you're finally back, but you want to kill us. Huo Xingchen took a deep breath and said sincerely. Yang Kai was a little touched, pushed Huo Xingchen away, and nodded solemnly. I miss you too, come, let me give you a hug, let's see if you guys have grown stronger these days. Shameless. Han Shaoqi of Wanhua Palace blushed and couldn't help spit. After a burst of laughter, Yang Kai squinted at Luo Xiaoman and nodded with a wretched expression. Well, Xiaoman's body has grown, and his chest has grown bigger. How can there be? Luo Xiaoman's face flushed, and he died of grievance. Don't be a hooligan, go back and talk about it. Chu Yimeng glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who had been missing for half a year, suddenly returned to the central capital. 13 blood servants in the mansion, other young patriarchs and elders of the 8 great families were all shocked and rushed to the Yang family to meet him. In the Yang family hall, the 4th Master Yang and his wife burst into tears, and Dong Suzu held Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly disappear again. In the main hall, there are many people, and there are hundreds of people from the 8 great families in Yang Kai's residence. These people all looked at Yang Kai curiously, wanting to know where he had been in the past 6 months, why he had not appeared, and more wanted to know what happened in the basement of the central capital 6 months ago. Why are so many people missing, and why until now, only Yang Kai has appeared? All kinds of doubts are entangled in the hearts of everyone, puzzled and unhappy. Old 9. Yang Zhao suddenly stood up. Since you have returned safely, the head of the Yang family. Yang Kai raised his hand, interrupted his words, and said with a smile, Second brother, I am not interested in this, it is more suitable for you to sit in the position of the head of the Yang family. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. In the battle for the succession, I was defeated so badly, how can I be qualified to be the head of this Yang family? Yang Kai Dao. Second brother is too modest, your means and ability are obvious to all, and the battle for succession cannot prove anything. Buddha A. Listen to me. Yang Zhao nodded slightly. After a while, I will leave here, so it is impossible for me to stay and be the head of the Yang family. Yang Kai said slowly. Dong Suzu's tender body trembled, she couldn't help grasping Yang Kai's hand, and asked softly, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky, the higher world. In the hall, everyone looked blank. So, the world we know is not the only world. There are also some places that we have never heard of before, just as we never knew before, the realm above the mind wandering is called the transcendent realm. Many people suddenly showed interest. Yang Bai, the evil master, led the Kenyan evil land to invade the central capital. His purpose is the same as mine, and he is also going to a higher world. What does this have to do with the follow-up? Dong Qinghan didn't know why. Under the central capital, there is an earth vein, and in that earth vein, there is a door. Through that door, you can resist the higher world. His real purpose is this. Yang Kai took a light breath. Half a year before, he made a killing, opened up the underground ley lines with the blood sacrifice method, and found the door. 8 old masters went to block it, and the old demon and I also chased after them. The master and apprentice, the shopkeeper Meng, and I, senior sister Su, were at the same time. It's also underground. During the battle, shopkeeper Meng killed Yang Bai, but Yang Bai tried to destroy the door before he died, so as to cause a change and die with us. Everyone couldn't help holding their breaths and listened intently. What Yang Kai is talking about now is exactly what they have always been puzzled about. Half a year ago, what happened in the ground? That door was destroyed. At a critical moment, Manager Meng took his apprentice and my senior sister Su to escape into that door and reach the higher world safely. Meng Wuya passed some information to himself at the last moment of the collapse of the void corridor. It was through this information that Yang Kai knew that they had passed the void corridor safely. But I went in a step late, and was finally sent overseas by the power of the void that burst out, and stayed overseas for half a year. Everyone immediately understood, and only then did they understand what they had not figured out. Half a year ago, the underground battle was so dangerous and mysterious. What about the 8 old masters? Someone asked nervously. Should have fallen. Yang Kai's expression was also a little sad. Their movements are slower than mine. I was sent away by the power of the collapsed void, but they were impacted by the burst energy of the earth, probably not. Being able to survive and sleep in the ground is a loss for the 8 great families. Many people were suddenly dejected. It's good if you survive. Ling Taishu nodded lightly. We all thought that all of you were dead, but it's not too bad news to know that some people are still alive. Meng Wuya has nothing to do, and Ling Taishu is also happy for him. The hall fell into silence, and after a while, Chu Yimeng asked, Yang Kai, you said you were going to that world, do you know what it is like? I know a little bit, it's not too clear. Yang Kai shook his head, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his eyes turned to a remote corner of the hall, and he said profoundly, although I don't know, but someone knows. Shui Ling, what do you say? In that remote corner, Shui Ling, a pale blue cyan silk, who seemed a little out of tune with the people around him, was leaning against the wall, doing nothing to knock nuts. When he saw Yang Kai's eyes on him, Shui Ling couldn't help but pouted. If I'm not mistaken, which world should you be from? Same as shopkeeper Meng and Earth Demon. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Shui Ling. What's the matter with me? What do I do? Shui Ling was a little unhappy. She was annoyed that she didn't follow Meng Wuya during the first battle half a year ago. If she followed Meng Wuya, she would be safe. You don't have to stay here any longer. I want to know what the world over there is like. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. What is it? Shui Ling frowned. I can't tell what you want me to say. After pondering for a while, he said, for example, you don't have any super family here, 1, 2, or 3 sects, the door. Yang Kai nodded and motioned her to continue. Comparing your forces here with ours, the 8 great families in Zhongdu can only be considered a second-class force at best. Everyone turned pale. Yang Kai thought thoughtfully. What about your water temple? It's barely a first class. Yang Kai took a deep breath and found that he still underestimated the complexity of the world over there. However, this disparity in contrast made him yearn for that high-level world even more. Chapter 607 Stripping Away the True Spirit in Jade. Power outage until now. There will be 3 shifts today. The current spiritual energy in Zhongdu is barely acceptable, but there is such a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth everywhere. In places where the great forces are entrenched, the concentration of spiritual energy is more than 10 times more than here in Zhongdu. There are many blessed places and holy places, and Zhongdu is incomparable with those places. Shui Ling said lightly, but let everyone realize the background and horror of that world, and at the same time, everyone's eyes were slightly red. Now the rich spiritual energy in the central capital is already a holy place for their long-awaited cultivation. Shui Ling said, over there, no place is worse than the current one, and there is even a better place, why don't they yearn for it? Having abundant and rich spiritual energy means that a martial artist can get twice the result with half the effort, and can quickly improve his strength and cultivation. This geographical gap has always been the target of the testers. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and finally Shu understood why Shui Ling was not much older than himself, but she had already reached the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary half a year ago, and now, she has reached the peak of Immortal Ascension boundary, only one step away, then can be promoted to Transcendent Realm. This cultivation base, at this age, is very terrifying. You now know that above the supernatural world is called the Transcendent Realm, but above the Transcendent Realm, do you know what it is called? Shui Ling smiled slightly. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up, humbly cobalt teaching. Extraordinary sanctification. Above the Transcendent Realm is the Sanctification Realm. Shui Ling did not sell the trick and uncovered the mystery. Over there, the power that has the masters of the Holy Realm in charge is the top power. My water temple, there is only one, so it is barely considered a first-class power. Correspondingly, the grades of secret treasures and genius treasures are capped at the mysterious level here, but in ours, there is a higher spiritual level, holy level. Secret treasures and medicinal pills. Spiritual level, saint level. Everyone was surprised. Shui Ling frowned. I don't know what's going on here. It seems that there is a kind of restraint, which not only restrains the development of you martial artists, but also restrains your level of refining secret treasures. Shui Ling is still relatively easy to talk, and he has not concealed the situation in that world. In the main hall, everyone asked in a row, and the more they knew, the more they were full of horror at the high-level world, because everything there was beyond their comprehension. After a long conversation, time passed by inadvertently, and no one felt bored. It seemed that all of them had turned into Confucian children with a strong desire for knowledge, and were absorbing unknown experience and insights from Shui Ling. It was almost evening, everyone asked a dry mouth, and Shui Ling was even more impatient. It was okay to ask her to deal with one or two people's problems. There were hundreds of people in the hall, and one person and one question made her collapse all over. Okay. Seeing her appearance, Yang Kai also stopped everyone from asking. Don't ask, the more you ask, the more hesitant you will be. Even so, are you going there? Ling Taishu looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai nodded his head. I must go. Su Yan was still there, and Xian Ningshang was also there, so he had to find them both. I support you. Ling Taishu smiled slightly. That's how men should be, they shouldn't be stuck in a small place. Thank you, Master. Ling Taishu has already made a statement, so it is natural for Yang Fourth Master and his wife to say anything else. Although they are a little reluctant, this is Yang Kai's pursuit, how can they stop it? I'll go find a way first, maybe everyone will be able to pass. Yang Kai smiled and said, let Shui Ling tell you this, it is precisely to let you know the gap between yourself and the outside world. After I leave, you can't relax, maybe one day I'll come back and take you there, it's not enough when the strength is low. It's natural. Huo Xingchen's eyes were full of flaming fighting spirit. I don't know this. Now that I know it, of course I can't be so slack. Everyone has one head and two arms, so why are the people over there better than us? Everyone nodded in agreement, fighting spirit high. Ku-san was exhausted, and soon, only Yang Kai and Shui Ling were left in the hall. Looking at her suspiciously, Yang Kai didn't know why this woman had deliberately stayed and waited for him. When are you leaving? Shui Ling asked eagerly. What's your business? Yang Kai was stunned. Naturally, it's none of my business. Your slave demon said that one day you will take me back. Otherwise, why do you think I've been staying here and helping you? Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly laughed. You don't know the way back, right? Shui Ling looked embarrassed and nodded lightly. Yang Kai laughed loudly. No wonder, I said why you suddenly became so kind, it was because of this. Do you know the way? Yang Kai was noncommittal. I don't care anyway, I'm following you. Follow, it just so happens that I also lack a guide. Yang Kai did not refuse. Then when are we going? Shui Ling was excited, although Yang Kai didn't say it, but he was so confident that he obviously knew the way back. It will take a while, I have some things to deal with. Yang Kai thought about it and said, at most a month. Okay, Shui Ling nodded happily. After leaving the Yang family, Yang Kai went all the way to the middle of his mansion. Ling Taishu told him just now that since Meng Wuya disappeared, no one can drive the Tianqing palace that wraps the mansion. Although it has been expanding the barrier to protect the mansion, except for Ling Taishu, everyone else you can only go out, not in. So now the entire mansion is empty. The Heavenly Palace is a very powerful secret treasure. Since Yang Kai decided to find Su Yan and the others, he naturally wanted to take this secret treasure away and return it to Meng Wuya. When he came to the outside of the mansion, Yang Kai and Meili walked inward. Just as he had guessed, Tianqing Palace took the initiative to open a passage, allowing Yang Kai to pass through. This should be the setting of Meng Wuya, who can freely enter and exit the Tianqing Palace. Only Yang Kai and Ling Taishu, the others can only go out and cannot enter. If you want to come in from the outside, you must get Meng Wuya's agree. In the quiet mansion, Yang Kai's consciousness spread and penetrated into every corner of the mansion, carefully investigating the mysteries of the Tianqing Palace. The main body of the Tianqing Palace is just a small palace the size of a palm, but after being poured into the true essence, it can open the barrier. Now, it is not easy for Yang Kai to find it. I've been trying for a long time, but have no idea. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, although he wants to take the Tianqing Palace back to Meng Wuya, but if it is impossible, he will not force it. It can only be said that shopkeeper Meng was too careless and accidentally lost this secret treasure. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out a piece of fiery red jade core from the black book space, stared at it blankly, and his face was a little hesitant. This jade core is not too big, only the size of a fist, and its shape is also a bit strange. It seems to be a human shape, and the facial features and limbs born on the jade can be clearly seen. This jade core was taken from the Yangjing jade bed that Lu Sina had obtained. When Yang Kai was a guest at the Lu family, at the cost of a letter to Xiao Fusheng, he obtained the Yangjing jade bed he used for meditation from Lu Si. After absorbing the energy contained in the Yangjing jade bed, this jade core is left. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yushan had said that a true spirit had already been born in this piece of jade, and if it was given hundreds of years, it might be able to break out of the jade and truly become a living body. The true spirit in the jade, this is just a legendary existence, and every true spirit has unmatched combat power after it grows up. That is the existence that even the transcendent realm shy away from. Tang Yushan had warned Yang Kai not to play the idea of AA Jade Zhongjang, because this thing is very dangerous and dangerous. But now, after Yang Kai learned about the magnificence of the outside world from Shui Ling, he had to think about Yu Zhuangjun. Although the realm of the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary he has is not low, it is not high. There are many transcendent realms in the world over there, and there are even experts in the Saint realm. If you want to survive in an unfamiliar place, Yang Kai must have the strength to protect himself. Yang Kai did not wish to be promoted to the transcendent realm through this jade true spirit. This is too unrealistic. At the very least, before leaving, he will make himself stronger, and will be more calm when facing unknown dangers. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. Time is not waiting for me, he must become stronger as soon as possible before he can embark on the road to the foreign land. Looking at the jade core in his hand, he decided to give it a go. Wealth and wealth are in danger, and there is a heavenly palace to protect him. Even if he fails, he can escape. Hold the jade core with both hands, and run the true Yang art. The huge attraction records the Yang Yuan energy from the surface of the jade core. A steady stream of energy poured into Yang Kai's body. Even if it was just a seemingly small piece of jade core, the energy stored in it was unbelievably huge. Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and he felt it carefully. The energy of Yang Yuan poured into the meridians, and the meridians were quickly saturated. Tick, a drop of Yang liquid takes shape and falls into the dantian for storage. Tick, tick, drop after drop of the sound from the depths of the soul, one after another. Yang Kai was so sweet, but also slightly discolored. The energy in the jade core is somewhat beyond his expectations. After absorbing it for half a day, there were more than 200 drops of Yang liquid in the dantian, and the surface of the small piece of jade core was carved away. At the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura suddenly descended. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and he quickly looked at the jade core in his hand, only to see that the jade core had turned into a stream of fluid flowed out from between his fingers. Stab! Yang Kai's hands were bloody, and even he couldn't bear the intense heat. Don't hesitate, step back quickly. Kala A. When the liquid fell to the ground, a large group of fire suddenly burst, and the pressing enthusiasm swept all around. Yang Kai's sight was affected at this moment. After calming down, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. In the position where he was originally meditating, there was already a human-shaped flame that was burning brightly and showing an orange color. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 608. The human-shaped flame was burning, with a ferocious and terrifying blurred face, healthy limbs, and composed purely of the essence of flame. The violent high temperature swept through, and Yang Kai's mansion was directly set on fire, and large tracts of houses turned into powder at this moment. The air distorted, and Yang Kai's expression was particularly solemn, because he felt a destructive and brutal aura from the human-shaped flame. The true spirit in the jade already has a little sign of life, but it was stripped out of the jade core by Yang Kai in advance because it has not yet completed the stool. At this moment, it only has the most primitive instinct. That is to burn everything. Kala A fiery dragon-like impact came out of the jade true spirit's body, aiming directly at Yang Kai, who was standing beside him. The speed was as fast as lightning, and its power was unimaginable. Yang Kai changed color and hurriedly dodged, but was still rubbed by the scorching heat on one arm. The skin on the arm, like the ground that has been dry for a long time, quickly cracked with lines, and the pain hit. Yang Kai couldn't help groaning. Looking at the real spirit in the jade again, it became more and more uncertain. He practiced the true Yang art, and the true Yang vitality in his body had just reached the Yang level. The ordinary high temperature couldn't help him at all, but even he couldn't bear the temperature of the true spirit in jade. This high temperature has surpassed one limit and sublimated to another level. Before he could calm down, the real spirit in the jade attacked again. In the entire Yang Kai mansion, there is only Yang Kai's aura of a living person, and the instinct to burn everything has prompted the true spirit in jade to regard Yang Kai as the target of destruction. One after another flames turned into a swaying figure of a fire dragon, rushing out of the body of the real spirit in the jade, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped Yang Kai in groups, and rushed towards him with lightning speed. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly enlarged, because he was surrounded in all directions, and he had no hope of escaping. The wings of Yang Yan, which had not been used for a long time, spread out on the back, and the fiery red wings like a big bird supported Yang Kai to quickly rush out of the flames at a speed that no one could match. Boom! The turbulent explosion sounded, and the entire Yang Kai mansion was burned to the ground in an instant. All the houses disappeared, the ground became scorched earth, and within the scope of the Tianqing Palace, countless red flames jumped, chasing Yang Kai. Aware of the movement here, the warriors of the central capital rushed over quickly. After seeing the situation in the Tianqing Palace, Huo Xingchen was stunned. What's the situation? Kai Shuo didn't come back for half a year. Why did he cause such a big battle when he came back? Although the isolation protection of Tianqing Palace made them unaware of any high temperature at all, the destructive aura emanating from the true spirit in the jade made them tremble all over. What is he doing? Chu Yimeng was in a panic. Mei Mei looked in anxiously. She couldn't see the situation inside, she could only faintly perceive Yang Kai's activities inside. The red flame-like world is isolated from anyone's investigation. After a while, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. Yang Kai was quietly suspended in midair, and looked down with a solemn expression. Below that, there was a human-shaped flame, twisting and burning, and a roaring roar sounded in his mouth. My God! Huo Xingchen was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the pair of bird-like wings behind Yang Kai, lost for a while. Everyone was stunned. No one knows that Yang Kai still has this foundation. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, he has never used the wings of Yang Yan. So beautiful, Luo Xiaoman murmured, a little crazy, with a strange brilliance in her beautiful eyes, staring behind Yang Kai for a while. This is the true spirit of jade. Tang Yushan exclaimed in surprise. Tu Feng's face was also extremely ugly, and his eyes were staring at the human-shaped flame. The two ignored it and immediately understood what Yang Kai was going to deal with. What is the true spirit in jade? Chu Yimeng asked eagerly. Tang Yushan hurriedly told Chu Yimeng what happened at the Lu family's house. After hearing her say this, Miss Chu also recalled it. When Yang Kai brought back Lu's Yangjing jade bed, Chu Yimeng also saw it with his own eyes, but he didn't know that Yang Kai got such a dangerous treasure from the Yangjing jade bed. This is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Tu Feng frowned. Even though he has been promoted to the transcendent realm, across the heavenly palace, the true spirit in the jade brought him a lot of pressure. If he really broke in, Tu Feng estimated that he would be burned to death by the flames. The young master seems to want to absorb the power of the real spirit in the jade to strengthen himself. Tang Yushan bit her red lips, but this is too reckless. She blamed herself and felt that she didn't tell Yongkai clearly at the beginning, so Yongkai mistakenly felt that with his current strength, he had the opportunity to conquer the power of the true spirit in jade. Can you help me? Chu Yimeng looked anxious. Tu Feng and Tang Yushan shook their heads slowly. That kind of temperature is not something we can bear. The little sun is safe inside, because the cultivation technique has the same attributes. Moreover, they can't enter the Tianqing Palace. Chu Yimeng was concerned and messed up, completely forgetting about it. You guys. Huo Xingchen shook his head suddenly with a smile. His eyes were deep and meaningful. I've been with Kai for so long, and I still don't know his character. Where would he do things he's not sure about? Since we dare to do it, we must have a certain degree of certainty, we just need to watch it. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, Yongkai has never acted so recklessly. He has always made plans to move later, and facts often prove that his decisions are right. It's useless to worry about him now, it's better to believe that he has his own considerations. In case, Chu Yimeng was still a little uneasy. If it doesn't work, young Master Kai will escape. Didn't you see that he deliberately chose the location in the Tianqing Palace? It must be to prevent too much damage to Zhongdu. Huo Xingchen's face was Zhenwu holding. When he analyzes it like this, he is very knowledgeable, so that there is no reason to refute in life. In the Tianqing Palace, Yongkai stared at the human-shaped flame below, and constantly used his spiritual sense to convey the idea of surrendering to himself. If he wants to absorb the power of the true spirit in the jade, he must let it compromise. But the brutal and destructive instinct made the jade spirit become more and more manic when facing Yongkai's appeasement and orders. Groups of scorching flames were born, covering every corner of the Tianqing Palace, blooming all over the sky. Yongkai snorted coldly, the wings of Yongyan waved, and flew in and out of the flames like watching the flowers, and quickly came to a certain part of the mansion. Here, used to be the location of Su Yan's room. However, after being destroyed by the real spirit in the jade, this place has become a flat ground. When he came here, Yongkai stopped, stomped hard, a hole in the ground cracked, he quickly flew inside, and then returned after a while, holding up a huge ice bed in his hands. Around the ice bed, there was a trace of shimmering rays lingering around the naked eye. Visible coldness. Su Yan's eternal ice bed. She has been relying on this practice, and after being taken to a foreign land by shopkeeper Meng, this ice bed was left in the cellar below. Ice and fire have always been mutually exclusive attributes. Yongkai had planned to use this ice bed to target the high temperature of the true spirit in the jade. As if sensing the existence of the nemesis, the jade Zhang Junling, who had been indifferent all of a sudden suddenly raised his head, and those ferocious eyes stared at the ice bed. The violent high temperature impacted, and the icy bed exuded cold air. The cold and heat blended together, and a cloud of white mist burst out. Yongkai was unscathed. In this collision of ice and fire, he was just a spectator. The roar came out, and the flames of the Tianqing Palace were quickly taken back by the jade spirit. The next moment, it seemed to transform into a beast that was trapped for thousands of years and escaped from the cage. While roaring, it rushed towards Yongkai, and its facial features were twisted. Terrible, ferocious. Yongkai took a deep breath and stared at the jade Zhuangjun spirit who was rushing towards him. Enchanted. A dreamy murmur sounded, and the feeling of the sky falling apart spread into everyone's heart, and the rich evil spirit swept the entire Tianqing Palace, flooding the world with ice and fire at the same time, playing the prelude of destruction. Outside the Tianqing Palace, everyone just felt a flower in front of them, and they couldn't see anything. There are only 3 colors that can be seen: the red flame, the white ice, and the dark evil spirit. The 3 colors come together to make the world in Tianqing Palace colorful. It can be clearly seen that the bright red color has the absolute upper hand in an instant, and the white and dark rays of light have been suppressed and almost disappeared. Everyone couldn't help clenching their fists, secretly sweating for Yongkai. At the same time, I admired it, put myself in my shoes and thought, if I were faced with such a situation, I was afraid that I would run away immediately without making any effort. But Yongkai insisted that the dark evil spirit, even if it was looming, still did not dissipate. Gradually, the red light of the flame is no longer so strong, and it seems to have annihilated a lot, and the white ice cold and the dark magic energy are gradually revealed. A burst of cheers erupted, and everyone jumped for joy. The bright white and dark rays of light are getting stronger and stronger, and the combination of the two can gradually compete with the red color. At this moment, the situation has stagnated and has not changed. Time passed, the sun rose and the moon disappeared, and the days passed. The situation in the Tianqing Palace was still so anxious, and the aura of destruction spread throughout the entire central capital, making people unable to sleep at night and sleepless. But those people in Yang Kai's house have been standing outside to observe and wait, looking forward to the moment when Yang Kai can come out safely. One day, the white ice cold suddenly weakened a lot, and no one knew what happened. At the same time, the red light of the flame also weakened a lot, but the dark magic energy became more and more intense. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, knowing that at this moment, Yang Kai has fully grasped the initiative, and they all looked forward to it, secretly looking forward to it, guessing in their hearts, when Yang Kai leaves this time, there will be what kind of change happened to him. To be continued. Latest chapter list. Chapter 609 Go to Sirius. As the days go by, the strength of the three colors in the Tianqing Palace changes clearly and visibly every day. The dark demon aura became more and more powerful, and the fiery red and white light gradually disappeared. Almost a month later, with a loud noise, the entire Tianqing Palace was filled with pitch-black colors, and the fiery red and yingbai were annihilated in an instant. Immediately, the dark demonic energy rushed towards a source, as if a vortex appeared there, swallowing them up. Gradually, Yang Kai's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, and the aura of destruction that had been suppressed over Zhongdu for a month finally disappeared. Wow! The Tianqing Palace, which supported Yang Kaifu, also exhausted its energy at this moment and collapsed. The grade of Tianqing Palace is unknown, but since Meng Wuya left, it has been able to guard Yang Kaifu. No one has poured energy into it, but it still supports it until now, which shows its strength. The small palace fell from the sky, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took it over. This is Meng Wuya's secret treasure. Yang Kai tried to sense it, but found that he couldn't communicate at all, so he could only give up and put it in the black book space. Standing quietly in the same place, feeling the changes before and after himself, a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. Everyone in the house stepped forward one after another, all looking at Yang Kai with joy. Kai Xiao, seeing you like this is very rewarding. Huo Xingchen laughed. Yang Kai nodded lightly, a little bit. The 13 blood servants looked puzzled, because they found that Yang Kai spent a month to absorb the power of the true spirit in the jade. Even though he succeeded, his cultivation base did not change at all, and he was still in the immortal ascension boundary. Level 6. This discovery left them a little confused. The cultivation base has not changed. Where did the power of the true spirit in the jade go to be absorbed by Yang Kai? The power of the destructive and manic true Yang can at least increase his cultivation by 2 or 3 layers. However, Yang Kai didn't say it clearly, and they didn't ask. Sometimes, the improvement of strength is not as simple as the increase of cultivation base. Faintly, when the 13 blood servants faced Yang Kai at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. It seems that as long as Yang Kai is willing, he can take their lives anytime, anywhere. They shook their heads in confusion. After absorbing the power of the true spirit in the jade, the heavenly palace was also withdrawn, and at the time of parting, all Yang Kai's wishes had been fulfilled. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that in this battle against the jade spirit, Su Yan's frozen jade bed was completely melted. After all, the grade of the ice jade bed is not as good as the real spirit in the jade. After staying in Zhongdu for 2 or 3 days, after arranging everything and saying goodbye to all relatives and friends, Yang Kai finally embarked on the journey. Shui Ling excitedly followed him, not leaving an inch. A large group of people outside Zhongdu city watched him leave, and many of them were reluctant to part with their eyes moist and red. Let's go now, I'm afraid that foreign land will not be peaceful anymore. Huo Xingchen took a deep breath and seemed to have a premonition. Speeding all the way, Shui Ling was especially excited as an exotic situation. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her, but just listened and learned more about the information over there. Shui Ling was not annoyed and said to himself. After saying that he was tired, he rested for a while, and then he continued to talk. The speed of the two of them is not fast or slow. They flew all the way to Yang Kai to appreciate different customs, but they were also relaxed and happy and full of expectations and enthusiasm for the future. 10 days later, Shui Ling still hadn't seen the way home, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Where is this?" Sirius. Shui Ling circled her mouth. She had lived here for 2 years. Naturally, she had heard of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, another country next to a big man, with strong folk customs and barren land, different places. No wonder these women are so shameless. Shui Ling murmured softly, her beautiful eyes staring at the few women who walked past not far away. All of those women were dressed in unusual clothes, with only a corset on their upper body, covering their chests. The spring light before, the deep ravines, the flat belly, the delicate navel, and the pink shoulders are all exposed. The lower body is only a pair of shorts, and the slender legs are eye-catching. When these women passed by, there was even a charming smile at the corners of their mouths, and they kept poking at Yang Kai. What are we doing here? Aren't we looking for the way to Tongshuan continent? Shui Ling was puzzled. Tongshuan continent is the name of that exotic land. Find someone, Yang Kai explained casually, then raised his hand and shouted, a few girls stay. The women stopped when they heard the words, and one of the women who seemed to be the oldest smiled and looked at Yang Kai. What's the matter with your little brother? With an interesting expression on her face, she seemed to be examining Yang Kai's physique. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously either. From that girl from the Heavenly Wolf country back then, he had already experienced the unrestrained nature of the Heavenly Wolf girl, and knew that the style here was just like that. I want to ask for a way. How do I get to Senluo Temple? Yang Kai asked bluntly without concealing it. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the women changed, and the older girl looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, and said solemnly, are you going to Senluo Temple? After a pause, he asked, why are you going to Senluo Palace? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely aware of something, but still said with a pleasant face, I want to find someone, I have some things to keep with her. Who are you looking for? What? The girl continued to ask. Yang Kai smiled. He was unfamiliar with this place, and he finally encountered this group of girls. Naturally, he wanted to inquire about the direction, but he didn't want the other party to be so vigilant, as if he was going to Senluo Temple to do something bad. He didn't want to pay attention to the affairs of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, let alone the affairs of Senluo Palace, and to find Zemo of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, he just wanted to recover the thread of soul that had been planted in her mind back then. After all, old demon said that if this thing remains in other people's minds, it is still dangerous for him. Once that person dies, Yang Kai will also be damaged. Yang Kai wanted Zemo to lead the way to a forbidden place in the Heavenly Wolf country after recovering the wreckage of his soul. The girl's reaction was too intense, making Yang Kai a little impatient. His face suddenly changed, becoming hideous and terrifying, revealing white fangs and sneering, you don't need to ask so many questions, just tell me the answer. Seeing that he was so surprised by his attitude before and after, several girls couldn't help but take a step back. Yang Kai snorted softly, a huge pressure descended from the sky, and the girls suddenly felt as if they were carrying a mountain, extremely heavy, their pretty faces flushed red, and they were panting. The older girl's face was even paler, and only then did she realize the horror of Yang Kai's small hand quietly making a movement, as if sprinkled something. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, stretched out a hand, and there was a huge suction in his palm. Shish, there were several small things under the ground that were sucked up by Yang Kai. Soul control worm. Yang Kai's expression became amused, looking at the little squirming worms on his palm for no reason to feel a touch of kindness. In that remote place, several warriors from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom controlled hundreds of monsters and warriors from the Han Dynasty through the soul control insect. Zemo also wanted to use this trick to deal with Yang Kai, but was easily resolved by him. Just now, the girl quietly sprinkled on the ground a few soul-controlling worms, obviously wanting to follow Zemo and the others to control Yang Kai. But how can this method succeed in front of Yang Kai? As soon as this sentence was shouted, several girls turned pale, and the older girl exclaimed, how did you meet? Of course I know. Yang Kai smiled proudly. Impossible, your costume seems to be a warrior from the big man. The soul control worm is our secret. You can't see it. Your secrets. Yang Kai frowned, and the white fangs became more and more terrifying. What is your relationship with Zemo? The girl's beautiful eyes exclaimed in surprise, you know my senior sister. Senior sister? Yang Kai was stunned. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect that these girls were really related to Zemo. After all, Zemo had told him back then that those few of them were just one of the Senluo Temple, and their main purpose was to study and control the Zerg. Seeing that this girl also used the soul control worm just now, Yang Kai felt that she and Zemo should be related. The emotion is still the sister. Yang Kai's expression is a bit weird, which is really a coincidence. Yes, Zemo is our senior sister. How did you know her? The girl asked. Knowing is knowing. Yang Kai frowned. Since you are Zemo's junior sister, then I will give you the soul controlling worm. While talking, he threw the bugs back. The girl reached out to take it and looked at Yang Kai up and down. Her pretty face was confused. Although she was somewhat vigilant, she was more afraid. Take me to see your senior sister, I have something to do with her. Yang Kai instructed lightly. Several girls stared at him and hesitated for a long while before the older girl nodded lightly. People have to bow their heads when they are under the eaves. They led the way in front, Yongkai and Zemo followed behind. From time to time, a few young girls looked back and whispered again, apparently not understanding how senior sister knew the martial artist of the Big Han and looked at him. There seems to be some entanglement with the big sister. It's not for revenge, is it? Several girls secretly guessed in their hearts, and couldn't help but startled. This person seems to be about the same age as them, but his cultivation is not something they can see through. It is really unfathomable. If he really came to seek revenge, the girls would not be afraid. After all, there are strong people in the Zhenwu Palace. Thinking of this, a few young girls calmed down, and while walking, they put on Yongkai's words with ease, trying to inquire about some news from him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 610 Outside the Zhenwu Palace. Facing the inquiries of these young girls, Yongkai kept his face cold and silent, pretending to be an expert. It was Shui Ling, who was curious about everything, and soon became one with them, chatting non-stop. But for the information they asked about Yongkai, Shui Ling was also very wise to keep his mouth shut. Walking down the road, several young girls found in despair that they had not heard any useful information at all. They still don't know what the purpose of this man and woman going to Zhenwu Palace has to do with senior sister Zemo. After half a day, Yongkai's expression suddenly stunned, and he looked in one direction, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He felt a touch of kindness, that was the breath of his own soul. Zemo, it should be over there. A few girls were still walking slowly, not knowing what the hell they were trying to do. Yongkai was too lazy to accompany him, and rushed towards the source of the induction. Hey! The young girls in Zhenwu Temple were shocked and shouted quickly, but Yongkai had disappeared. After a stick of incense, Yongkai was suspended in midair above a jungle, overlooking from a high place, his brows slightly wrinkled and his expression weird. Below, the mountains are ups and downs, and there is no trace of the superpower in the imagination. Instead, 30 miles away, Yongkai sees a undulating building complex, huge and magnificent. Even if it is 30 miles away, Yongkai can still sense from there, to the breath of many strong men. There, it should be the Zhenwu Hall of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. But why is Zemo here? As far as the eye can see, there is no one in sight. There should be a cave in the mountain, and Yongkai is very clear. Wei Wei let out his own fluctuations, and soon, a coquettish shout came from the belly of the mountain. What do you guys think? We have already left the Zhenwu Palace, and we have to kill them all. Let's reminisce about the old feelings, everyone agrees. Get out of a sect. Yongkai was stunned and said with a smile, You woman, why are you so angry? If you don't ask indiscriminately, what are you asking? You are. The voice of the woman in the mountain belly trembled slightly, as if recalling the identity of the person who came, before exclaiming after a while, Bastard Yongkai. The word bastard can be avoided, right? Yongkai's face darkened. Giggle. A string of silver bell-like laughter came from the belly of the mountain. After a while, a huge stone suddenly moved to the side, revealing a hole. From the hole, a delicate body flashed. It was Zemo, who was still dressed up as usual. Her delicate skin was exposed to the air, which made people wonder. She looked overjoyed at Yongkai standing in the sky. See him again. He gently curled his lips and said, You bastard, why are you not doing a good job with the Big Han? Why did you come to our Sirius? I miss you, I came to find you. Yongkai smiled. Zemo rolled her eyes at him. I'm not a little girl, I'll let you fool me. He glanced at Shui Ling who was standing beside Yongkai. Tisk tisk admiringly said, There's another beautiful woman beside you, you ruffian, it is absolutely beautiful. Eh? Hey, don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with him. Shui Ling was not happy. It doesn't matter, you've been by his side for a long time anyway. Sooner or later, you will belong to him. If you want to keep your innocence, the farther away you need to be, the better. Zemo Zhao smiled. I haven't seen you for a few years, you don't have to slander me like this, I haven't done anything bad to you. Yongkai felt a headache. Zemo pursed her red lips and snorted, What's the matter? You touched and kissed again back then, if it wasn't for an accident, I'd be afraid that your overlord would have slapped the bow long ago. Quote. As he spoke, with a pitiful expression on his face, he was about to cry, as if he had been greatly wronged. Ling looked at Yang Kai with a vigilant look on his face, gritted his teeth and said, "So you are such a person. Do you believe she slandered me?" Yang Kai was furious. Elder sister, senior sister. At this moment, the young girls who were thrown away by Yang Kai finally caught up and flew to Zemo's side, pointing at Yang Kai with vigilance. "This person said coming to find you." "Well, I see, don't be nervous, he's not an enemy." Zemo explained with a smile, "Although he's a jerk, he saved my life." "Oh," a few girls nodded, relieved. "It's a guest from afar, so you entertained me like this." Yang Kai sighed softly, "The woman is really ruthless." "Stop talking sarcastically there." Zemo snorted and pondered for a moment before saying, "Come in and talk." "Elder sister." The girls were shocked. "It's okay, I will tell you that Master Ming will be later." Zemo comforted. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although he had a lot of doubts in his heart, he knew that it was better not to ask. The more questions, the more trouble. The two of them and Ling dodged and fell, and walked into the passage in the mountainside. Zemo hit a few seals, and the big rock at the entrance of the cave closed the cave again. Inside the cave wall, separated by a dozen steps, there are some crystal rays of light flickering, but they are also bright. Zemo led the way and walked ahead, with a happy expression on her face, and she walked with a light body, as if she hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Leading Yang Kai to a spacious stone room in the belly of the mountain, Zemo arranged for him and Ling to rest, and asked a few girls to bring some fresh fruits over. "There's nothing to entertain here, you guys can go down." Zemo giggled. Yang Kai nodded, saying that it doesn't matter. He picked up a bright red fruit, wiped it on his body, and threw it to Ling. Ling took it and took a bite unwillingly. "You wait, I'll go and tell the master, after all, outsiders are not allowed to come in." Zemo said with a smile, "That is, for your sake, I will kill you first and then play it." "It seems that my face is not small." Yang Kai laughed. After Zemo left, the young girls sat on the side and lined up in a row, all of them looking at Yang Kai curiously, their beautiful eyes full of hope and curiosity. Yang Kai didn't know what they were expecting, so he didn't ask much, just waited quietly. The consciousness quietly dissipated, and after a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that there were about 100 people living in this mountainside. There was a supernatural powerhouse in the town, who should be Zemo's master. There were only a dozen or so other immortal realm masters, and most of them were in the real Yuan realm. The martial artist of the realm, and from their life characteristics, there should be 8 people, all young people. Zemo's life here doesn't look very good. Yang Kai thought to himself. 30 miles away is the only superpower of Sirius, Zhenwu Temple. Zemo and the others are also a member of Zhenwu Temple. They should live 30 miles away, but they live in the middle of the mountain. And when Yang Kai came here just now, Zemo also said something intriguing. "It seems that there is an internal dispute in a sect." Yang Kai secretly shook his head. After about half an hour, Zemo left and returned, looking a little distressed. "Well, the master said that you can stay here for a while, but you must leave immediately. Now we are in troubled times, and it is not convenient to receive outsiders." "I don't want to stay here either." Yang Kai nodded. "What are you doing here?" Zemo sat down and asked. "Return your freedom," Yang Kai explained. Zemo's expression was shocked, and he immediately realized what he was referring to, and then shook his head again. "It doesn't matter, I don't care." "I care." Yang Kai smiled and walked to Zemo's side involuntarily, and said, "Relax, I'm going to do it." Zemo stared at him in a daze, and after a while, he closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and let go of the defenses in the sea of AAAA knowledge. The next moment, she felt a huge and destructive divine consciousness pouring into her sea of AA consciousness. The power of this divine sense made Zemo's heart tremble and Warong paled. And this divine consciousness actually contains the power to burn everything. It seems that under that high temperature, his sea of AA consciousness will be instantly evaporated. After a moment of trepidation, the divine consciousness left his sea of AA consciousness again. "Okay," Yang Kai smiled. Zemo opened her eyes, and clearly felt that the things that had bound her all along had disappeared. Suspiciously looked at Yang Kai Zemo and frowned. "What is your cultivation base now?" "6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary." A burst of exclamations rang out, and the girls in the Zhenwu temple covered their mouths and looked at Yang Kai incredulously. They never imagined that the person they tried to deal with before had such a powerful strength. Senior sister is already the most qualified person in this group, but until now, there are only 2 levels of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Compared with this man, it is simply heaven and earth. It looks like you have had a lot of adventures after that. Zemo looked envious. It's just luck. Yongkai shrugged his shoulders. Don't talk about this, I'm here this time, one is to give you back your freedom, and the other is to ask you for a favor. What are you busy with? I'm going to visit the forbidden area of your Senluo Temple, Wasteland. Z's eyes' complexion changed slightly. The wasteland is a lifeless area where no grass grows. There are all kinds of crises and all kinds of magical energy. No one knows what happened to that place. People have never come out alive. There have been experts in the transcendent realm who tried to adjust the deepest mysteries of the wasteland, but they also ended in failure. The popularity and danger of the wasteland in Sirius is equal to the position of Netherworld Mountain in the hearts of the great Han warriors. Both are forbidden places among forbidden places, and idle people will not go to any kind of place. The last time Yongkai and Zemo went to the Nether Mountain for their off-site training, they only walked into the outermost periphery, they didn't go deep inside, and they never saw the horror of Nether Mountain. So when he heard that Yongkai was going to Wasteland, Zemo couldn't help but feel a little scared. What are you doing there? I'm going, naturally I have my reasons, but I don't know where it is, so I want you to lead the way. Don't worry, just help me to the place, you don't need to go into it, so you won't have what danger. You really think your life is too long? Zemo looked at Yongkai like a lunatic. Shuiling was excited by the side, and faintly, she understood that the way home must be hidden in the wasteland. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 611. Is this person's head abnormal? So when I heard that Yongkai made such a request, Shuiling seemed a little excited. Zemo couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, I knew it, you bastard didn't come here to give me freedom so kindly, you really have other purposes. Yongkai chuckled. Zemo glanced at him angrily, and her expression became solemn. The wasteland is not very peaceful during this time. Oh, how do you say it? Yongkai became interested. For a long time, the powerhouses on the serious side have thought that there are some shocking secrets hidden in the wasteland, and people often go to inquire about it. Some time ago, many forces here joined forces and entered the wasteland. At this time, if you go in, once you are discovered, there will definitely be some waves. With your current cultivation level, I am afraid it will be more fortunate than good. You don't have to worry about it. Since I dare to enter, I naturally won't be afraid of those people. Zemo snorted. The tone is still so arrogant. After pondering for a while, he said, wait a minute, I will report back to the master. If the master allows me to go out, I will take you there. If the master does not allow, I will show you the route, you can find it by yourself, it is not there. Too hard to find. Yongkai nodded lightly. Zemo once again went deep into the mountain and disappeared. A few young girls still looked at Yongkai and Shuiling curiously. Shuiling nibbled on the fruit, Yongkai looked indifferent and waited quietly, ignoring their thoughts. After a while, Zemo walked back with a happy face and greeted. Master said, since you have saved my life, I have to help you this time and follow me. Yongkai smiled slightly, stood up, and Shuiling walked out with Zemo. After walking along the mountainside corridor for a long time, they came to the boulder again. Zemo moved it away, and the three of them left the mountainside. As soon as he appeared, Yongkai's brows wrinkled, and he looked in one direction impatiently. Zemo also frowned, staring over there. That direction. A group of people quickly appeared, headed by a young man, looking over here with a playful look on his face. The young man had the cultivation base of the third level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and his aptitude was considered outstanding, and the people around him. Most of them have the cultivation base of the Immortal Ascension boundary. There are not many people, about a dozen or so. The group of people stepped forward, blocking the way of the three. He sneered. After seeing Qingxiling and Yongkai's attire, a group of people couldn't help frowning, especially towards Shuiling's pale blue hair. The young man showed a strong interest, and kept glancing at Shuiling, his eyes deep from time to time. A faint lustful light flashed across the ground. Shuiling's appearance is also quite outstanding. Coupled with her hair that is different from ordinary people, it will naturally become the focus of attention at some point. Xingbao, what are you doing here again? Zemo immediately took a step forward and drank at the young man with a look of disgust on his pretty face. The young man named Xingbao laughed and said in a leisurely manner, Junior Sister Z said something interesting. This is the site of my Senluo Palace, why can't I come? Oh, by the way, Junior Sister is no longer a disciple of Senluo Palace, so I should call you it's for the purple girl. As he spoke, his face was smug. A group of people behind him are full of teasing, a face of schadenfreude. Zemo's delicate body trembled slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "My royal insect lineage is only temporarily leaving the Zhenwu temple, and has not left the division. Miss Z still doesn't know that the palace master has ordered your royal worms to be expelled from the Zhenwu temple. Otherwise, why would your old ghost master bring you here to live? Since you're not a disciple of my Zhenwu temple, you can't continue to stay on the territory of Zhenwu temple. You should leave quickly. If you dare to stay, you will not be able to eat and walk around." Zemo's face was ashen. "Do you have to be so heartless? HMPH, it's not for my use, what do you want you to do?" Xingbao snorted, suddenly laughed again, and said, "But it's not without discussion, as long as you can persuade your old ghost master to join my father, you can return to Zhenwu temple again." Delusional. Zemo sneered contemptuously, "Want my master to belong to your father? Just dream." Xingbao slowly shook his head. "If you are obsessed, you will all pay the price." As he spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, "Bring me these two big warriors, and let Miss Z see what will happen if we offend us." With a single order, the people behind him quickly dispatched, and they rushed towards Yongkai and Xueling with a grinning smile. Due to some special reasons, Xingbao was reluctant to take action against people from Zemo's lineage, but Yongkai and Xueling looked like the warriors of the Big Han, so he naturally had no scruples. Yongkai shook his head helplessly. He had long seen that something was wrong in the Zhenwu temple, and he never asked Zemo what happened, because he was afraid that he would be involved in this right and wrong and delay time, but he didn't want to get into trouble before he left. Xueling turned his head and glanced at him, as if waiting for instructions. Yongkai looked up at the sky with an expression that had nothing to do with him. Xueling snorted, and she pointed forward with her hand, and blisters appeared strangely in front of those who rushed over. These blisters are only the size of a palm, but when those people's bodies touched these blisters, they suddenly swelled, cracked a gap, and caught those people directly in it. Those aggressive warriors were like cats falling into the water in an instant, struggling and squirming constantly, but they couldn't get rid of the shackles of the blisters, and they were all suspended in midair. Xueling stretched out his hand again, and the Xingbao was immediately covered by a blister. More than a dozen people, more than a dozen blisters, suspended in midair. No matter how hard they tried to burst out their true essence, they couldn't break the thin water film, and everyone was in a panic, full of horror. Zemo was stunned as she watched, as if she did not expect that this girl with unusual hair would have such a powerful strength. And the method is so secretive. "Bitch, let me out." Xingbao danced in midair, as if he had lost his focus, and shouted at Xueling, "If you dare to hurt me, you will die." "I don't know what it is." Xueling looked disgusted, but after all, this was on someone else's territory, and Xueling didn't want to go too far, just wanted to teach them a lesson. But I didn't think that Xingbao not only didn't appreciate it, but instead became more arrogant and arrogant. Seeing that Xueling did not kill, he suddenly calmed down and shouted, "I remember you, you dead girl, when I go out, I will definitely let my father go. Take you back and train me well, my father is the master of Zhenwu temple, you are waiting to be ravaged by Lao Su, ha 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 ha, eh?" Yongkai was astonished, looking at the criminal security guard like a fool, and asked Zemo softly, "What's wrong with this person? Is his head abnormal?" Zemo didn't respond and stared at Xueling blankly. Xueling finally got a real fire, and gave Xingbao a gloomy look, and with a small hand, the dozen or so blisters suddenly shrank. "Don't." Zemo was shocked and shouted quickly. "Touch touch." The sound of blisters bursting sounded one after another, and clusters of blood flowers bloomed like blooming roses. No bones left, all turned into minced meat and blood. Zemo's delicate body trembled. "What are you doing?" Yongkai came back to his senses and shouted angrily at Xueling, but he didn't expect that Xueling would suddenly attack. Shui Jing felt aggrieved. "They are rude, I will kill them." Yongkai rubbed his forehead and felt a headache. "What's wrong?" Xueling looked at Yongkai in confusion. "What's the big deal in killing a few people? You have killed so many people, are you still afraid of death?" "Death is no big deal, but this is on someone else's territory." Yongkai sighed, "It's troublesome." "Yes, it's troublesome." Zemo looked at Yongkai, speechless, thinking that he really can't have anything to do with this man. When this bastard came to Sky Wolf, he caused them such a big trouble. Yongkai shrugged his shoulders. "People can't be resurrected from the dead, condolences." A figure suddenly appeared in the air, staring coldly at the scene below, and then staring at Yongkai. "Little friend, can this old man use this sentence to dispel the anger of the Zhenwu palace?" "Probably not." Yang Kai chuckled. Master. Zemo shouted, I'm sorry, I didn't make it in time. The old man in the air raised his hand, shook his head and said, it's none of your business, it's the people they killed. While speaking, a majestic aura pressed downwards, with a strong killing intent and unkindness. Yang Kai took a step forward and looked at the old man with ease and fear. What should the seniors do? The old man wants to capture you and send them to the Zhenwu palace, so that the palace master can deal with them, so as not to be implicated in the lineage of my royal insects. The old man replied in a deep voice. Master, Zemo exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, the old man waved his hand and released a burst of energy, imprisoning Zemo in place, obviously not wanting her to interrupt. Zemo was in a hurry and kept winking at Yang Kai, signaling him to escape quickly. Her master, but a master of the transcendent realm, Yang Kai, a 6th-level immortal ascension boundary, could not resist. After listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It is only natural that the seniors would do this, but if the seniors feel that they have this ability, just let them go. He had a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't know how to write dead characters. The old man's expression froze, staring at Yang Kai deeply, not knowing why he was so calm and confident. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Interesting, the warriors over there are so arrogant. Quote. Not all. Yang Kai frowned. The old man suddenly restrained the killing intent, which made him a little puzzled. The old man said, well, if you kill them, the old man should capture you, but the old man suddenly doesn't want to do it anymore. The little friend is so arrogant, there should be some means. The old man wants to see, how can you escape the Zhenwu palace? The pursuit of the palace master. Saying this, he released Zemo's restraint and said loudly, Zemo, lead them to the wasteland, and tell them not to come to my Zhenwu hall in the future. After he finished speaking, he flickered and disappeared again. Zemo was free, and said with great joy, thank you, master. Chapter 612 Tracking Bugs. Zemo hurriedly led Yang Kai and Shui Ling out of the jungle, rushing towards the wasteland, as if afraid that his master would change his mind again. After half a day, her speed gradually slowed down, panting gently, looking at Yang Kai and Shui Ling with a helpless expression. You guys, hey. Your master is very interesting. Yang Kai chuckled. Master is not a person who does not discriminate between right and wrong. He is also very grateful that you shot and killed those people, so he will let you go. Grateful. Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't see it. He would let us go, but he also had his own considerations. What are you thinking about? Zemo was surprised. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and swiped on the back of his hand, where a wound quickly appeared. Blood gushed out. Yang Kai's eyes were fast, and a small thing was pinched out of the wound. Looking for a tracker. Zemo's expression changed drastically. He stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and suddenly reacted, as the master planted on you. What do you think? Yang Kai asked back, with a playful expression on his face. Zemo suddenly felt embarrassed. The ability to be elusive did not plant a tracker for Yang Kai, and only a master can do it, and this worm is not low level, and it looks like the master has cultivated it. Don't worry about it, your master did this because he really didn't want to kill us. After all, we are venturing out for your royal lineage, and I also have a life-saving grace for you. Second, I also want to leave some clues to calm the Zhenwu palace. The wrath of the Lord. Yang Kai analyzed it and seemed to have seen through Master Zemo's thoughts, and while speaking, he put the tracker bug back into his body. Zemo was dumbfounded. Why did you put it back? If I kill it, how will your master explain to the Lord of Zhenwu Temple? Yang Kai smiled. If I guessed correctly, this worm can locate my location, right? Well, the worms are male and female, and the ones planted on you are the females. With the help of the males, they can find you. Zemo nodded lightly. That male worm should be in the hands of the Lord of the Zhenwu Palace at this moment. After Yang Kai said a few words, he had already analyzed the current situation clearly, and Zemo had a look of admiration on his face. Aren't you afraid? Zemo stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. If he dares to come, I want him to come and go. It's crazy enough. Don't talk about this. What is the situation in your Zhenwu temple? Yang Kai finally couldn't help but ask. I pretended to be stupid and didn't ask, because I didn't want to get involved in trouble, but now that I'm already involved, I naturally want to know about it. Zemo took a breath and said, Zhenwu temple is the only superpower of Sirius, but there are 5 branches in the temple, like our royal insect branch is one of them, and it is also the weakest branch. In 2010, each of the 5 branches will have one person to fight for the position of the next Hall Master. This hall master is the father of Xingbao just now, Xingzong. He is also a person, but his desire for power is too strong. When he was full, he used some means to win over the support of the other 4 branches. My master was unwilling to compromise and wanted to follow the instructions of the ancestors. However, he was suppressed and excluded by Xingzong. The Vanes were pushed out of the Senluo palace and entered the mountain forest to live. Yang Kai nodded lightly, somewhat understanding the situation of Senluo temple. There are only 100 people in the royal insect lineage. Although there are experts in the transcendent realm, but facing the suppression and exclusion of the lord of the Senluo palace, I am afraid that they will not be able to survive, and they have to leave the sect. Although we have temporarily left the Senluo palace, away from the whirlpool of right and wrong, there is still no peace. The criminal security guard will bring people to trouble and put pressure on us. He wants us to compromise and submit to his father, but the master has not let go. No wonder you said that to me when I first came here. Yang Kairan. Zemo smiled slightly. I didn't know it was you who came here. I thought I hadn't seen you for all these years, so where did you die? After a pause, he sighed, that's the way it is. Yang Kai was silent and didn't say too much. If Zemo was a warrior of the Han dynasty, he could also send an invitation to her to go to the central capital. But she is from Heavenly Wolf, so it is inconvenient for Yang Kai to say this. Even if Zemo is willing to go to the central capital, her master will not go. Judging from his master's attitude of not compromising Xingzong, the old man was a stubborn person, and such a person would generally not be willing to leave his hometown and leave the land where he raised himself. Yang Kai is unwilling to intervene in the affairs of other people's sects. However, if others provoke him, Yang Kai will not be soft-hearted. At the same time, in the jungle 30 miles away from Senluo Hall, a majestic man who looked only 40 or 50 years old suddenly flew over this area. Looking at the piece of minced meat and blood below with trembling eyes, the big man's breath became disordered, and the violent real essence burst out fiercely, roaring, Lu Yun, get out. Palace Master, Lu Yun has been waiting for a long time. Zemo's master appeared strangely and greeted lightly. Who killed Xingbao? Xingzong shouted angrily, his breath fluctuating, obviously on the verge of an outbreak, looking at Lu Yun with a bad look, as if he would kill if he was not satisfied. The warriors of 2 big men. The warrior of the Han dynasty. Xingzong was furious, why did the warrior of the Han dynasty appear here? Did you collude with someone, which is not good for my child? The hall master is joking. If I wanted to do something, Xingbao would have died many times. It's just because of the face of the hall master that the old man has always tolerated his presumptuousness. Lu Yun snorted coldly, not afraid of Xingzong at all. Xingzong's anger subsided slightly, but he was unwilling to give up, and shouted, what's going on? Lu Yun briefly recounted what had happened before, and then said, I didn't expect that the 2 would kill them when they said they would kill them. It's too late to stop them. Then where are they now? Xingzong asked, have you been caught by you, waiting for me to deal with it? Lu Yun slowly shook his head, they escaped. Xingzong saw one place, and his breath became dangerous again, with you here, they can still escape. Didn't you let them leave? It can be said that, after all, I have no grievances with them, so I don't need to do anything to them. Lu Yun nodded calmly. Xingzong's anger finally erupted, and his threatening aura pressed him over. Sen Leng said, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter today, I will destroy your line of imperial insects. Lu Yun sneered. The old man just thought that such a big matter of killing his son should be solved by the palace master himself, so the old man did not overstep the table. While speaking, he took out a small bug and said, the hall master should recognize what this bug is. Tracker bugs. Xingzong's eyes lit up. That's right. Lu Yun nodded lightly, it's the tracker bug. The old man has a male bug, and the female bug has already been planted on the body of the person who killed the prison guard. Relying on this male bug, the hall master should be able to find it easily, to their trail. Give it to me. Xingzong hurriedly stretched out his hand. Lu Yun slowly shook his head. It's not impossible to want a male worm, but the old man has conditions. Do you dare to negotiate with me? Xingzong laughed angrily, you think I can't find that person without a tracer? It's ridiculous, as long as he's still in Sirius, I'll be able to find him in less than a day. If the palace master knew where they went, you wouldn't think so. Lu Yun also sneered again and again. Xingzong frowned and asked in a deep voice, where did they go? Wasteland. Xingzong looked startled, took a deep breath, and said, what conditions do you have, let's hear it. Wasteland, even Xingzong can't guarantee that he can find 1 or 2 people in it. The energy there is too disordered and too dangerous. Can't get out. The royal worm lineage has returned to the Senluo Palace, and after 10 years, the Hall Master will change things, and it will be done according to the ancestral instructions. If the Hall Master does not agree, the old man will destroy this male worm now. You dare! Xingzong roared furiously. Lu Yun sneered, the real essence in his hand was unsteady, neither impatient nor impatient, with a posture that determined Xingzong. After a while, Xingzong nodded his head. I promise you, as long as I can avenge the murder of my son, everything is up to you. I hope the Hall Master won't break his promise. Lu Yun frowned. Although he didn't trust Xingzong, he had no choice but to throw the male worm away. Xingzong took it, snorted coldly, and galloped in the direction of the wasteland. 2 days later, outside the wasteland, Yongkai and his party stopped. Looking at the lifeless and depressed scene in front of him, it seemed that even the earth could not survive. Yongkai and Xueling were a little surprised. The land in front of this place has a very strange aura, no wonder it has become a forbidden land for Sirius. It's here. Zemo's face was a little frightened, and he didn't want to go into it. Thank you. Yongkai nodded lightly. After these 2 days, Zemo also told Yongkai a lot of information about the wasteland, which made him a little prepared. You really want to go in? Zemo looked at Yongkai hesitantly, wondering what he was going to do in the wasteland. Of course I'm going in. Then I'll wait for you to come out. Zemo sighed, no longer discouraged. No need. Yongkai shook his head. This time, I'm afraid we won't meet again in the future, and we won't come out again. You can go back to Senluo Palace. Zemo was stunned. Go back and tell your master, if you dare to plot against me next time, even if he is your master, I will kill him. Yongkai grinned, his face full of evil spirits, and while laughing, he led Xueling into the wasteland. Zemo was lost, and after a while, he shouted, Yongkai, be careful, don't die. Yongkai didn't look back, just raised his hand and shook it. Soon, the figures of him and Xueling disappeared from Zemo's field of vision. For no reason, Z Unfamiliar felt a sense of loss. Actually speaking, her friendship with Yongkai is not too deep. After getting along for a while in a different place, Yongkai's various performances made her look at her with admiration. This time, when we meet again, Yongkai's shock to her is even greater. Unknowingly, this bastard has the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Perhaps she has never seen such an outstanding man before. Yongkai's departure made her feel a little regretful. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network. Give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 613 Wasteland. No grass grows, there is no breath of life, it seems like an endless depression, the wind is blowing, the gravel is flying, and nothing can be seen within 10 feet. This is Wasteland. Stepping into it, Yongkai couldn't help but secretly became vigilant. According to Zemo, the energy in the wasteland was strange, and maybe a disaster would suddenly erupt at any time. And affected by the harsh environment, if the sense of direction is insufficient, it is very likely to get lost in it. Every year, a large number of warriors who are trying to find opportunities in it go missing, and there are no dead or dead. Zemo didn't know much about how the wasteland came into being. He only knew that this place suddenly became like this 200 years ago. The area where the wasteland originally existed is not so desolate and depressing, and although it is not too rich, at least there are flowers, plants, birds and trees, and traces of human activities. But a mutation more than 200 years ago caused the entire wasteland to appear strangely. Zemo didn't know the origin of the wasteland, but Yongkai knew it. This Heavenly Wolf's forbidden place was actually created because of Meng Wuya. Shopkeeper Meng passed a message to Yongkai at the last moment when he went to Tongshuan continent through Void Fudao. Informed him of the route and method to go to Tongshuan continent. It was because of Meng Wuya's instructions that Yongkai came here. If it wasn't for Meng Wuya, Yongkai wouldn't know that in this wasteland, there is a hidden corner of the void. As long as you can find it, you can lead to another world. When Meng Wuya came from Tongshuan continent, he came to the place where the wasteland was. In order to protect that empty corner, he used his methods to create such a forbidden place. With the passage of time, this forbidden place became more and more dangerous, beyond the control of Meng Wuya, and gradually developed into the scale it is today. 200 years ago, Meng Wuya came to this world through Void Fudao. How old was the shopkeeper Pai Meng? Yongkai recalled the message he sent to himself with a strange expression. Shopkeeper Meng is really mysterious enough. Yongkai thought that he knew him enough, but now it seems that his understanding of him is only half a claw. Yang Kai even believes that the transcendent three-layer is not Meng Wuya's true cultivation. This old guy. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling followed Yang Kai step by step. Xing already had the cultivation base of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but here, she still had a very unsafe feeling, and did not dare to leave Yang Kai too far, for fear of being separated from him. After walking not too far, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and listened, his expression changed, and he pulled Shui Ling and rushed forward. Only after rushing out a few dozen feet, there was a gust of wind whistling from behind. Shui Ling turned his head to look, and couldn't help but turn pale, and saw that behind, there were faint tornadoes that went straight to the sky. A wave of energy fluctuations that make people palpitate and panic. Follow up, Yang Kai urged in a deep voice, the energy here is very chaotic, and if you are not careful, you may die. Shui Ling's face was pale, and he nodded his head, and asked a little puzzled, this place is so dangerous, and there are no geniuses and treasures, but why does the girl surnamed Z say that there are still many strong people in their heavenly wolf who will come here to find opportunities? Because these chaotic energies are actually the expression of one-shot martial arts. Yang Kai explained casually. Is it a trick? Shui Ling was stunned. Well, many years ago, in order to protect a secret, someone released a large number of high-end martial arts in this area, and the destructive power of these martial arts was preserved for a long time by him using a special method, although with the passage of time over time, these martial arts have dissipated, and the energy has become chaotic, but the energy contains the artistic conception and mystery created by a top master. If you can understand the artistic conception and mystery contained in these energies, you may learn it. A martial skill, you say, those strong people won't be tempted. Who is so powerful? Shui Ling was moved. It is impossible to preserve the destructive power of martial arts for many years, right? Why is it impossible? You have seen that person. Yang Kai smiled. Who is it? Shui Ling was even more puzzled. Yang Kai didn't answer. Shui Ling asked a few times, and couldn't help but pouted. It really is a lie. You have been a big man, how can you know the secrets here? That girl Z doesn't know this. But aside from this explanation, Shui Ling couldn't think of any benefits, attracting the powerhouses of Sirius to risk their lives to come here to find opportunities. As Yang Kai walked all the way, the two of them would encounter a violent energy attack almost every hour, with all kinds of attributes. Fortunately, Yang Kai's alertness is quite outstanding, and he can always detect some abnormalities at the most critical time, leading Shui Ling to avoid dangerous areas. After walking inward like this for 2 or 3 days, Shui Ling was tossed and turned ashen, as dirty as a little beggar, and her pale blue hair was no longer smooth and flowing but was placed on her shoulders in a sloppy manner. And the deeper you go, the more danger you will encounter, and the more chaotic energy you will encounter. Shui Ling is extremely helpless. Although he doesn't know where Yang Kai's goal is, he follows him quite meekly, not in a hurry. Don't be impatient. She knew that Yang Kai would definitely lead her on the road home. At the same time, another aspect of the wasteland. More than a dozen masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary are chasing a group of shining light balls. The light balls flicker and wreak havoc in the wasteland irregularly, with astonishing power. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension boundaries shouted loudly one by one, and under the arrangement of the leader, they scattered from left to right in a pinch attack, trying to stop the ball of light in order to spy on the mystery. After a lot of hard work, just when he was about to succeed, a figure suddenly attacked from a distance, and the man fell in front of everyone with a violent and dangerous aura. The ground shook violently. Who? The leader shouted angrily. Xingzong. The visitor reported his name, his voice was low, and he seemed to be suppressing the anger in his heart. Everyone could hear that he was a little unhappy. Xingzong. The big man in the lead changed his face when he heard the words, and hurriedly stepped forward. After seeing the face of the person who came, he immediately became respectful, clasped his fists and said, sure enough, he is the Lord of Xingdian of Senluo Temple. Senluo Palace is the only superpower of Sirius, and the status of the Lord of Senluo Palace in Sirius is unparalleled. Although these people were all prominent figures in the power of the Heavenly Wolf, they could not help but lower their stance in the face of Xingzong and came forward to pay their respects. Xingzong nodded lightly. The leading big man smiled and said suspiciously, could it be that the Lord of the Palace of Punishment also came to the wasteland to find opportunities? Xingzong snorted coldly. I don't have that spare time. Why did the Lord of the Punishment Hall come? The big man was puzzled. The wasteland is not a good place. Since it is not an opportunity, what are you doing here? My son was killed by 2 big Han warriors. Since you are here, have you seen those 2 people before? Xingzong asked sharply. The big man suddenly changed color when he heard the words. The young palace master was killed, but he is still a warrior of the Big Han. The other powerhouses were also suddenly indignant. Although the reputation of the Zhenwu temple is not very good among the Heavenly Wolf, the son of the palace master was actually killed by 2 Big Han warriors, which raised the problem to another level. A warrior in any place will have a feeling of sympathy when facing an enemy in another place. I haven't seen them before, but if you dare to enter here, you must have some skills. The big man muttered. How dare someone who is incompetent enter the wasteland to seek death? Prince Hall Master, do you want me to wait for help? Xingzong pondered after hearing the words, nodded and said, all right, I can find their traces, you come with me, if those 2 want to escape, help me to stop them. It's my honor to be able to serve the Lord of Xing Palace. The big man shouted, and he didn't care about the ball of light that generated electricity. He hurriedly greeted the others and followed Xingzong forward. At this time, selling Xingzong's favor and doing him a little favor will always be beneficial in the future. After flying not too far, I encountered another group of warriors from the Heavenly Wolf. The number of these people was small, only 4 or 5. After listening to Xingzong's words, they immediately expressed their willingness to contribute. Coming together, a transcendent realm, more than 20 immortal ascension realm powerhouses, aggressive, quickly approached Yongkai and Shuiling. There is a tracker to lead the way, Xingzong does not have to worry about whether he will not find Yongkai. The characteristics of male and female twins allow males to accurately find females no matter how harsh the environment is. Yongkai and Shuiling were still walking into the depths of the wasteland, neither fast nor slow, and seemed unaware of the chasing troops behind them and the imminent danger. I don't know how long it took, when a group of deep darkness suddenly appeared in front of him, Yongkai let out a light breath, showing a look of joy on his face. The message that shopkeeper Meng conveyed at the end was too hasty. Although there were some points, Yongkai was still afraid of losing his way in the wasteland. Now that he saw this darkness, he felt relieved. To the place. Inside, there is a void road, and passing through the void road is Tongshuan continent. Yongkai, I have a bad feeling. Shuiling's tender body shivered, staring at the front, and somehow, an aura of death came to her face. It seemed that as long as she dared to set foot there, she would die without a place to be buried. It's not very good. Yongkai nodded lightly, but he said otherwise, suddenly turned around, narrowed his eyes and looked behind him. There, one after another silhouette was looming and invisible, and the 2 sides were only about 100 feet apart, but those people stopped and seemed to be afraid to approach here. Shuiling exclaimed, not expecting to meet some people at this critical juncture, and judging from the breath of those people, it was also a bad intention. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 614 First Way. I have a cold and feel exhausted. 100 meters away from Yongkai and Shuiling, more than 20 immortal ascension boundaries and Xingzong stopped, looking at the front with dignified expressions, and there was deep fear in the depths of their eyes. Master of the Xing Palace, there is an absolute death zone in the wasteland, do we really want to go in? The big man before asked in horror. The so-called absolute death zone is that once they get close to that place, no matter who they are, they will not leave alive. Even the transcendent realm masters are like this. Back then, there was an extraordinary jealous master of Sirius who tried to find the secrets hidden in the wasteland, and he fell near here. When the news spread, the whole Sirius shook. Since then, this piece of land with a radius of 100 meters has been called Absolute Death Zone. Anyone who comes to the wasteland to find opportunities will avoid this area far away. They didn't expect that the 2 big Han warriors they were chasing actually ran here, which immediately made them a little embarrassed. Xingzong was also a little hesitant. He could not help but be careful. After a while, his expression suddenly became firm. What are you afraid of? Since they are safe and sound, the rumors are not true. If you don't have the courage, just watch from the outside. The mere 2 big warriors, I can solve it easily. Them. The reason why Xingzong brought these 20 people over on the road was because Xingzong was afraid of what would happen. Although he was in the supernatural realm, it would not take much to deal with the 2 big Han warriors, but in the wasteland, everything could not be used. Common sense measures, how good people do things. Saying this, he walked inward with a look of rage and hatred on his face. The 20 or so people hesitated and followed. The distance of hundreds of feet was quickly shortened. When Xingzong walked 5 feet in front of Yongkai and saw the faces of him and Shuiling, he couldn't help but be startled. It seems that I didn't expect the 2 big Han warriors I chased to be so young. Palace Master of Senluo Palace. Yang Kai tilted his head, and asked a question casually with an expression of ignorance. Xingzong snorted coldly, the muscles on his face twitched, and his eyes were red. If you can recognize my identity, you should be the murderer of my child, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It wasn't me, she killed it. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Shui Ling. Shui Ling stood tall and puffed up with a daring look, without the slightest timidity, hiding behind Yang Kai's fox and tiger power. She didn't know why Yang Kai was not afraid at all when facing a transcendent realm, but it was because of this calmness that Shui Ling realized that Yang Kai had some reliance. Xingzong's eyes narrowed, and those terrifying eyes stared at Shui Ling with a ferocious expression. No matter who moved your hand, you must pay the price today. Yang Kai looked at him with a good time. He chuckled. I don't know what price the punishment hall will pay us. Killing for life. Only your blood and soul can comfort my son's spirit in heaven. Can't we discuss it properly? Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, although I don't like your son, I don't have the heart to kill him, but this female companion on my side is a grumpy temper, and your son is flirting with words. She, being killed by her one move, is also self-defeating. Bastard, Xingzong roared, interrupting Yang Kai's explanation. Just because she molested her, I want my son to pay the price of his life. If I don't kill him, then it's not just the fate of being molested. You should know what your son's virtue is. Shui Ling hummed. Xingzong took a deep breath and looked at Shui Ling up and down. From the dusty servant's face, he could also see a hint of beauty in beauty. He immediately understood that Xingbao was not without reason to molest her. So, it's my son's fault first. Not bad, Shui Ling nodded. Okay, then I'll give you a chance to choose how to die. A group of strong men behind Xingzong suddenly laughed, looked at Yang Kai and Shui Ling playfully, and shook their heads secretly, thinking that these two big Han warriors are really blind. It is not good to kill anyone, and they actually killed the master of the Xing Palace. Son, you deserve this misfortune. Then there is nothing to talk about. Yang Kai shook his head in distress. I came to Heavenly Wolf, and I just passed by. In fact, I don't want to have any conflict with your Heavenly Wolf people, and I don't want to kill people. You still want to kill? Xingzong heard the words, looked at Yang Kai like a fool, and snorted, you don't have this chance. After today, you are a dead corpse, and you will never want to kill again. Yang Kai grinned, and suddenly, a huge and unparalleled bone shield appeared in front of him. The bone shield was the size of several houses. Shocking energy fluctuations emanated from his mouth. Go all the way. Yang Kai shook his hand at the group of Tinlong people across the bone shield. Xingzong and the 20 or so immortal ascension boundaries suddenly gave birth to an extremely uneasy thriller. As soon as the thought came up, the beast's mouth suddenly erupted with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye slammed out of the beast's mouth, which contained a huge power of the void, shot thousands of feet straight, and knocked out a vacuum zone in the wasteland. At this distance of thousands of meters, everything was shattered in an instant, and was cut into countless pieces of fine powder by the power of the void. Sirius and all the experts in the Immortal Ascension boundary didn't even have time to react, so they turned into powder. Xingzong was the only one who was superior in skill and tried his best to resist for a moment, but he couldn't resist the constant onslaught and died screaming. Shui Ling was stunned. Although she knew that Yang Kai was relying on him to be so calm, she did not expect his support to be so cruel. As a result, before she recovered, all the enemies died, including the Transcendent Realm Masters. Shui Ling never thought that a super-level master would have such a vulnerable time. Bunch of divine consciousness energy was pulled by the attraction in Yang Kai's consciousness sea, and flew into his mind, silently. The huge and incomparable bone shield in his hand quickly shrank back to its original size after this explosion. Click, countless gaps quickly cracked open on the bone shield. Yang Kai frowned when he saw it, and quickly put it away. Last time, when I used the bone shield to resist the energy in the void Dao in the underground of Zongdu, the bone shield was slightly damaged. This time, the damage to the bone shield was even more serious. If you don't look for a master refiner to repair it, it probably won't work anymore. The surrounding chaotic energy suddenly changed slightly. It seemed that the blow just now caused some kind of change, and a feeling of unease came over. Yang Kai and Shui Ling looked back and their faces changed greatly. I saw that in the direction of the deep darkness, the suppressed energy was about to explode. Follow me. Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly swept over there. Shui Ling hurriedly followed. On the way to the deep darkness, Yang Kai constantly swayed his true essence, allowing his true essence to impact the surroundings in a special way and rhythm. This is the method that Meng Wuya conveyed at the last moment to tell Yang Kai. Only by using this method can we break through this last defense and reach the position where Void Fudao exists. If you rush in without knowing the method, you will only be killed by the martial arts that contain artistic conception and secrets. It really worked, the chaotic energy was raging, but under Yang Kai's technique, everything he passed was peaceful and there was no danger. After crossing the sea of AAAA fire, crossing the ice, crossing the power grid, and after all kinds of obstacles, Yang Kai finally arrived at the dark front with Shui Ling. He stretched out his hand and pushed it forward, and the real essence poured in fiercely. The deep darkness suddenly opened, and a palpitating sense of emptiness was conveyed. The way home, Shui Ling's eyes lit up, and he couldn't be more excited. Go in, Yang Kai reached out and pulled her, throwing her into the void, and the next moment, he also rushed in. There was darkness all around, and the chaos of nothingness was wrapped around him, as if the heaven and the earth had not opened, and the sun and the moon were not separated. The unbearable weightlessness came over, calm like Yang Kai, and also felt a palpitating feeling at a loss. A small hand touched in the darkness and tightly grasped Yang Kai's hand, it was Shui Ling. She was also nervous and afraid, and unconsciously wanted to find some support from Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently squeezed the palm of her hand and comforted a little. This time, the feeling of passing through the void Pudao is different from the past. In the past, it was only transmitted in the Dayan region, and the distance was not too far, but this time it was to a foreign land. It kept falling, and it seemed to never end. I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his eyes brightened, the darkness disappeared, replaced by a blue sky, and a clear fragrance of soil between his nose and mouth. Clap. The two rolled to the ground one after another, and the muddy water on the ground made Yang Kai and Shui Ling look ashamed. The two hurriedly stood up and looked around. Underfoot is a muddy swamp, surrounded by some small trees, and occasionally some strangely shaped beasts shuttle back and forth in the swamp. There is no danger, but Yang Kai's expression is a little strange. Because the heaven and earth here is extremely rich in spiritual energy, compared to the central capital after the Great Change, it is even worse. When you are in this place, all the hundreds of millions of pores in your body are opened, and the true yang art is humming and running, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Ha ha, Shui Ling froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. I'm back, I'm finally back. This is Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Shui Ling nodded excitedly, and the muddy water on her hair was scattered, dirty and sloppy, but she seemed to have no idea, but rushed over and gave Yang Kai a hug, choked. Thank you for bringing me back. Yang Kai's mood was ups and downs, looking up at the blue sky, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tongshuan continent is finally here. Su Yan and the little senior sister should also be watching this piece of sky, and they should also set foot in this piece of land. There are also Dream Shopkeeper and Earth Demon. Living together under the same sky, there will be a moment to find them. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his excitement quickly calmed down. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 615 Red Blood True Orchid. In the quagmire, Shui Ling did not care about his scruffy image at the moment, dancing and dancing with excitement. It seems that she was infected by her happiness, and even Yang Kai's mood gradually became clear. As soon as his mood relaxed, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was not right, because his body felt a lightness that he had never felt before, and it seemed that the shackles that had been attached to his body suddenly disappeared. The operation speed of the true yang art was 1 point faster, and the energy of the whole body was floating, and the meridians in the flesh and blood of the whole body were excited. Shui Ling. Yang Kai frowned and shouted. What's the matter? Shui Ling stopped dancing and looked at him curiously. I'm going to break through. Shui Ling couldn't help covering her small mouth and said in surprise, now. Yang Kai said, and sat down cross-legged. Shui Ling thought for a while, then clapped his hands and said, yes, there is a layer of restraint in your place, which imprisoned the development of your warriors. After coming to Tongshuan continent, this layer of restraint disappeared, probably because of this reason, it was created. You have the opportunity to break through, but here is a sudden. It's a little inappropriate. Now that the two have just come here, they don't even know where this place is. They don't even know if there are any dangerous people or powerful monsters around. If they are disturbed during the breakthrough process, then not kidding. Can you hold back? Shui Ling suggested. Yang Kai tried his best to open his eyes, rolled her eyes, closed his eyes again, and calmed down. When I didn't say it. Shui Ling smiled bitterly. Breaking through this kind of thing is impossible to find, not that you can hold back. In desperation, Shui Ling could only let go of his consciousness and scout nearby to see if there was any potential danger. After some investigation, there was no abnormality within a radius of 10 miles. Shui Ling couldn't help but let go of his heart and waited quietly. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's breakthrough, he observed the situation here by the way and determined the location of the two of them. More than a dozen kilometers away from where Yang Kai and Shui Ling were, there was a small group of people quietly lurking behind a grass. There are not many of these people, only 7 or 8. They are all warriors of the immortal travel realm. The leader is a bright and beautiful woman. This woman is dressed as a young woman. She looks like a ripe peach, with full breasts and a figure plump, with bright eyes and white teeth. He was wearing a light blue shirt with a slit under his skirt, revealing his long, white thighs. This silver shape is convenient for her to move, but in the movement, the beauty between the legs is vaguely visible. This seductive spring light made the group of men who accompanied her a little dry. The men behind her all stared at her snow-white skin exposed to the air, and the very round and rounded ones. The buttocks, this seductive shape and posture make people's blood flow, and they can't contain their inner desires. However, due to the status of this woman, many men only dared to look at it secretly and did not dare to have any evil intentions. The woman dressed as a young woman seemed to enjoy the gaze from her back. Not only did she not show the slightest restraint, but instead she had a calm smile on her face. Your breathing is too heavy, so calm down a bit, or else you will be scared and run away and ask you guys. Suddenly, the woman gave a light warning. The people behind them were embarrassed for a while, and nodded, not daring to spy on her wonderful figure. Do you know what our goal is this time? The woman dressed as a young woman asked softly again. Everyone nodded in unison. It's good to know. The young woman expressed satisfaction, nodded and said, Scarlet-blooded true orchid is a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, and it has its own consciousness, so don't underestimate it. According to the information I have obtained, this red-blooded true orchid has already given birth. With 7 leaves, it is a heaven and earth spirit with 1,000 years of age, and its value is precious. As long as we can get it, the benefits will naturally be indispensable. One of the big bearded men laughed lowly. Miss, if this happens, what rewards can we get? 20 spar per person, the young woman replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became heavy, as if 20 spar stones were a considerable amount of wealth for them. In an instant, everyone was in high spirits, and there was no more figure of the beautiful young woman in their eyes. Instead, they all held their breaths and waited for the appearance of the red-blooded true orchid. It's coming, the young woman whispered. Every month, it will come out to get some sunshine, and today is the day it will appear. It doesn't take long for you to get your wish. Don't worry, miss, the restrictions and traps we have set are enough to capture it. As long as it dares to appear, it will not be able to escape. The bearded man smiled confidently. This is the best. The young master of Lengya Blessed Land is injured and urgently needs this red-blooded true orchid to heal his wounds. You should also know how much benefits it will bring if we can have a good relationship with Lengya Blessed Land. The young woman he took a deep breath, his chest ripped and his clothes were about to come out, eye-catching. Everyone nodded solemnly. Although the power of the Independent Proud League is good, there is a lack of masters in the alliance, so it is not considered by other forces to the outside world, and Lengya Blessed Land is a well-known power. If you can make friendship with Lengya Blessed Land because of this incident, you will be able to treat independence. The development of Aomung is quite favorable. Come out. At this moment, someone next to him shouted softly. Everyone's spirits were shocked, and they all raised their eyes and looked over there. In a swamp over there, a faint red light appeared in the turbid mud water. As time passed and everyone waited anxiously, the red light became brighter and clearer. Gradually, a strange orchid with 7 red leaves, whole body like blood and distinct meridians emerged from the mud. Everyone's breathing was suddenly rapid, and their eyes were staring at this 1,000-year-old red-blooded true orchid. There was a pounding heartbeat in everyone's chest, but they were firmly suppressed by them. After a while, the red-blooded true orchid gradually revealed its full picture. Although it is a plant, it is a spiritual creature of heaven and earth. It has its own consciousness and thinking, and can also detect danger and make actions and reactions to avoid danger on its own. Miss, the bearded man couldn't hold back the eagerness in his heart and shouted softly. Wait, the young woman said solemnly, it's quite cunning, and this appearance is just a test. Sure enough, as soon as the young woman's voice fell, the red-blooded true orchid suddenly sank into the swamp and disappeared. As time passed, it was still not seen that it meant to continue to emerge, and everyone was suspicious, wondering if the whereabouts of their own people were exposed, causing it to become alert. Only the young woman had a confident expression on her face. About half an hour later, a bright red light lit up again in the quagmire, and after a while, the red-blooded true orchid finally showed up for the second time. But this time, it got out of the quagmire and came to the grass next to it, where it took root, with all 7 leaves open, absorbing the scorching sun. Do it, the young woman shouted in a low voice. Now is the best opportunity to do it, and it is also the time when Kai Blood Junlin is the most relaxed. As soon as the bearded man heard the order, his hands quickly moved, and mysterious energies shot out, moving the traps and restrictions they had set up before. But before these traps and restrictions could play their role, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly came from a dozen miles away. The young woman didn't hesitate, her delicate body turned into a stream of light, and quickly rushed out, aiming directly at the red-blooded true orchid. It was still too late. When I noticed this energy fluctuation, the red-blooded true orchid had already disappeared into the swamp again. A group of people came up slowly, and everyone looked disappointed. 20 spar just passed him by, and no one would be in a good mood. How come there are still people here? The young woman was annoyed and turned to look at the bearded man. Didn't you say that everyone within a radius of 50 miles has been dispersed? In order to get the scarlet blood true orchid smoothly this time, the Independent Proud Alliance started preparations a month ago, and listed this area of 50 kilometers as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to set foot on it. Before the action, this group of people also checked the surrounding area, and they did not find any outsiders, but now, the energy fluctuation is clearly the movement when someone was promoted. The bearded man opened his mouth, his face flushed with blush, and he solemnly said, "We are the ones who disperse people from a radius of 50 miles. Then what's going on now?" The young woman scolded, "We have promised Langya paradise, and we will send them the scarlet blood orchid in half a month. Now what do you want me to bring?" The bearded man was speechless and said, "Let's try again." Try. The young woman sneered again and again, "Scarlet-blooded real orchid has already escaped into the muddy swamp. After this shock, it won't appear for at least half a year. How to try? Are you going to look for it?" Everyone was trained to be bloody, but they did not dare to refute, and their faces were extremely ugly. The young woman was breathing heavily, and it seemed that she was really angry. Seeing that victory was in sight, such a change suddenly occurred, and the fruit of victory slipped away from her fingertips, and the young woman was naturally furious. Standing in the same place, thinking for a while with a sullen face, the young woman turned and walked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, and said with a sneer, "Come with me, I want to see who ruined my good deeds. I'll kill him if I find him." The bearded man quickly expressed his anger. The young woman cut him a savage glance, making him silent for a while. A dozen miles away, Yang Kai clenched his fist lightly, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. The Immortal Ascension boundary is on the 7th floor, and after coming to this world, without the unlocking of heaven and earth, I broke through the 1st floor in an instant, and all the absorbed divine energy in the sea of AAAA knowledge has also been absorbed, and I have gained a lot of benefits. Congratulations. Shui Ling walked over from not far away with a smile and opened his mouth to congratulate. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 616 Where did they offend them? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. The 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, this cultivation base is probably not bad for Dayan, but after coming to Tongshuan continent and knowing the mystery of transcendence, Yang Kai dared not think so. This kind of cultivation is still somewhat weak in the face of the transcendent realm. You must improve your strength as soon as possible, in order to make a difference in this vast and magnificent world, and to find Su Yan and the little senior sister. Without strength, it is not safe to go anywhere. Have you found out where this place is? Yang Kai asked. When he was breaking through, Shui Ling also checked the terrain nearby, trying to confirm the current position. Hearing this, Shui Ling shook his head sadly. Although this swamp is a bit special, there are also many swamps in Tongshuan continent. I don't know exactly where they are, but it should be on human territory. Human site. Hearing her say that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Oh, I forgot to tell you that in Tongshuan continent, there are not only humans but also demon race and monster race. These two races are powerful races that stand on 3 pillars with us humans. The place where human beings are active is called human territory. The demons are in the demon border, the demons are in the demonic realm, and there is a neutral zone in the middle. Besides these three major races, there are many strange races, you will know later. Shui Ling explained a few words casually. I didn't want to go too deep into the sentence. After all, these are common sense. As long as Yang Kai continues to live here, he will slowly understand. Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling smiled and explained one more sentence. Isn't there a 7th order monster beast spider mother over there? If it can be transformed into a human form, then it is a part of the monster clan, but it needs to be transformed from the transformation pool. Strength, that is the treasure of the demon clan. Don't make a fuss, here you will see a lot of things that you never thought about before. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It's so strange that I see it rarely. Suddenly I remembered another thing, and asked in a deep voice, have you heard of the name Demon General Meng Jie? When Shui Ling heard the words, her complexion changed greatly. Do you know about him? There really is this person. Yang Kai was surprised. He just asked casually, but looking at Shui Ling's reaction, this person should be a very remarkable person. Back then, when Yang Kai was training in the Fierce Evil Cave in the Kenyan Evil Land, there was a change in the Fierce Evil Cave. Killing 2 people in an instant, injuring 2 people. In the end, Yang Kai still used the magic chain to destroy that powerful existence. At the juncture of death, he said that he was a distraction from the demon general Meng Jie, and also warned Yang Kai to be careful. He remembered Yang Kai's breathed. Yang Kai has never figured out what kind of identity the demon general is. Now, when he hears Shui Ling talking about the demon race and the demon race, he suddenly thinks of it. He is not a human, he is a strong man of the demon race. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai with a terrified look on his face, and smiled bitterly. You are really strange, how can you know the world that has been there all the time? Demon General Mungos. Yang Kai simply explained what happened in the Fierce Evil Cave. Shui Ling's face was pale, and he looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. You actually heard him a bit of distraction. If you hear his name in the future, you must avoid it. This demon powerhouse, you can't mess with it at all. Rise. How powerful is he? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. According to what you said, his distraction almost has the cultivation level of the supernatural realm. His real body is the top powerhouse of the Holy Realm. I don't know how many levels of the Holy Realm, but many people led it. The strong are afraid of him. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the person he offended was such a big man, and nodded lightly, I know. As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold, and he quickly got up and looked aside. Shui Ling also frowned and followed his gaze. Over there, the auras of some immortal ascension boundary warriors are rapidly approaching. Although they have tried their best to hide, they cannot hide from Yang Kai's perception. And judging from the direction of their movements, they were staring at the 2 of them. I have a chance to figure out where this place is. Yang Kai squeezed his eyelids at Shui Ling, and Shui Ling smiled knowingly, with a calm demeanor. She found that following Yang Kai, her courage seemed to have grown a lot. If this situation had been placed before, she would definitely leave here quickly to avoid any trouble. After a while, the figures of 7 or 8 people were printed into Yang Kai's eyes. The leader was a woman dressed in. She had a mature body, quite a taste, full asterisk, slender asterisk, and a light blue slit. The robes will perfectly set off the wonderful figure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his expression became playful. When I came to Tongshuan continent, the first thing I saw was a beautiful asterisk, which was a surprise. The looked gloomy and looked a little unhappy. The 6 or 7 people behind her were also aggressive and looked unkind. After seeing Yang Kai and Shui Ling, they immediately released their anger. The bad attitude of this group of people made Yang Kai a little puzzled, and he didn't know where he offended them. However, the art master was bold and stood silently in the same place. That led a group of people quickly to a dozen feet in front of him, looking at him and Shui Ling coldly, with an angry face. Who are you guys and why are you here? Couldn't help but asked coldly. Travelers passing by. Yang Kai replied casually, I accidentally strayed into this swamp and lost my way. Where is this place? You ask me where is this place? That was even more angry. How dare you ask me where is this place? Well, because we really can't find the way out. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When he and Shui Ling came over from Heavenly Wolf, they suffered a lot in the wasteland and fell into this swamp. At that time, the muddy water rolled all over again, and now it looks extremely sloppy, but it also looks like a lost face. If it's convenient, can you tell us? Yang Kai smiled pleasantly and continued to ask, revealing a mouth of white teeth, which seemed harmless to humans and animals. Convenient, why is it inconvenient? The sneered and waved. Ji Hong, arrest them both for me. If you can't get the red blood true orchid, take them to cross. Yes, miss. The bearded man heard the words, and he was about to start immediately with the others. Wait, Yang Kai raised his hand to signal, although he could see the hostility of this group of people, but after all, Yang Kai didn't want to easily provoke trouble. This group of people all have the cultivation of the immortal ascension boundary, and they are together. Acting together, it seems that they are warriors of a powerful force. It is easy to kill them, so getting into some trouble is not worth the gain. Moreover, the 3 words of the also made Yang Kai extremely confused. Yang Kai felt wronged by being targeted by them in such a confused way. What scarlet blood true orchid? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Heaven and earth spirits. Shui Ling was very knowledgeable, and he solved the mystery in one sentence. Yes, it's a heaven and earth spirit, and it's a 7-leaf red-blooded real orchid with 1,000 years of medicinal age. Drank coldly, nodding her head. What does it have to do with us? We haven't seen this heaven and earth spirit. Yang Kai defended, thinking that these people would not think that they robbed their treasures. I didn't say you saw it. Ha ha, laughed, and suddenly felt that it was a bit wrong to just say that they were arrested, and asked patiently, I ask you, it was just the 2 of you, here. Break through your own bottleneck and get promoted, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Yang Kai was a little impatient. This looked gorgeous, and the words he said were topsy-turvy, with no point, making him more confused the more he listened. The movement made during the promotion was too obvious, and Yang Kai didn't want to hide it, so he naturally admitted it. That's right, because of the movement you made from your promotion, that scarlet-blooded true orchid was scared away, and our efforts for more than a month were in vain. You say, is it your fault? Yang Kai was stunned, and looked at Shui Ling, feeling a little helpless. Combining the words spoken before and after, Yang Kai quickly realized what was going on in front of him. He has also seen the spirits of heaven and earth. Yin-Yang Demon Ginseng and Jui Ning Yuan Du are all spirits of heaven and earth. They have their own consciousness, they will avoid danger, seek fortune and avoid disaster. That red-blooded true orchid is also possible. Originally annoyed, after understanding the situation, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, we don't know what you're thinking of fighting the heaven and earth spirits, if you know, cough. Yang Kai was helpless. Even if you know, promotion is not something you can suppress. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he was also responsible, and it can only be said that the luck of these people is really extreme. Apologizing is useless. Sneered, that red-blooded true orchid is of great use to us, but it can't be solved in a few words. Then what do you think? The apology on Yang Kai's face quickly subsided, becoming a little cynical, looking at them with a sneer. If this group of people spoke well, Yang Kai might even compensate them for their losses, but this aggressive attitude made Yang Kai very disgusted, and there was no need to show weakness and go along with them. If you really want to get started, Yang Kai has the confidence to kill these people within 10 breaths. Depends on whether they know each other or not. The change in Yang Kai's attitude before and after made that look stunned, and said, what? Do you still want to do something on the territory of my Independent Pride Alliance? The Independent Proud League. Shui Ling suddenly laughed, so you are from the Independent Proud League, so this place should be the Jersey Swamp. Not bad. Nodded and looked suspiciously at Shui Ling, who was disgraced. You still have some eyesight, who are you? Shui Ling smiled. I am from the Water Temple. Hearing this, and the other 6 or 7 people all changed their expressions, staring at Shui Ling dazedly. Yang Kai observed the words, and secretly felt that the power of the Water Temple here was not as weak as he thought. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network, give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. 617 I can help. Shui Ling had revealed a lot of information about this to Yang Kai before, and even more bluntly admitted that if it was divided according to the power level of the big man, the Water God Temple was barely a first-class power here, because there were experts in the Holy Land. Her modesty made Yang Kai mistakenly think that the Water Temple was not very good. But now, seeing the changes in the expressions of the members of the Independent Proud League, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the power from Shui Ling seemed to be not bad. At the very least, the few people headed by the young woman became solemn when they heard the words, Water Temple, their hostility subsided a lot, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Looking at Shui Ling hesitantly, the young woman and the others stepped back and whispered. I don't know what they are talking about. Yang Kai has no intention to spy on other people's whispers, just wait quietly. Shui Ling looked relaxed. She had not figured out where this place was before, and did not dare to reveal her identity, but when she heard that they said that she was a member of the Independent Pride Alliance, she had no scruples. Because the Water God Temple is not too far from the Independent Bride League, it only takes half a month to go back and forth, and there are occasional trade exchanges between the two, which can be regarded as some friendship. The members of the Independent Pride Alliance looked at Yang Kai and Shui Ling intentionally or unintentionally while whispering, and seemed to be exploring the authenticity of what Shui Ling said. After a while, the young woman let out a soft sigh and shouted at Shui Ling, "Girl, you said you belong to the Temple of Water, what proof do you have?" "Yes." Shui Ling smiled, took out a blue jade plaque, and threw it at the young woman. The young woman took it, felt it carefully, her face became more and more dignified, and nodded. "This jade tablet does contain the power of water, it should be carved by a master who is proficient in water power. But I'm sorry, we didn't see each other. You have passed such a jade tablet, so you cannot be sure that you are a disciple of the Water Temple." While talking, he threw the jade card back again. Although the hostility on his face has been restrained a lot, he is still a little wary. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Well, if it is convenient, can you two go to my Duao League for a few days? If you can find out that the girl is indeed a disciple of the Water Temple, then this incident will not happen today. If not, well, you know." The young woman's words were both soft and hard, and she was neither humble nor arrogant, but it also showed her meticulous thinking and ability to adapt to the situation. "Okay." Shui Ling smiled and did not refuse. Anyway, her identity is not fake, as long as the people from the Independent Proud League investigate, they will understand. "Yang Kai, what do you think?" Shui Ling asked Yang Kai's opinion again. After all, Yang Kai's personality is soft and not hard. Others clearly want to put the two of them under house arrest. If it's not good, fight it. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "It doesn't matter, I don't know where to go anyway." Shui Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The young woman nodded genially. "You too please." Saying this, she led the way. Yang Kai and Shui Ling followed her, and the other 6 or 7 Immortal Ascension boundaries were behind Yang Kai and Shui Ling, forming a siege. Acting like this shows how cautious they are. Walking on the swamp, the young woman was also inquiring about information from Shui Ling intentionally or unintentionally. Shui Ling had no fear and naturally would not hide it. The more we talked, the more the young woman felt that Shui Ling didn't seem to be lying. "By the way, what happened to the scarlet-blooded real orchid you said?" Shui Ling asked casually. The young woman smiled bitterly and did not shy away from it, and immediately told what happened just now. After listening, Shui Ling turned his head towards Yang Kai and stuck out his tongue. Yang Kai has an innocent expression on his face, and he doesn't know that others are at a critical juncture. It will not show up for at least half a year after it escapes, and it is very likely that it will leave this swamp. It will be difficult to find it again. The young woman sighed. "Scarlet-blooded true orchid is very important to you. It's not very important to us, but it is essential for the young master of Langya Blessed Land. We promised to hand over the scarlet-blooded real orchid to Langya Blessed Land in half a month. Know what to say." "Young master of Langya Blessed Land, Mu Wei. Is he injured?" Shui Ling was shocked. "The girl knows young master Mu. Well, I know." Shui Ling nodded. The young woman's eyes flickered, she suddenly laughed, and her attitude became much more friendly. "It seems that the girl is indeed a person from the Water Temple. Of course, our Water God Temple and Langya Blessed Land are also quite friendly. Since Mu Wei needs it, I can help you." "Well," the young woman stopped and looked at her suspiciously. "Then the scarlet-blooded true orchid escaped into the quagmire, right? Good. Take me to where it disappeared and I'll see if I can find it again." A group of people from the Independent Proud League looked at Shui Ling in astonishment, and after a while, the young woman smiled wryly and shook her head. "Girl, I have good intentions, but the bottom of this swamp is full of muddy water, which is several thousand meters deep, even a master who is proficient in water power, and it is impossible to find it. I know that everyone in your Water Temple majors in water-based exercises and martial arts, but I am not only proficient in water power." Shui Ling smiled confidently. She was originally a body of water spirit, with a special physique. In places with water, she could exert 120% of her strength. The young woman hesitated, then nodded suddenly, turned and walked in the other direction. "Then come with me." At this point, she decided to let Shui Ling give it a try. It didn't matter if she didn't succeed. If she succeeded, the Independent Proud League would be able to give Langya Blessed an explanation in half a month. Not long after, a group of people came to the place where Scarlet Blood Junlin fled before. On that swamp, Yang Kai felt the aura of some restrictions and traps, and now he understood that these people should not lie. They are indeed capturing scarlet-blooded true orchid, but it fell short at the last minute. It's here. The young woman pointed to the swamp in front of her and said. Yang Kai let go of his consciousness slightly and probed the underground, but didn't find much. I'll go down and have a look. Shui Ling said. His body slammed into the mud and disappeared. The young woman and the members of the Independent Pride Alliance looked at Yang Kai and didn't pay much attention to him, but just waited anxiously. About an incense stick, blisters suddenly appeared in the swamp in front of them. Everyone was shocked, and secretly looked forward to it. Wow! Shui Ling came out of the swamp. His clothes were not wet, but his face was pale, his lips were dark blue, and he kept shivering and seemed to be frozen. A group of people from the Dominion League hurriedly looked at her. Shui Ling shook his head. Those people suddenly showed a look of disappointment. How did you do it? Yang Kai was amazed. He found that Shui Ling seemed to have just walked out of the iceberg that never melted, and it was a bit too cold to bear, and there was even a slight chill visible to the naked eye. We'll talk about it later. Shui Ling quickly ran the exercises to dispel the chill in his body. After a while, Shui Ling regained his strength, took a breath, stood up and said, although I couldn't bring it back, I found it. Have you found it? The young woman's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was pleasantly surprised. Well, but I can't take it alone. Why? The young woman asked anxiously. Because there is a layer of ice flame star sand underneath. Bingyan Xingsha, a group of people from the Independent Proud League exclaimed, and a greedy look appeared on everyone's face. What is that? Yang Kai observed his words, and immediately knew that this ice flame star sand should be a very precious treasure. The high-grade spiritual level refining materials have extremely low temperatures. Many supernatural experts dream of treasures and even holy level experts need to use them when refining secret treasures. Shui Ling explained lightly. The expressions of the members of the Dominion League became excited. It turned out to be Bingyan Xingsha. The young woman nodded again and again. Although I know that there must be some treasures in places where heaven and earth are born, I didn't expect it to be this. It should be the ice flame star sand that contributed to the birth of scarlet blood true orchid. Shui Ling smiled when he heard the words, but the ice layer below is very thick, I can't break it. I'll help you. A chubby man came out of the Dominion League immediately. The man walked up to Shui Ling, held a hand, and a hot flame appeared in his hand, proudly said, I cultivated it as the power of fire that is the nemesis of ice. Shui Ling shook his head. You can't, your strength is too low. I'm the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The man was a little unconvinced. Shui Ling still shook his head. I have a helper, I don't need to use you. Yang Kai, you come down with me, I am afraid that only you can break the ice layer. The man squinted at Yang Kai, and suddenly became a little embarrassed and angry. I can't do it, he can only be at the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. I said he can, of course, do you still want Scarlet Blood Orchid? I'm helping you for free now. The man suddenly became dumbfounded. The young woman also hurriedly smiled and said, don't be angry, girl, just do what you want. Although Bingyan Xingsha was precious, what the Independent Confidence League needed most now was scarlet-blooded true orchid, so the young woman naturally did not want to upset Shui Ling. Shui Ling nodded and pulled Yang Kai into the swamp again. After they disappeared, Ji Hong, the bearded man in the Independent Confidence League, suddenly came back to his senses, slapped his thigh and said, oops, miss, shouldn't these two take the opportunity to escape? Hearing this, the young woman couldn't help but lose her color, and suddenly felt that this was really possible. There is no reason for others to help themselves for no reason. Facing the temptation of a heaven and earth spirit and a high-grade spirit material, they may take those two things and never return. Not really. The young woman was also dumbfounded. Then why does she only want that man to help her? It's clearly taking the opportunity to join together, so that the baby can leave after he succeeds. This statement is quite reasonable, and the members of the Independent Pride Alliance were instantly filled with righteous indignation and cursed one by one. The young woman's face became more and more ugly, and she wanted to chase down to see what happened, but it is quite dangerous for a master who did not cultivate the power of the water system to act at the bottom of the swamp. The consciousness spread out, and no breath could be detected. The young woman's heart suddenly froze. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 618 Ice Flame Star Sand. The cold is getting worse, and I feel weak all over. My daughter also has a cold and is depressed. Beneath the swamp, it was dark and there was no daylight, and there was no light at all. Yang Kai followed Shui Ling all the way down, surrounded by bubbles made by Shui Ling. Yang Kai did not feel bored, and his breathing was very smooth. The consciousness spreads out, and everything around is known. It has been falling down, and it seems that the young woman does not need to say anything. The bottom of this swamp is indeed more than several thousand feet deep. Only people like Shui Ling who have the body of water spirit can move freely here. If it is someone else, even if they are proficient in water power, they will be tied down and unable to exert themselves. As he fell, Yang Kai gradually felt a hint of coolness, and the coolness was getting worse and colder. After a long time, Shui Ling couldn't take it anymore. His teeth trembled slightly. Yang Kai quickly released his true essence, and a quite suitable temperature suddenly appeared in the blisters, dispelling all the chills. It's really correct to bring you down. Shui Ling giggled. Yang Kai's control of his own power has reached a level of perfection. If he brought down the man who was self-recommended by the Independent Proud League just now, Shui Ling even suspected that the man released it. Will fire power conflict with your own blisters? Yang Kai is different, he can dispel the chill, and he will not harm the blisters he created. A ray of light gradually came from below. Looking around, it seemed that there were groups of bright white flames that were beating and burning. However, it is a little far apart, and there is a thick layer of ice blocking it, which makes Yang Kai not very real. Those throbbing flame-like things are the ice flame star sand, and the scarlet blood true orchid is in the star sand. Shui Ling explained, the ice layer below is about a few dozen feet thick. Can you keep silent? Break open with a sound. Yang Kai nodded lightly, I'll try. While speaking, the blisters jumped out. Suddenly, a mountain-like weight-bearing feeling was added to his body, and Yang Kai couldn't help but stiffen, and all the bones in his body rattled. Without the protection of the water spirit blisters, all the water pressure up, down, left and right is applied to Yang Kai. If it really doesn't work, don't force it. Shui Ling urged. Yang Kai responded and waited for a while, until he got used to the huge water pressure before he started to act. A scorching real yang energy burst out from the palm of the palm, like an indestructible blade, melting the ice layer in front of him into a big hole that one person could pass through. The true essence is fiercely spurted out, and Yang Kai's movements are devastating. This ordinary ice layer can't resist the burning of the true yang energy at all. Shui Ling wrapped in bubbles, followed behind Yang Kai, and quickly dived. Several dozen feet of ice, but a cup of tea, was pierced by Yang Kai. The two quickly came to the ice flame star sand that was jumping and burning. You collect Xingsha, and I'll deal with the red-blooded true orchid. Shui Ling was very excited, and he rushed towards the red-blooded true orchid. In the water flow below, some magical power was quickly generated, bound the surrounding space, and imprisoned the red-blooded true orchid within a small area. Yang Kai glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it, just put the things that jumped like flames into the black book space. This group of things that jumped and burned like flames, the body was actually a grain of star sand, but it looked different from ordinary sand, very beautiful, and it was freezing cold and full of aura. Yang Kai also knew that he had picked up a treasure. When you first came to Tongshuan continent, you had such an opportunity, and it was a good sign. The number of star sand is not much, only about 100 grains. When Yang Kai collected the star sand, Shui Ling also rushed over from not far away with a look of joy, holding a 7-leaf heaven and earth spirit in his hand. Things, he waved to Yang Kai. She can control the power of water flow, and underwater, Kai blood Junlin can't escape from her palm at all. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stepped into her blisters. Go up, that group of people should be red-eyed. Shui Ling pursed his lips and smiled, guessing the thoughts of the people in the Independent Proud League. Above the swamp, a group of people from the Dominion League all looked ugly and waited quietly. The bearded man suddenly scolded again and said, It's almost an hour, the two of them haven't come up yet, they must have run away. Don't let me see them again, see they are going to tear them to pieces. The young woman snorted, Don't talk nonsense. That girl should really be a disciple of the Water Temple, and her status is not low. How do you know, miss? She has the cultivation base of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. She has such a cultivation base at such an age. Does she have some identity in the Water God Temple? People with such identity should not lie to us. While speaking, the young woman his voice was also low, as if he was comforting himself, trying to understand himself, trying to make himself trust Shui Ling. Even if they have identities, Scarlet Blood Junlin and Bingyan Xingsha are all extraordinary treasures, so it's hard to guarantee that they won't be tempted by profit. If this is the case, then we can only admit it. The young woman sighed quietly, it's just that we don't have the ability to take these two things as our own. Hey, a sigh sounded. In this world, those who have the ability get good things, and those who are incompetent can only look at it with greed. This kind of situation is not uncommon. Oftentimes, some treasures are discovered and then obtained by the strong, and the weak can only pass their mouths and be jealous. Hey, there's movement, the bearded man exclaimed as he spoke, staring at the swamp below. From below, there is a breath of energy that is rising rapidly. The members of the Dominion League were immediately shocked, and the young woman couldn't help but put down a big rock in her heart. After a while, a blister appeared, wrapping Yang Kai and Shui Ling. Dodging to the ground, Shui Ling rushed to the young woman and said, "You should have brought special utensils for holding spirits from heaven and earth, right?" "Bring it." The young woman nodded hurriedly, opened a small bag around her waist, and took out a jade basin carved from white powder and engraved with many formation patterns. Yang Kai secretly observed and found that the young woman was actually using a Chenkin bag. Shui Ling nodded slightly, the preparations are still sufficient. As he spoke, he handed Scarlet Blood Junlin over. The young woman looked strange, hesitated for a while, but happily extended her hand to take it and said, "Thank you." The attitude is sincere, and there is no false meaning at all. Putting the red-blooded real orchid in the jade basin, the young woman made a few seals, and the formation on the jade and the basin quickly came into play, imprisoning this heaven and earth spirit in it. "What about Bingyan Xingsha?" The bearded man looked around and couldn't help asking. "Ji Hong," the young woman shouted coldly. "Hey, I'm just asking." Ji Hong scratched his head in embarrassment, then smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'm more curious, it doesn't matter if you don't talk about it, I know anyway. You must have gotten it." Yang Kai smiled slightly, and suddenly found that this big man is actually quite interesting. He said that he would ask casually, but he was actually trying to find out the whereabouts of Bingyan Xingsha. "Yes, we have already got it." Yang Kai nodded. "Good luck, brother, I'm so envious." Ji Hong didn't shy away from his mentality. The young woman shook her head helplessly, looked at Shui Ling and said, "The girl has helped us so much this time, and the members of the Duao League are very grateful. Well, according to the rules of the league, we can have a reward of 20 spar per person this time. How about I, as the team leader, can get all the 50 yuan rewards and give you 80% as a thank you gift? A total of 8 people, 7 people can get 20 spar, the young woman gets 50, the total is 190, 80% is almost 152 spar." The young woman's sophistication immediately made her team members look distressed. But if you think about it carefully, if there is no Shui Ling and Yang Kai, they will not even get the 20% or even be punished, and the mood is much more balanced now. Shui Ling smiled and pointed at Yang Kai, "Give it to him, I don't need these crystal stones." Yang Kai's expression changed, and he didn't ask any more questions. Although he didn't know what the crystal stone was and how much value it represented, he realized that the crystal stone should be a good thing based on the expressions of these people. "All right," the young woman smiled, "also, if the two of you are willing to sell Bingyan Xingsha, we can also discuss it in detail. In terms of price, we are guaranteed to satisfy the two of you." Giggle, Shui Ling laughed, "We don't plan to sell the top-grade refining equipment pestle, we keep our own useful ones." "That's it." The young woman was a little disappointed, but she didn't force it, she just said, "Let's not talk about this now, you two should think about it more, and you can tell me anytime you figure it out. This place is only a short distance from the headquarters of our independent crowd league. Aochang is only 3 days away, can you two come back with us, so that we can entertain you?" After this incident, the young woman no longer had any hostility, but instead meant to be friendly. Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai nodded lightly, saying yes. Shui Ling said, "Okay, I just want to find a place to rest and rest." "Please," the young woman said, looking at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, as if to re-examine his appearance. The eyes of Shui Ling and Yang Kai met just now, and they did not hide the young woman's observation. She had some doubts in her heart. Shui Ling seemed to be a very high-ranking person in the water temple, but why did she think that she was only following this young man? Everything must be consulted for his opinion. This young man, what's the background, actually made the high-end disciples of the water temple care so much. The young woman was puzzled and couldn't help but have some interest in Yang Kai. Go all the way, the atmosphere is harmonious. The young woman intends to inquire about Yang Kai's identity, and naturally she also said something to him, but Yang Kai's answer was not leaking, and her nephew left her helpless. Through a simple conversation, Yang Kai and Shui Ling also knew that this young woman's name was Yun Zan, and she was the captain of the next team of the Independent Bride Alliance. Those 6 or 7 people are the members of this team. The Independent Crowd League is somewhat different from other forces. It is united by a team, mainly dealing with materials and finished products used in various cultivation practices. These teams travel around all year round, looking for the Independent Crowd League. All kinds of business opportunities and materials bring profits, and the Independent Crowd League provides these warriors with a comfortable and safe cultivation environment. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 619 Shui Ling's Wooing. Therefore, the Independent Crowd League is very prestigious among some martial artists who have no sect, and many people hope to join the Independent Crowd League to seek some convenience. It is precisely because of this reason that although the number of disciples owned by the Independent Pride Alliance is huge, there are not many real masters. Compared with other forces, they always feel a little weak. When Yun Zan heard that Shui Ling was a disciple of the Water Temple, she acted so solemnly, and she also had concerns in this regard. She did not dare to offend the people of the Water Temple easily. But now that Scarlet Blood True Orchid has been obtained by their group, and they can successfully complete the task, it doesn't matter whether Shui Ling is a disciple of the Water Temple or not. 2 days later, everyone left the swamp. Another day later, a huge city in the middle of Lanyi came into Yang Kai's eyes. That is the city of Independent Pride and the headquarters of the Independent Pride Alliance. The 3-day walk has allowed Yang Kai to truly appreciate the rich spiritual energy of Tongshuan continent, and he has also seen the richness of this land from the conversations of these people. There are many silvers in the original world. There are also many well-known powerhouses. Yang Kai's eyes widened a lot at once, and even his state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. At the city gate of Dominion City, there are some people dressed as guards who are checking the passing pedestrians. They are just watching vigilantly and have no intention of intercepting. Under the leadership of the young woman Yun Zan, a group of people easily entered the city. The noisy atmosphere is blowing towards the face, and there are countless warriors in the past, such as Crucian carp crossing the river, in an endless stream. Yun Zan explained with a smile, because our Independent Crowd League mainly deals with materials for cultivation, the headquarters here is very lively, and many people like to come here to buy some alchemy equipment they want. On the mainland, in addition to the Business Alliance's headquarters mall, our Duao City has the most frequent goods circulation. However, the Business Alliance is a tripartite business, we can't compare this. 3-party business. Yang Kai was suspicious. Yeah, the Business Alliance's mall is in the neutral territory. Their business has dealings with demons, monsters, and humans, don't you know? Yun Zan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at Yang with some puzzlement. Open. I don't come out very often, so I'm a little unclear about what's going on outside. Yang Kai replied casually, with a calm demeanor. Yun Zan snorted, but didn't ask any more questions, so as not to upset Yang Kai. In the past 3 days, she could see that Yang Kai was relatively taciturn, and showed strong curiosity and interest in some of the things they were familiar with. This is clearly an underexperienced performance. But his mind is very heavy, the city government is not shallow, and he doesn't ask much about what he doesn't understand. He just observes with his own eyes, which makes Yunlei a little confused. I don't know whether this young man is a fledgling boy or a long experience. The practiced old rivers and lakes. All in all, when Yun Zan faced him, she felt a little pressure for no reason. If it's convenient for the 2 of you, please come and sit in our team's mansion. We bought a mansion in the city, and the environment is not bad. Yun Zan issued an invitation. Okay, Shui Ling agreed. She couldn't wait to find a place to wash her body, and she was disheartened when she traveled all this time. Ji Hong, take them there. Yun Zan ordered. The bearded man nodded and said, leave it to me. The 2 of you, please go over first, we have to go to the Alliance to hand over the tasks, and we will come back after the handover. Yang Kai nodded, and Shui Ling followed behind the bearded man, walking in one direction in the city. Not long after walking, he came to a mansion. Ji Hong enthusiastically led the 2 in, and then summoned the servants to prepare bath water, and arranged for Yang Kai and Shui Ling to stay in the bath, extremely enthusiastic. The environment of the house is still sloppy. Although it is in the downtown area, it is protected by a barrier, so there is not much noise. Yang Kai is also at ease as soon as he comes, and there is no sense of discomfort. When it was time for dinner, someone called and said that dinner was ready. Yang Kai went out and found that Shui Ling had returned to its previous appearance and was waiting for him outside. The two smiled at each other and walked away together. At the banquet, Yunzan's small team seemed extremely hospitable, and they came to toast one after another. Shui Ling said that he would not drink it, while Yang Kai did not refuse. Yunzan even handed the 152 crystal stones that had been agreed before to Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "Save it, don't go out and spend a lot of time, there are too many in Duao City that you can't resist. The temptation, especially for a hairy boy like you, giggle." During the conversation, her beautiful eyes were full of eyes, probably because of drinking a little wine, and her tone was also a lot presumptuous. When the bearded people and the others saw Yunzan's appearance, they abandoned Yang Kai and tried to get Yunzan drunk with ulterior motives. Yunzan also refused to come, making Yang Kai stunned. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai and Shui Ling left one after another. The members of the Independent Pride Alliance were still holding on, but Ji Hong was the only one left, who was left to breathe. Back in the house, Yang Kai took out those crystal stones from the black book space, and felt it carefully, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He found that these crystal stones stored a very pure and huge amount of energy, which can be absorbed and replenished by any martial artist. Although he had quietly asked Shui Ling about the mysteries of the spar, it was only now that Yang Kai discovered the preciousness of this thing. If there is such a thing, the warriors in the world over there can quickly improve their cultivation, but unfortunately, they do not have such convenient conditions. Crystal stone is a hard currency in Tongshuan continent. It can be used for cultivation and alchemy. It is also a standard for measuring the value of goods. Yang Kai was amazed, he never thought that there was such a thing in the world. Since coming to Tongshuan continent, he seems to have stepped into another new world. Everything is so unfamiliar and so new. There was a knock on the door from outside. Yang Kai let go of his consciousness slightly, and after confirming the identity of the person who came, he flicked the door, and Shui Ling walked in by the moonlight. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked. "It's nothing, I can't sleep, come and talk to you." Shui Ling sat down on the chair and poured herself a cup of tea. "I see that you went out during the day today. Are you reporting safety to your family? Have you found it?" Shui Ling looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Well, I'm reporting a letter to my family. There is a workplace for our water temple here in the Dominion League. I said it in the past. After all, it has been missing for more than 2 years. In about half a month, someone will be there to pick me up. Go back. Who are you from the water temple? It seems that your status is not low." "Hee, my father is the master of the water temple." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "So you are still the little princess of the water temple." Shui Ling curled his lips. "What about the little princess? You didn't bully you during the time in your house, you can pinch it as you want." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't you want revenge now? I'm not so boring." Shui Ling dismissed it. Yang Kai was able to bring her back. She was already grateful, how could she even think about revenge? "But speaking, I have a request, I hope you can listen to it." Shui Ling's expression suddenly became serious. "Oh, can you join our water temple?" Shui Ling went straight to the topic. Yang Kai looked at her strangely, frowned and said, "Why do you want me to join?" "Because I have seen many miracles in you. I also believe that with your ability, you will definitely do something in Tongshuan continent in the future, so I hope you can join our water temple. As long as you agree, I can provide you with the most a good cultivation environment will help you quickly improve your strength. By the way, the main reason you come here is to find your friends, right? It is also very convenient to have my water temple to help you. The conditions are great." Yang Kai had a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. "You deserve me to offer such conditions, and I have the ability to honor them." "I believe." Yang Kai nodded. "Shui Ling is the little princess of the water temple, and she does have this ability. Then do you agree or not?" Shui Ling looked forward. Yang Kai shook his head and said sternly, "Thank you very much for looking down on me so much, but you have lived in the central capital for so long, you should also understand my person." "Of course I understand. I won't restrict you. You only need to join the water temple, and the rest is up to you." "Joining the water temple is the biggest limitation." Yang Kai smiled. "Sure enough." Shui Ling sighed faintly, although she also knew that her proposal was 80% impossible to achieve, but she still couldn't hold back to lobby for a while, so she expected Yang Kai to drink so much wine at night, and her head was hot. "Commit down." Now it seems that he is more awake than ever. "Forget it, I won't force you, but if you are willing to come to the water temple one day, you must tell me." Yang Kai was noncommittal. After a night of silence, Yun Zan came over the next day and offered to take Yang Kai and Shui Ling to experience the scenery of the solitary city. Yang Kai just wanted to see the customs of this exotic land, and naturally he did not refuse. Looking at her expression of nothing, Yang Kai suddenly had a striking awareness of this woman's boldness. According to the people in the house, the big men in Yun Zan's team were all brought down last night, and Yun Zan drank a few altars by herself before giving up. This amount of alcohol made Yang Kai also startled, and couldn't help but look at her. The city of dominance is not small, although it is not larger than Zhongdu in terms of area, but compared to the city of that world, it is also a behemoth. Some strange monsters fly in the sky from time to time, and those monsters have warriors on their backs. In addition to using monsters as mounts, there are also some secret treasures specially used for manned flight, with different shapes. All of them dressed up beautifully and splendidly. Yun Zan said that the people who dared to fly over Duao City were all people with a certain status, and a small person like them could only walk below obediently. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or- A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 620 Repairing the Bone Shield. 2 shifts today, I'll take a break. Class differences and disparities in status exist everywhere. The proud city is indeed lively and prosperous. Yang Kai observed as he walked and noticed the level and number of cultivation bases of the past warriors, and his heart was slightly shocked. It seems that on the Tongshuan continent, Immortal Ascension Realm warriors are a very common group. 60% of the warriors he encountered in Duao City were Immortal Ascension Realm, and occasionally he encountered some Transcendent Realm masters. In the world over there, the Immortal Ascension boundary is already a good grade, and even in some places, the True Essence boundary can reign supreme, but here, Immortal Ascension boundary is nothing. As Yun Zan entered a large hall, Yang Kai found that many warriors entered and exited the hall. Most of the people who came in were full of nervousness and anticipation. Those who went out were either happy or annoyed, which made him very puzzled and did not know where he was. What is it doing? Inside the hall, there are many wing rooms, and outside that wing room, many warriors are waiting in line. Yun Zan led Yang Kai and Shui Ling to the innermost room. In the wing room, the floor is covered with thick soft blankets, the surrounding walls are carved with many lifelike patterns, the incense burner in the middle is lit with precious herbs, and the room is warm. There was a bloated old man sitting on the Grand Master's chair with an arrogant demeanor, coldly looking at a warrior at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary in front of him, his expression a little impatient. When Yang Kai came to the door with Yun Zan, he happened to hear him say to the warrior indifferently, "Without the poisonous feather in the sky, this old man would not be able to repair this secret treasure for you, not to mention, you are not a disciple of my soul proud alliance, this remuneration should also be increased by 20%. Not only do you have no materials, but you also don't have enough remuneration. How can this old man make a move? Who are you, an old man? A." While talking, he gently put his arms around. "Go, find the materials, collect the remuneration, and then look for the old man, or you can go to other refiners, the remuneration they want is not as high as the old man." "Master." The warrior wanted to beg, but the old man glared at him, swallowed the second half of the words, looked slumped, shook his head helplessly, and turned to leave. When he passed the door, he sighed heavily. Yang Kai looked at the secret treasure in his hand, and then tasted what the old man said, and suddenly understood what the place was. The old man sitting inside also noticed Yun Zan outside, his eyes lit up, and he waved with a smile, "Miss Yun is here, come in quickly." Yun Zan smiled slightly, walked in, and said with a full smile, "Master Ma." The old man smiled brightly. He didn't have the impatient and arrogant look he had before facing the warrior. Instead, he became extremely friendly, which made Yang Kai amazed. The transformation is so great. Even if she is a member of the Independent Proud League, I am afraid it will not be like this. Moreover, the old man looked at her with a very kind expression, just like an elder looking at the younger generation, without the slightest obscene look. "Have you damaged any other secret treasure?" Master Ma smiled wryly and shook his head, stretched out his hand and said, "Take it out and let me see it." Yun Zan stuck out her tongue, looking playful and cute, her small hand was awkward, and a bright light appeared in her hand. Yang Kai looked at it and found that it was a spear-shaped secret treasure. The arc flashed on the secret treasure, and the grade was not low. However, there were some cracks on the spear at the moment, and the spear body was also speckled, as if it had been corroded by something. "The battle you encountered is not easy. Master Ma's expression darkened, he looked at Yunzan thoughtfully, and sighed, "Hey, a girl's family, why are you working so hard?" Yunzan giggled, "It happened by accident. The old man doesn't know what to say about you." "Then don't talk about me," Yunzan said coquettishly, taking out some materials and spar, and handing them to Master Ma. "This is the repair material and reward." "There is no need for the reward." Master Ma shook his head. "I'm also an ordinary disciple in the league, how can I break the rules of the league? I said I don't need it, I still have this power, why, don't you look down on me?" Master Ma pretended to be angry, and his face became serious. Yunzan stuck out her tongue, but in desperation, she could only retrieve the spar. "Take it in 3 days. This time the boss will give you a level of refinement that can't be damaged." Master Ma's face was full of confidence. "Thank you, Master Ma." Yunzan was extremely happy. "Can this master repair the artifact?" Yang Kai kept observing, until he finally asked. "The clothes that this Master Ma wears are somewhat particular, and some special signs are engraved on his chest." Although Yang Kai doesn't know what this sign represents, he thinks that this should be the sign of a craft refiner. Just like the symbol on the chest of an alchemist is a truth. Hearing this, Master Ma raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai before laughing dumbly. "This old man is in this line of work, so it can be repaired naturally. Are you a new member of Yunzan's team?" Yang Kai shook his head. Yunzan also said, "Master, this is one of me, friend, not my team member." Master Ma smiled. "Your friend is a little ignorant. You entered the secret treasure hall in the Alliance, but you still don't know what it is for. It didn't take long for him to come out of a remote place, so he's not very enlightened." Yun Lei quietly looked at Yang Kai and explained to him, "This is the secret treasure hall of our independent Pride Alliance, and there are many people in it. Master Ma is the most skilled craftsman, no matter what kind of secret treasure is in his hands, it can be refined and repaired." After speaking, he suddenly woke up. "Do you have a secret treasure that needs to be repaired?" Yang Kai nodded and took out the bone shield. This bone shield has been somewhat damaged since it blocked a lot of damage for Yang Kai in the underground of Zongdu, and then broke out in the wasteland, and the damage was even more serious. Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to repair it, but he didn't expect Yunzan to bring himself to this place. When he was really drowsy, someone sent a pillow, and he saved himself from finding it. Master Ma stretched out his hand to take the bone shield, gently stroked it, and released his true essence to feel its internal structure. Suddenly his face darkened and he was extremely annoyed. Which bastard made this secret treasure? Yang Kai shrugged. "I don't know. Incompetent, too incompetent. Although the materials used in this treasure are not expensive, they are not enough to be refined into such a low-grade treasure." Yang Kai smiled wryly. The low-grade Zon level was already an enviable level in that world, but after being evaluated by this Grand Master Ma, he said it was worthless. This method is also extremely clumsy. The craftsman who made this secret treasure should be pulled out and killed. Master Ma looked annoyed. Yunzan whispered, "Master has very strict requirements for refining." Yang Kai nodded lightly, and he could see that this Master Ma should be obsessed with the art of refining, not only strict with himself, but also very strict with other refining masters. Master Ma looked up at Yang Kai again, and said suspiciously, "Yunzan said that you came from a remote place, and that's true. Only in a remote corner would you use such an outdated method to refine secret treasures. The technique has a history of thousands of years, and it has long been eliminated. Can the master repair this artifact?" Yang Kai asked. "As long as you have the materials, I can repair it." Master Ma smiled confidently. "What materials do you have?" Yang Kai thought for a while. He seemed to only have the ice flame star sand he got a few days ago. He quickly took it out and said, "Is this okay?" "Ice flame star sand of the top spiritual level." Master Ma's expression suddenly became excited, and he stared at the ice blue flame beating in Yang Kai's hand. After the grains of star sand were taken out, the temperature in the wing dropped a lot, and both Yunzan and Shui Ling couldn't help shivering. Aware of their abnormality, Yang Kai hurriedly ran his true essence and wrapped the ice flame star sand to prevent its chill from exuding. Master Ma's eyes lit up and he nodded secretly, thinking that this kid's true essence is pure enough, and his manipulation of true essence is quite good. Bingyan Xingsha can indeed be used to repair your secret treasure. Master Ma restrained his excited expression and nodded lightly. Although the materials of high-grade spiritual grades are very valuable, as a top-level refiner in the secret treasure hall, he has seen there are countless precious materials, so naturally it will not be gaff. But some are overkill. This is the material of the high-grade spiritual level. Your secret treasure is only of the low-grade mysterious level. You can also see the difference between them. Use Bingyan Xingsha on this bone shield. Master Ma, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It's a waste. It's good to be able to repair the bone shield. Yang Kai insisted. Really do this? Yang Kai nodded. Master Ma frowned, and no longer persuaded him. Anyway, the secret treasure in Kai Xing belonged to Yang Kai. He could use it how he wanted, and exhaled softly. Okay, if you say that, then the old man just do it, but if you want to repair this secret treasure, Frost Flame Star Sand alone is not enough, and you need the same material. What material? Yang Kai asked. Xuanwu iron or Kongchen jade, any of these two materials can be used. If you find the former, I can help you refine this bone shield into a secret treasure of the middle grade of Zon level, and if you find the latter, I can refine it. A high-grade Zon level or even a spiritual level secret treasure depends on your own ability. Master Ma said proudly. Xuanwu Ti, Kong Chanyu. Yang Kai was stunned. One is mysterious grade material, and the other is spiritual grade material. Shui Ling explained softly. Where can I find these two materials? It's up to you to figure it out yourself. Master Ma snorted lightly, as if Yang Kai's arrogance made him a little unhappy, but as long as there are enough crystal stones, you can buy anything in Duao City. By the way, Xuanwu iron and Kong Chanyu are not rare and rare, they should be available in stock. Is that so? How many crystal stones would you need to buy these two materials? Yang Kai asked Chong Shui Ling. Shui Ling pursed his lips and smiled. With your net worth, you probably can't afford it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachengkong. To vote for recommended and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 621. Thank you for your concern. This cold did not have a fever, just a cough and lack of energy. I woke up in the middle of the night last night. Yang Kai scratched his head. He thought that more than 150 crystal stones were already a good wealth, but when he really used it, he realized that these crystal stones were still too few. Don't look at me, I don't have spar on me. Shui Ling was helpless. She had lived in Zongdu for more than 2 years, and the spar she originally carried had already been used up. Yunzan has been listening by the side. Until now she gritted her teeth and said, I have a piece of empty jade here. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. Anyway, it's not much use for me to keep it, I'll give it to you. As she spoke, Yunzan stretched out her hand and took out a piece of jade that was as white as jade and the size of a fist. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, reached out and took it over and said, I'll borrow you. No, Yunzan smiled slightly. Master Ma looked at Yang Kai and then at Yunzan. Some of them were not quite sure why Miss Yun seemed to treat this young man very well, even giving away such precious materials as Kong Chanyu. Is a teenager who came out of a remote corner worth a reward? Master Ma was thoughtful. I handed Kong Chanyu and Bingyan Xingsha to Master Ma. Master Ma took it and coughed softly. You are not a disciple of my Duao League. Logically speaking, the cost of refining and repairing the secret treasure should be increased by 20%, AA. Saying this, he looked at Yun Lei and smiled slightly, but for the sake of Miss Yun, this time the old man will accept you 100 spar. You should have this spar, right? The young man was very poor when he saw it, and Master Ma didn't dare to ask for too much, lest Yunzan lose face. Yang Kai nodded, took out 100 crystal stones and handed them over. Master Ma showed a satisfied expression and said, Take it in 10 days, I will return you a brand new secret treasure, I promise not to disappoint you. Then let's retire first. Yunzan nodded slightly and led Yang Kai and Shui Ling back the same way. After leaving the secret treasure hall, Yang Kai asked, How much is that piece of cicada jade worth? Yunzan smiled without saying a word, but Shui Ling made a gesture at him quietly. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't have much valuables on his body that he could give Yun Lei as compensation. He wasn't going to expose the Wanyao spiritual liquid, so the Bingyan Xingsha was all handed over to Master Ma. Originally, he wanted to give some to Shui Ling, but can only give up now. Anyway, Shui Ling is the little princess of the water temple, and probably doesn't care about these gains and losses. I will pay you back. Yang Kai reiterated that he doesn't like to owe favors to others, especially unfamiliar people. Yun Lei's show of affection is obviously because of Shui Ling. Yang Kai knew how much he was divided into. Yun Lei didn't want to give away such precious materials in order to gain friendship with her. No need to say, you man. Yunzan pursed her lips and shook her head with a coquettish smile. Okay, if it's all right, let's go back. I still want to buy something. Yang Kai said. Oh, what do you want to buy? I'll show you the way. Yun Lei looked at him with interest. Buy some herbs. Why do you buy herbs? Yunlei asked, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Are you an alchemist? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm just interested in alchemy and want to study it. Isn't it? Shui Ling was also dumbfounded. The time she spent with Yang Kai was not short, but she had never seen him refining medicine pills. She knew that Yang Kai had a very close relationship with Shaning Shang. Shaning Shang had deep attainments in alchemy, but a person who had never been in contact with alchemy, said such a thing at this moment, Shui Ling did not understand. Just for fun, Yang Kai smiled. Anyway, there is nothing to do now. Master Ma also said that the bone shield can be retrieved after 10 days. Yang Kai naturally wants to use this time to do something serious. And alchemy is something he has always wanted to do but has no time to do. Don't go into the world and don't concoct alchemy. This is the teaching of Yao Fusheng, the king of medicine, Jiyu Yunyanfeng. Yang Kai had already been promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and he also met this condition. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the medicinal pills he used in the past. With little senior sister, he could refine any medicinal pills. But now, he came to Tongshuan continent alone, and the shopkeeper Meng has not heard from them again. Yang Kai must make plans for his future. Having one skill is better than no one at all. I don't understand you. Shui Ling shook his head. Then come with me, I'll take you to buy the herbs you need. What herbs do you want? The lower the better, Yang Kai said sternly. Yunzan was stunned. The lower the level, the better. You don't have to practice alchemy before, right? Only some apprentices who have just entered the Tao of alchemy will choose low-level medicinal materials to practice their skills. He has never practiced. Shui Ling smiled. You're really just having fun. Yunzan was amused, and she didn't mean to stop. She led Yang Kai and Shui Ling to one direction in the city. The more remote you go, the lower grade things you see along the way, and even the level of warriors who come and go here is no longer as high-end as before. Yang Kai knew that this should be the trading area for the bottom-level warriors and bottom-level materials of the independent proud city. Not long after, a group of 3 people came to a pharmacy, which was filled with all kinds of low-level materials, and there were many apprentices of alchemists and apprentices of alchemists looking for materials and pestles to practice their hands. The material is of low grade and the price is cheap, but because of the large amount, the business here is also relatively hot. Under Yunzan's guidance, Yang Kai used 50 crystal stones to buy a large amount of low-grade medicinal materials and left with satisfaction. Returning to the Yunlei team's house, Yang Kai closed the door, set up a barrier outside the room, and started the road of alchemy in high spirits. He is well versed in the essence and mysteries of alchemy. Over the years, the information that he has continuously spied from the real alchemy formula has made his knowledge in alchemy even richer than that of Shaning Shang. The structure of various spiritual arrays, the selection of medicinal materials, the control of the heat, the experience of the alchemy masters, and so on, no one can match. What Yang Kai lacks is practical experience. Moreover, the attributes of his true essence and divine consciousness are also quite suitable for alchemy. The hot true yang vitality makes it easier to condense the medicinal effects of the medicinal materials. It can be said that in the technique of alchemy, Yang Kai has unique conditions that many people can't match. Although it can't be compared with Shaning Shang's medicine spirit holy body, compared to other alchemists, the conditions are much better. He poured out all the purchased low-grade materials in the black book space, and took out the small incense burner. This incense burner was a treasure that appeared when the 3rd page of the black book was unsealed, but since he spied the secrets of the true alchemy formula, Yang Kai knew that it was not just an ordinary incense burner. It is also a pill furnace that can be used for alchemy. This incense burner and the real alchemy formula should coexist and complement each other, but for some reason, the real alchemy formula is hidden in the statue of the alchemy saint in Medicine King Valley. If there is no accident, Yang Kai might miss the secret of the real alchemy formula. The original owner of the Black Book seems to have intentionally prevented Yang Kai from following the way of alchemy, and did not intend to convey the true formula of alchemy. However, it turned out that his plans fell through. Reaching out and stroking the small incense burner, Yang Kai poured true yuan into it, and followed a certain route to let true yuan wander around the incense burner. Soon, streaks of light flickered on the incense burner. With the appearance of the light, the small incense burner suddenly swelled up and became the size of a water tank. Yang Kai closed his hands and nodded with satisfaction. The size of the alchemy furnace, to a certain extent, can intuitively reflect whether an alchemist's skills are superb. The larger the alchemy furnace needed, the worse the level of the alchemist, because during alchemy, the alchemist needs to use the real essence to engrave different spiritual arrays in the alchemy furnace, so that the spiritual arrays can work, and the effect of the alchemy will be stimulated. The medicinal materials conflicted in the pill furnace, and finally condensed the medicinal pills. And a skilled alchemist, no matter how small the alchemy furnace, can accurately engrave the spirit array without any deviation, and can also master the heat. Pill stove the size of a water tank, suitable for Yongkai to practice his hands. Such a big pill furnace has a slightly higher fault tolerance rate, and it doesn't matter if the real essence is poured in a little more. Recalling the configuration of the medicinal herbs, Yongkai found the corresponding medicinal herbs from the pile of low-grade ingredients, put them aside, and then continued to print the seal with both hands, pouring the real essence into the elixir furnace. Soon, a simple spiritual formation was formed in the pill furnace. Because he wanted to practice his hands, Yongkai chose a spiritual formation that increased the success rate of alchemy. This spiritual formation was a basic spiritual formation, and it was not too complicated. Yongkai has the ability to control the formation and stability of this spiritual formation. After investigating the spirit formation in the lower pill furnace, Yongkai was extremely satisfied. Put the selected low-grade materials into the pill furnace in order, and pour in the real essence while putting them in, and use the hot real yang vitality to condense the medicinal effect. During this process, the precious knowledge and experience of the alchemy masters in the true alchemy formula emerged little by little in Yongkai's mind, allowing him to compare it with the situation in front of him. These alchemy masters used to know nothing about the way of alchemy, and they were completely blank about the mysteries of alchemy. However, through their own efforts and talents, they have gradually reached a height of admiration. Yongkai controls it carefully, because the amount of real essence injected is directly related to the condensed efficacy of the medicine. If too much is injected, the medicinal materials may be burned. Alchemy is an extremely delicate job, and it has very strict requirements on the control of one's own true essence. The herbs one by one melted under the action of Yongkai's true essence, fused together, and a gratifying change occurred. However, just when Yongkai thought that this time was almost successful, a black smoke suddenly appeared from the pill furnace, and the smell of burnt quickly filled the room. Yongkai stopped pouring in his true essence and frowned. He knew that alchemy this time was a complete failure. There seems to be some problems with the injection of his own true essence, and the strength he exerts is a little bit stronger, causing all the medicinal materials to be burned. Taking out the waste burned in the pill furnace, Yongkai did not rush to continue, but calmed down and thought about the feeling just now, which was confirmed with the correct method. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or- Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 622, The First Alchemy. After a long time, he started the second attempt. Because of the failure just now, the spirit formation in the pill furnace was also burned out, so this time we had to start all over again. Meticulously engraving the required spiritual array with real yuan inside the pill furnace. But this time, it was even worse than the previous one. Because of an oversight, there was a slight deviation in the real essence when carving the spirit circle. When the lines were formed, the spirit circle suddenly burst. Inside the pill furnace, chaotic energy fluctuations quickly erupted, which were as difficult to tame as a runaway wild horse. Yongkai was in great pain, and only then did he understand that it is one thing to know the knowledge of the technique of alchemy, and it is another thing to actually make it. Looking at it this way, the talent of the little sister is really enviable. With the holy body of medicine spirit, she can concoct alchemy as she pleases, and any medicinal material in her hands must be obediently blended into the degree she wants. After 3 consecutive failures, the spiritual formation was stabilized in the pill furnace. Because in the process of engraving the spirit array, one must concentrate fully, without the slightest slack, and the entire spirit array must be completed in one go. If there are any mistakes or discrepancies during the period, the spirit array will collapse. This kind of thing consumes energy and real energy. Only when all of them are completed accurately can the spirit formation take shape and play its role. It's easy to say, but if you really do it, you will find that there are many difficulties, and people have a mad urge. Fortunately, Yongkai's heart is also determined, and he will not be discouraged by 1 or 2 defeats. Every failure only adds to his experience of success. The spirit formation stabilized, Yongkai once again put the medicinal materials into the pill furnace in an orderly manner, and he swallowed the true essence in his hands, and quickly melted the medicinal materials into medicinal liquid and fused them together. Various medicinal effects were exerted, condensed into clusters, and conflicted with each other, resulting in subtle changes. This time he controlled it more carefully, but failed. When he wanted to get rid of the impurities in the medicinal materials and make the medicinal liquid pure, there was a sudden explosion from the pill furnace and the burnt smell filled the air again. Sitting upright in the room, Yang Kai thought quietly and slowly recovered his spirit. After some breathing, when his spirit returned to its peak, he started to do it again. Fail, fail. The successive failures made everyone feel a deep sense of powerlessness, but Yang Kai's expression was calm, pouring out the discarded materials from the pill furnace again and repeating the various actions before the failure. Because he knows that every time he fails, he has some progress. Practice makes perfect. This sentence is not empty talk. If you want to make good medicine pills, you can't do it overnight. I'm just starting now. There are more and more discarded materials in the room, and the smell of burning permeates the surroundings, and Yang Kai's spirit has never been relaxed. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it took. About 80% of the low-level materials purchased for 50 crystal stones have been consumed, and Yang Kai still has not been able to refine a finished medicinal pill. But he was like a demon, and his expression was still meticulous and focused. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai did not know how many times he tried. However, this time is different from the past. He has a feeling in the dark, it is a feeling of self-confidence, and he has a premonition that this time will be successful. The engraving of the spirit formation is already proficient in the chest, and Yang Kai can stably engrave the spirit formation in the pill furnace with only 10 breaths of effort. Plants of low-grade herbs were put into the pill furnace, melted under the action of Yang Kai's true essence, and merged into medicinal liquid. Impurities, drive out unnecessary components. There was no mistake in the whole process. Yang Kai, like a skilled veteran, was making the medicinal pill gradually take shape. Soon, a faint fragrance permeated from the pill furnace. Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, and he didn't dare to be careless, controlling the output of true yuan and controlling the heat of chengdan. After a long time, when those medicinal liquids had been condensed to the limit, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew all his true essence. The spiritual formation in the pill furnace also shrunk fiercely, like a big net, binding all the medicinal liquids and condensing them into a round medicinal pill. Ding dong! A crisp sound came from the Dan furnace. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, but he couldn't restrain the joy in his heart, and quickly took out the pill from the pill furnace. The seductive fragrance lingers on the tip of the nose, but a small medicinal pill has gathered almost all of Yang Kai's efforts, only the size of a thumbnail, and it contains almost all the medicinal effects of those medicinal materials. After feeling it carefully, Yang Kai found that the first medicinal pill he had refined in his life was actually only an ordinary quality medicine. The materials he used were all prefecture-level materials, because in Tongshuan continent, ordinary-level quality medicinal materials were basically unharvested, just like wild flowers on the roadside, they were worthless. The ground level has some uses. Use earth-level materials to refine ordinary-level medicinal pills. This kind of result is very unqualified, but Yang Kai is satisfied, because this is the first medicinal pill he has personally refined. Holding this medicinal pill, Yang Kai thoughtfully recalled how he felt during the refining process. I thought in my heart, if the medicinal effect could be condensed a little more, the impurities could be expelled more cleanly, and the heat was better mastered, the quality of the medicinal pill would definitely rise again. And after this success, he has also deeply realized the breadth and depth of alchemy, and has a certain understanding of the mysteries of alchemy. If you want to become a qualified alchemist, it is not enough just to master a huge amount of knowledge, you must go through thousands of trials and accumulation of experience. The first success has allowed him to accumulate a lot of precious experience. After resting for a while, he made persistent efforts and continued to work hard. In a flash, it was 10 days. Yang Kai spent 50 spar to buy the medicinal materials, and it was completely consumed, and there was no trickle left. Just when he was about to leave the customs, there were light footsteps outside, and through the footsteps, Yang Kai understood the identity of the person who came. With a slight smile, he waved away the enchantment wrapped in the room, and took the initiative to open the door. Shui Ling was standing outside with a slightly complicated expression. After smelling the smell from the room, he couldn't help but waved his hand at the tip of his nose and frowned, "What smell?" Yang Kai scratched his face, a little embarrassed. Not far away, Yun Zan, the bearded man and the others also came over. It seems that he knows that Yang Kai is concocting pills these days, and the bearded man stepped forward and winked at Yang Kai for a while. "Brother, how is the result? Have you made any good pills? Take them out and let us share them." Ji Hong. Yun Zan glared at him. Yang Kai saw that he was someone who had never made pills before. He bought some medicinal materials on a whim and came back to try them out. No one taught him that it was a strange thing to be able to make pills. If the medicinal herbs were really so easy to refine, then the status of an alchemist would not be so honorable. The smell of burnt smell wafting from the room, and the waste materials piled up there, Yunzan already understood what kind of setbacks Yongkai had encountered these 10 days. Hey, talk about it. The bearded man smiled, and he didn't have any malicious intentions. Yunzan looked at Yongkai apologetically, and hesitated for a while before saying, if you really want to concoct alchemy, I can introduce you to the alchemy guild in the alliance to become an apprentice, and find a master to teach you, which is better than your own. It's much better to explore. No, I'm really just playing casually. Yongkai shook his head with a smile. Yunzan nodded lightly and didn't say any more, she just thought this young man was very interesting. He obviously had some interest in alchemy, but he didn't want to be taught, and would rather be locked in a room and groping. Sighing secretly, if this goes on like this, he will never try to refine any medicine pills in his life, but after all, this is someone else's business, so how can she be an outsider? Yongkai, someone in the temple has come to pick me up. Shui Ling said. Oh, congratulations. Yongkai smiled. Well, when you come out, I will say goodbye to you. Shui Ling said. The people from the Water God Temple had already arrived in the City of Pride 2 days ago, but Yongkai had been retreating in the room to concoct pills, and it was not easy for Shui Ling to leave directly. After all, Yongkai brought her back. The parting is imminent, Shui Ling is not too sad, some are just full of joy, chatting and laughing with Yongkai and others, and walked out. Outside the Yongshuan team's mansion, a luxuriously dressed RV was waiting, pulled by several strange beasts. Under the feet of those beasts, the power of the wind was surging secretly. Yongkai looked at it and couldn't help but be amazed. Miss. Outside the RV, there was a master of the transcendent realm waiting, and when he saw Shui Ling come out, he quickly shouted with a cold expression. Shui Ling nodded lightly, turned to look at Yongkai and said, anyway, I still want to thank you. Well, you can take this piece of water blue jade pendant. If you need it one day, you can come to the water temple to find me. In addition, I will also help to pay attention to the whereabouts of your friends, and if there is any news, I will try to notify you. Thank you. Yongkai reached out and took the Shui Lan jade pendant over, sincerely thanking him. The Transcendent Realm expert looked at Yongkai with a bit of surprise, as if he couldn't understand why such a young man would get so much attention from his family's young lady, and even gave it away. Yunzan's beautiful eyes also flickered, looking at Yongkai suspiciously. Although Shui Ling lived in their mansion for more than 10 days and got along happily with each other, Yunzan still hadn't figured out what the relationship between Yongkai and Shui Ling was. That's it, I'm leaving. Shui Ling pursed her lips and smiled, turned and walked into the RV. The Transcendent Realm Master looked stern, didn't even look at Yongkai and the others, and walked straight to the driver's seat. The true essence poured out fiercely in his body, the wind was blowing from the feet of the alien beasts, and bright lines flickered on the RV, lifted off quickly, and left like lightning. As expected of the little princess of the water temple, this drive is really majestic. The bearded man and the others looked at it with extreme enthusiasm. At first glance, the RV is a secret treasure specially designed for manned flight. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network, give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 623. Maybe there will be a surprise. After watching Shui Ling leave, Yunzan smiled and said, okay, I'll take you to the secret treasure hall and get the bone shield back. Master Ma should have already repaired and refined it. Yongkai's spirit was shocked, and he couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. The secret treasure he possesses, apart from the little sword of the soul in the sea of AAAA knowledge, is only the bone shield. Moreover, in the Tongshuan continent, there are many strong men and many dangers. Yongkai feels that the bone shield can play a greater role, so he did not hesitate to spend the ice flame star sand, and did not refuse the empty jade provided by Yunzan. Let that person Master Ma repaired. With the bone shield, his life safety will be more guaranteed. Now that 10 days have passed, it is naturally time to retrieve the bone shield. Upon hearing this, the beard and the others expressed that they would like to follow him to see what kind of secret treasure Yongkai was using. Yunzan had no choice but to let them follow behind. It was the secret treasure hall last time. Yunzan led Yongkai into the innermost room, where Master Ma was waiting. Seeing Yongkai, he didn't say much, just handed over the bone shield. Wagwang is restrained on the bone shield, and there is nothing surprising about it, but as soon as Yongkai started, he felt that this bone shield was a little different from before. The pits and pits on the surface have been repaired completely, and the broken bone spurs at the edges have been reconnected, and the ice is biting to the bone, which clearly has the characteristics of ice flame star sand. The bone shield is much higher than the previous grade. Yang Kai looked happy. Mysterious level high grade. It is a pity that it was not refined into a spiritual level secret treasure, but it is enough. With it, a warrior below the extraordinary realm cannot break your defense. In the face of the extraordinary realm, you can also have it. The power to resist, Master Ma said lightly. There is Master Lao. Yang Kai nodded heavily. No, it's just a deal. This old man is in this business. This time, it's for Miss Yun's face. Next time, if you ask the old man to repair the secret treasure, the old man will not be so kind to you. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yunzan smiled and said, then let's say goodbye. Master Ma gave a kind word, and suddenly said again, Miss Yun, be careful in everything, don't work so hard. I know, thank you Master for your concern. Leaving the secret treasure hall and walking outside, the bearded man and the others immediately shouted that they wanted to see Yang Kai's secret treasure. Yang Kai did not refuse, and took out the bone shield for them to observe. The bearded man and the others were full of envy. Because the secret treasures used by these people, although there are also Zon level grades, most of them are low level Zon level, and there is still some gap between them and the high level Zon level of bone shields. Moreover, the bone shield is the secret treasure of the main defense at first glance. With this thing, it means that the safety of life is guaranteed. This is a dream baby for the bearded man and others. Yang Kai, we can't continue to accompany you. Yunzan looked at him apologetically. The alliance has given a mission, and we will leave here soon. If you don't mind, you can continue to stay in our mansion. Stay for a while, but we don't know when we'll be back. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. I'll go with you. With us. Yunzan's expression became strange, and she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Do you want to join our independent proud league? Yang Kai shook his head. I owe you a piece of empty jade. Go out with you to see if you can meet any opportunities. Rest assured, I will not divide your quest rewards. Yunzan frowned slightly, and seemed a little uneasy. After all, she and Yang Kai were not familiar with each other. These days, he was good to him, and it was also because of Shui Ling's face. Now that Shui Ling is gone, she doesn't need to deal with Yang Kai anymore. That piece of empty jade was regarded as the price for her relationship with the water temple, and she could still bear it. Now that Yang Kai suddenly said that he would act with them, Yunzan had a hard time deciding. At the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, this cultivation base alone is not bad. But he is too young to know what his true combat effectiveness is. If he loses his position at a dangerous moment, he will most likely cause trouble to his team and cause unnecessary losses. As the team leader, Yunzan had to think a lot. Maybe there will be some surprises with me. Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. I will listen to your command and dispatch. Surprise. Yunzan pursed her lips, pondered for a while, and then nodded her head in a straight face. Okay. Since you want to repay my favor, I won't reject you. But remember, when you go out, everything has to be done. Follow my orders, and if my team members' lives are in danger because of you, I will make you pay the price. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and agreed. He really doesn't want to owe others anything. As long as he finds an opportunity to return the value of Kong Chanyu to Yunzan, he can part ways with them and go out to find Su Yan and the others. Let's go then. Yunzan waved her hand. There is no need to prepare anything. The members of Yunzan's team are all seasoned veterans, and they have already prepared everything before that. As Yunzan left the proud city, the bearded man and Yang Kai hooked up and shouted, Brother, what a surprise! Why is there a surprise with you? Yang Kai already has a deep understanding of his familiarity and shamelessness, and he is silent at the moment. Silence is golden. Going all the way, Yang Kai's powerful consciousness is always looking around to investigate, wanting to see if he can find something of value. Sadly nothing. However, from the small talk of the Yunzan team, Yang Kai gradually figured out what their mission this time was. A group of monsters of unknown origin suddenly appeared in the Chiba forest, which was about 7 or 8 days away from the city of Independent Confidence. Many former warriors and disciples of the Independent Confidence League were killed in it. The Chiba forest is of great value to the Independent Proud League, not only because many rare medicinal materials grow in this forest, but also because there is a Japanese tin ore vein in the middle of the forest. The grade of Japanese tin ore is not high, but if the refiner can refine it, it can have many uses. This is also the value of Chiba Forest to the Independent Pride Alliance. According to those who escaped, the level of the monsters is not too high, and they are basically 6th order, but there are a lot of them. A group of people have already gone to inquire about the situation. This time, the warriors of Yunzan's team are going to join up with the previous group of people and destroy the monster beasts. The demon pills and body parts of the monsters, as well as the blood, are the materials for the pill refining equipment, and a piece of fat in the mouth. The Duao League has no reason to let go easily. Galloping all the way, taking a short rest in the middle, 7 or 8 days later, a vast and boundless forest was printed into Yang Kai's eyes. There was a person waiting outside the forest. Seeing Yunzan and the others coming, he couldn't help but look overjoyed. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted with a smile, "Yunzan, are you here?" His smile was sincere, and there was a bit of admiration on his face. He seemed to care about Yunzan. When he spoke, his eyes were also fixed on Yunzan for a second, and his expression was excited. Yunzan looked at him in surprise. "Zhou Luo, why are you here? Shouldn't you go on another mission?" The young man named Zhou Luo smiled and replied unabashedly, "I heard that you will come here, so I took the initiative to ask for help." Yunzan couldn't help frowning. Her expression suddenly turned cold. "Then what's the situation here now?" "Xinyu's team has been here for more than 10 days. Everything has been inquired. There are no monsters that are too powerful. Now we just wait for you, and we can start." Zhou Luo replied softly. "Let's lead the way." Yunzan nodded lightly. Zhou Luo and Yan smiled and led the way politely ahead. "He's *****. I met this grandson again." The bearded man suddenly whispered beside Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, his eyes staring at the back of the young man named Zhou Luo, and he gritted his teeth for a while. "Have a grudge?" Yang Kai smiled. "I don't have any grudges, I just don't feel good about him." Ji Hong snorted. "This kid is a sweet-smelling sword, and he thinks about women all day long. Many women in the league have been harmed by him, and he set his sights on us half a year ago. Captain, it's a pity that the captain has never given him a chance. Don't look at his sanctimonious appearance, but he is actually full of bad water. He has changed his way to perform tasks with our captain, and I don't know how many times I have encountered him." "Oh," Yang Kai responded lightly, without commenting. To him, the grievances of the Dominion League had nothing to do with him, and he naturally didn't want to cause any trouble. Ji Hong's voice seemed to be a little louder, but Zhou Luo suddenly turned his head and grinned at Ji Hong, his whiskers curling his lips in disdain. Following Zhou Luo into the forest for about half a day, Yang Kai suddenly felt a lot of life aura waiting in front of him. Roughly counted, there are at least a dozen people. The Independent Proud League carried out their missions in small teams. Each team consisted of about 5 to 8 people. For example, Yunzan's team had 8. Zhou Luo brought a team of people to help. The heart language he mentioned earlier was the leader of a team who came here in advance to seek information. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that there was an aura of a transcendent realm master in front of him. Thinking about it, the Independent Pride Alliance was afraid of any accident here, so it sent a transcendent realm to sit in town. With this master, everyone would feel more secure. When they came to the front of those people, Zhou Luo waved and shouted, "Yunzan and the others are here." The Transcendent Realm Master in front nodded lightly, a person who was not too old. And beside him, there is a petite, but proud woman. This woman is full of body, graceful curves, bearded and other people, they will keep looking at her up and down, with red eyes in her eyes, she seems to be big for a heartwarming look. The woman snorted coldly, her demeanor was rather unkind, and her eyes were full of hostility when she looked at Yunzan. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network, give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 624 Which pimple corner did you come out of? Yunzan stepped forward and bowed to the Transcendent Realm Master. "Uncle Sun, thank you for waiting." Sun Ying smiled and shook his head. "I've only been here for a while, how's Miss Yun doing?" "Everything is fine, I have Uncle Lao Sun to worry about." Sun Ying nodded slightly and said softly, "If you have time, go see your father more, Uncle Sun." Yunzan frowned, not wanting to let him continue. Okay, I won't talk about it." Sun Ying looked helpless. Yang Kai watched his words and expressions, and quickly realized some problems, but he remained silent, just watching from the sidelines. Yunzan nodded at the petite woman again. "Sister Ruan, stay safe." Ruan Xinyu snorted coldly and said unhappily, "If you can come earlier, I will be better. I have been waiting for you here for several days. If the league insisted on asking you to take some credit, my team would have been early. This will solve the trouble here." Yunzan smiled slightly. Sister Ruan is joking. Since the Alliance has arranged it like this, it must be because we can't do it without us. Ruan Xinyu's pretty face turned cold, and when she was about to retort, Sun Ying clapped her hands and said, "Okay, let's talk less, you two girls, you quarrel as soon as you meet, you are both disciples in the Alliance. What kind of deep hatred can't be resolved so much?" In the face of Sun Ying's mediation, Ruan Xinyu still had an extremely cold expression, and Yunzan also seemed to be smiling, which gave this transcendent realm master a headache. "Hey!" Suddenly, Sun Ying stared at Yang Kai with a suspicious look on his face. "Miss Yun, why is there one more person in your team? Is he a disciple of the Alliance?" While speaking, he looked up and down, and his consciousness swept around Yang Kai. After realizing his cultivation, Sun Ying nodded slightly, thinking that his strength was not too bad. However, Yang Kai did not wear the logo of the Disciples of the Independent Proud League, which made him a little puzzled. "He is not a disciple of the Alliance." Yunzan shook her head. This time, even Ruan Xinyu and Zhou Luo were stunned. The Proud Independent League disciples would never bring in irrelevant people when they were carrying out their missions, so Yunzan's actions obviously made them a little puzzled. "He wants to join our Independent Proud League, so I brought him here this time. The main reason is to see how he is doing," Yunzan explained with a smile. Secretly gave Yang Kai a wink. Yang Kai understood and remained silent. "That's it." Sun Ying was relieved. "This is a good thing, then this time, let this old man see what his potential is. But if he passes the test, which team should he be included in?" "Yunzan, your team is already full. Quote. If you don't mind, how about coming to my team?" Zhou Luo sent an invitation. Yang Kai wrinkled. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Yunzan said, "The 8 characters haven't been written yet. Maybe he doesn't meet the requirements of the Alliance. Let's wait until this mission is completed." "All right." Zhou Luo smiled and nodded. "Brother, work hard, I believe Yunzan's vision will not be too bad, don't embarrass her this time." That Ruan Xinyu also looked at Yang Kai up and down, and smiled contemptuously, Lingtaching. Yang Kai kept silent for a while, which made her mistakenly think that this young man was a little stupid, plus the grievance between her and Yunzan. Naturally, Yang Kai is not pleasing to the eye. "Xinyu, you came earlier, and your team is responsible for investigating the situation here. Tell everyone." Although Sun Ying had already used his spiritual sense to investigate the situation over there, he didn't want to talk too much. "Let Ruan Xinyu explain." "Mention business." Ruan Xinyu's expression also became stern, and she said, "The situation here is basically the same as the information I got before. Those monsters that suddenly appeared here are all gold-eating beasts, mainly to eat some minerals. Tin mines are the source of attracting them to this place. There are a lot of them, at least 40 or 50. 6th order accounts for the vast majority, and there are also 5th order ones, and no trace of 7th order is found." Gold-devouring beast. Yunzan's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the words. "Yes, it is the gold-devouring beast. You should have all heard of this monster and know its value." Zhou Luo suddenly became excited. "Of course I know. That's it, if we can catch all of these 40 or 50 gold-devouring beasts, then we don't need to worry about the refiners anymore. As long as there are these monsters, the Japanese tin mine can be extracted at will, and it is also a great contribution to the Alliance." Sun Ying smiled slightly. "Your 3 teams, each of your team members are not weak, you should have no problem dealing with 6th order monsters, as long as you don't be besieged by them. Well, our goal is to capture these monsters alive, not to attack them. Killing, you must keep this in mind, if any one of you dies, it will be a loss for us, understand?" Everyone nodded in unison, looking very motivated, as if those gold-devouring beasts were of great value to them. Yang Kai looked puzzled. "Yunzan, Zhou Luo, Xinyu, each of you 3 bring half of your team members out and set up a ban with the old man to prevent those gold-devouring beasts from escaping. It's getting dark now, and the others should rest in place. After we finish setting up the ban, we will act again tomorrow." Sun Ying directed. After a while, half of the members of the Independent Proud League went out with Sun Ying, which should be arranged nearby. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and regained his energy. The bearded man walked over with a sullen look and sat opposite Yang Kai, looking a little bored. Yunzan didn't take him with him, which made him unhappy. "Brother Ji, what kind of monster is that gold-devouring beast? Why are you so excited to hear its name?" Yang Kai hesitated for a while before asking his doubts. On the way here, he originally thought that this group of people was here to kill the monsters and obtain the inner core of the monsters and their materials, but after arriving here, the task suddenly became arrest, which made Yang Kai understand that living the gold-devouring beast is more valuable than the dead one. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ji Hong opened his mouth wide and looked at him in amazement. Have you never heard of the gold-devouring beast? Yang Kai shook his head. Which corner did you come out of? Ji Hong was speechless, looking at Yang Kai like a country bumpkin. Haha, Yang Kai was also a little embarrassed. I'm really convinced. Ji Hong kept shaking his head and explained patiently. Gold-devouring beast, you should also think of something when you hear its name. These monsters don't eat flesh and blood, only minerals. Their physiques are very special. After eating the minerals are refined in the body, and then the refined minerals are excreted. Isn't that feces? Yang Kai's face darkened. It can be said, but their feces are of great use to us. The minerals extracted from their bodies are purer than those extracted by many refiners. In this way, you should understand why we want to capture them alive. They're not hunted, are they? Understood. Yang Kai nodded. You guys want to bring them back to the Alliance and use them to refine minerals and materials. Yes, with this batch of gold-devouring beasts, the Alliance can save a large number of manpower, and those refiners can also spare time to work on other things. With this said, Ji Hong's face was filled with excitement. 40 or 50 gold-devouring beasts, there are quite a few. The more our team catches, the better the reward. Maybe this time we can turn around in one fell swoop, become a team leader, and be on an equal footing with Yunzan, hee. Ji Hong's face was full of oil, and he seemed to be full of energy. Yunzan, what's the situation? Yang Kai suddenly asked. He had observed a lot of things these days, and he vaguely felt that Yunzan's identity was a little different, but she always said that she was an ordinary disciple of the Independent Pride Alliance, so he let it go. Yang Kai didn't quite understand. Ji Hong's expression suddenly became solemn, and after hesitating for a while, he said, It's not convenient for me to talk about the captain. If you want to know, ask yourself, but she probably won't tell you. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. In the middle of the night, Sun Ying and others came back, and the ban had been completely laid down, and they could start only after dawn. In the second half of the night, everyone was meditating and resting, adjusting their state and looking forward to their performance tomorrow. A fragrant scent came, lingering on the tip of his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes. The sky was about to bright. It was the darkest time before dawn. Yunzan, dressed as a young woman, standing in front of him with a remarkable demeanor. Is something wrong? Yang Kai tilted his head. You're going to act soon. Be careful, follow me, follow my instructions, and don't make any mistakes. If you die, I won't be able to explain it to Miss Shui. I see. Well, I said during the day that you wanted to join the Independent Proud League, but I just said it casually. Whether you want to join or not depends on your own intentions. Yunzan stroked the hair beside her ears, revealing her delicate earlobes. Ripe like a peach, generally understanding. Looking at the pure whiteness of the dawn on the horizon, Yunzan suddenly asked again, How old are you this year? 20. Yang Kai smiled. 20, the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, hee, time flies so fast. Yunzan's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred. She stared at Yang Kai blankly, as if she was caught in a memory, and after a long while she pursed her lips and smiled. Very beautiful age, don't die, you can't see anything when you die. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he always felt that the young woman had something to say, and was about to ask, but there was a shout from Sun Ying, prepare to act. Everyone opened their eyes, and their eyes shone brightly. Yunzan's expression turned solemn, and she hurriedly called her team. After a while, everyone was ready to go, and under the leadership of Sun Ying, they walked towards the Japanese tin ore vein. Between the belly of the mountain, there is a dark cave. This is the mineral vein owned by the Independent Proud League in the Chenny Forest. Yang Kai senses the surroundings, and he senses that there is some energy around it. Prohibition. The huge consciousness sneaked into the mine cave in the belly of the mountain silently and mysteriously, and soon, the breath of some monsters was conveyed. It is indeed the same as the information obtained before, most of which are 6th-order monsters. Open, Sun Ying shouted in a deep voice, and he kept punching out pure essence from his hands. Chapter 625 Gold-Devouring Beast. I took the medicine, the side effects were great, I fell asleep accidentally, and the update was late. Yang Kai quickly noticed that there was a layer of enchantment-like existence around him. Knowing that Sun Ying should have opened the ban imposed last night to prevent any fish that slipped through the net from escaping. Yang Kai frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Come in. Sun Ying waved his hand and walked in, followed by the others. The mine is very deep, and the passages inside are twists and turns due to the years of mining, and there are many fork roads. Along the road, there are some traces of being eaten on both sides of the road. The Japanese tin mines exposed to the air have disappeared, and they should have been swallowed up by those gold-eating beasts. These monsters feed on minerals, and after eating the outer ones, they penetrate deep into the interior, almost a few miles away from the entrance of the cave, and they are also scattered, which is very convenient for the people of the Independent Proud League to capture one by one. Not long after, there was a fork in the road ahead. Sun Ying felt a little bit, and instructed, "Miss Yun, your team has the largest number of people. Let's take a different path here. With your strength, you should be able to handle it. There are relatively few people in the Xinyu team, so I have to follow them. If there is an accident or you encounter a situation that you can't handle, you must warn me, and I will come to the rescue as soon as possible." Yun Zan nodded solemnly and led the members of her team and Yang Kai into the passage on the left. "Miss Yun, be careful with everything," Zhou Luo reminded her with a tender look on her face. There was no response, and Yun Zan didn't seem to hear it. Ruan Xinyu couldn't help sneering, looked at Zhou Luo with contempt, and hummed, "Save your energy." "Okay, let's go in too." Sun Ying knew the emotional entanglement of these young men and women, and he didn't want to ask more questions. He waved his hand and led the others into the other side. After walking behind Yun Lei for a while, Yang Kai quickly caught up with her, and asked softly, "That senior opened the ban ahead of time, will there be no problem?" "What's the problem?" Yun Zan looked at him in astonishment. "In this way, without him lifting the ban, the gold-devouring beast can't escape, and neither can you. Why do we want to go out?" Yun Zan frowned and suddenly understood, "Are you afraid of any danger in case?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yun Zan laughed dumbly. "You are worrying too much. Ruan Xinyu and the others have been inquiring here for more than 10 days, and Uncle Sun has also personally checked the situation here. Naturally, if he is sure that there is no danger, he will open the ban in advance. If there is a problem that we can't solve, Uncle Sun will come to help." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai didn't feel good about expressing his opinion anymore, so he nodded lightly and said no more. Yun Lei looked at him and said softly, "It's good to be careful, but men need to be more courageous so that they can have a career." Because she was afraid of talking too much and disturbing the gold-devouring beast, Yun Zan not only lowered her voice, but her lips were also close to Yang Kai's ear. A wisp of intoxicating fragrance quietly escaped into his nose and Yang Kai's expression froze. Yun Lei was surprised and her face suddenly turned a little red. She exhaled like Lan and said, "Follow me later. I didn't let you move, so don't move." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, thinking that this young woman really regards herself as a young man who is not too young. Although he looks young, he has experienced countless things over the years. "Captain!" At this moment, the bearded man suddenly shouted, and the 7 or 8 members of the team all stopped and held their breaths, staring at a corner ahead. From the corner, there was a chewing sound, and the consciousness quietly let go, clearly feeling the breath of life. 1. Yun Lei looked overjoyed. "Good luck." "Hey!" Ji Hong laughed strangely, and the other team members were excited too. Under the gazes of everyone, Yun Zan quickly made a few gestures. The team members understood, nodded one after another, and quietly touched them out one by one. Some subtle energy fluctuations were faintly conveyed. Yang Kai saw that there were 2 warriors fiddling with something on the ground. They should be setting traps. Aware. After a while, "It's done over there." Ji Hong looked back at Yun Zan. Yun Zan nodded heavily. Ji Hong had a grim face, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and suddenly a 2-handed axe appeared in his hand. As soon as the axe appeared, Sen Lang's murderous intent and bloody aura burst out. Ji Hong, holding a big axe in both hands, jumped out vigorously, bluffing in front of him, showing off his might. The sound of gnawing suddenly stopped, and Yang Kai clearly felt that the life breath from the corner had changed and was gradually becoming dangerous. It should be Ji Hong's provocation that made the gold-devouring beast angry. The earth trembled lightly, getting more and more violent, more and more fierce, and soon, a head with 2 horns and silver light appeared at the corner, and golden rays of light burst out from the silver horns. The power is not bad, and the energy fluctuations are quite violent. Gold-devouring beast. It was also the first time Yang Kai saw this kind of monster. He fixed his eyes and looked at it, and found that the monster was only about 2 feet long, 1 person tall, and a little bloated, like a magnified fatworm, with its fat belly running. Swing left and right, although the body is large, the speed is not slow. What makes Yang Kai more concerned is that its armor is crisscrossed like ravines, and the armor covering it is extremely strong at first glance, and it is not something that is easy to break. These armor pieces are like tortoise shells that wrap its entire back and tail tightly, but there are some weaknesses in the lower abdomen that is close to the ground. When the gold-devouring beast approached less than 3 feet, Ji Hongkai turned his head and ran back. He didn't intend to confront this rough-skinned 6th-order monster head-on. "Come here," Ji Hong shouted as he ran, his face filled with excitement, and the others were also very excited, secretly looking forward to it. Ji Hong jumped over the place where the trap was set before the pathway, but the 6th-order gold-devouring beast didn't know the mystery, and the fat and bloated body waited directly from above. The warriors who had been prepared did not wait for Yunlei's order to activate the secret treasure buried in the trap. One after another, wagwang burst out from the ground, and rope-like energy spurted out, wrapping and binding the gold-devouring beasts. The clumsy limbs were quickly tied up, and the huge body of the gold-devouring beast flew forward for more than 10 meters under the action of inertia, and then slowly stopped, plowing the ground with a ravine-like trace. "Destroy its double horns," Yunzan shouted tenderly and moved first. A force that could not be ignored burst out from her tender body, and quickly rushed to the side of the gold-devouring beast. The other warriors also followed suit. The golden rays of light between the horns of the gold-devouring beast raged in the mind like a spiritual snake coming out of a hole, but the 6th-order monster was only equivalent to a human warrior of the gods, and its attack did not give Yunzan any chance. What effective damage is done by others? In less than 10 breaths of effort, the extremely hard horns of this gold-devouring beast were chopped off by Ji Hong with a big axe. The pain seemed unbearable, and the gold-devouring beast wailed. Yunlei's pretty face changed, and she quickly used her means to bind her mouth. "Captain," Ji Hong laughed and handed the chopped horns to Yunzan as a gift. Yunzan nodded slightly, took it and stuffed it into her chenken bag. Because of the relationship between the physical structure and edible minerals of the gold-devouring beast, its double horns and armor pieces are all good refining materials. "It's very easy." Ji Hong shook his big head, very proud. "The sanity of the 6th-order monster is not too high. We set up traps again, and it is easy to take it down. If you fight it head-on, you will realize that it is difficult to deal with. Its armor is very hard, and the double horns, the energy attack released is not weak, and the impact force is even more terrifying. The general Immortal Ascension realm is not its opponent, and in this mine, we are inconvenient to turn around. It can exert its full strength, and don't underestimate the enemy." Yunlei explained sternly, lest Ji Hong underestimate the enemy and cause unnecessary losses. "Know it." Ji Hong nodded heavily. Yunlei pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, let's move on. This one is here. When we go back, we will find a way to transport it back to Duao City." Everyone was in high spirits and full of energy. After advancing inward for half a day, using the same method, Yunzan's team easily captured 3 gold-devouring beasts. For half a day, Yongkai has not moved. It wasn't because of Yunzan's previous instructions, but because the means of Yunzan's team were enough to capture the gold-devouring beast, so he didn't need to intervene. This time, he came here mainly because he wanted to repay Yunzan's favor. If he got the reward and the chance to not repay the favor, he would only think of another way, and would not force it. However, Yongkai observed it secretly for a long time and knew that they could not use this method to capture the gold-devouring beast all the time. First, the number of secret treasures used to set up traps is not large, and second, not every gold-devouring beast exists alone. In front of that, there are 2 gold-devouring beasts whose life breaths are very close, and alarming one of them will arouse the vigilance of the other. Sure enough, when Ji Hong, who went to inquire about information, came back and told Yunlei about the situation, Yunzan frowned. "How many beast-binding rings are left?" Yunlei looked at one person and asked. 3. "Let's arrange everything." Yunzan thought for a while and said. "N." The man nodded and placed 3 beast-binding rings in the passage several times with another warrior. Everything was ready, and it was still Ji Hong who led the snake out of the hole. After some provocation, the 2 gold-devouring beasts really took the bait and charged towards this side fiercely. When passing through the first trap, the beast-binding ring burst into light, but it failed to function as before. The collision force of the 2 gold-devouring beasts directly broke free from the shackles of the beast-binding ring, with an imposing manner like a rainbow. The second trap only slowed them down slightly, and it was only when the third trap was reached that one was successfully caught. The other one was still rushing towards Yunlei. "Do it." Yunzan didn't look panicked at all. It seemed that all this was within her expectations. After hearing her order, the hidden warriors suddenly attacked, bursting out with the brilliance of her martial skills and secret treasures. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or- A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 626 How do you know? Yang Kai looked at it and nodded secretly. The Solitary Confidence Alliance's warriors are not low in cultivation and their skills are not weak. At first glance, they are veterans who have experienced battles, and under Yun Zan's command and leadership, there is also a cohesive force that cannot be ignored. Even if it occupies an absolute geographical advantage, a sixth-order monster is still somewhat unsightly in front of the 8 immortal ascension beasts. Ji Hong's two-handed axe slashed on the back of the gold-devouring beast, making a loud noise and sparks flying, but only a shallow trace was left on its back armor. It's so hard. Ji Hong was taken aback, his hands were a little numb from the force of the rebound, and his heart was ruthless. Dang 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 dang. Ji Hong, retreat, Yun Zan shouted tenderly. The movement of the beard completely angered the gold-devouring beast, its red eyes stared at Ji Hong, the light between the silver horns on the forehead flickered, a visible light the ferocious energy rushed towards Ji Hong. Ji Hong's complexion changed, and he placed the big axe in front of him, and the axe's face just blocked the attack. Yun Zan had already rushed up, and the spear that had been repaired by Master Ma before was also holding in his hand. The plump body looked majestic and valiant. The arc on the spear flickered, and the mine was suddenly radiant. The phantom of a spirit snake suddenly appeared on the spear, and the spear twisted like a real spirit snake. The aura of extreme sternness permeated the air, and the spear turned into a rainbow light and shot towards it. Gold Devourer. The gold-devouring beast that ignored Ji Hong's attack also seemed to feel a little uneasy, and kept roaring and roaring. The energy light between the two horns suddenly flickered, and one after another attacked towards Yun Zan's spear. Shish. The energy is wanton, the spiritual energy is disordered, and the strong collision makes the stone chips fly around the mine. Yun Zan's expression was indifferent and did not mean to be afraid at all. As she waved her hands, the spear collided and melted with the attacks of the gold-devouring beasts one after another. The other warriors have already taken the opportunity to pounce, and they can't help but besiege the golden beast. A strange energy spread out from the ground. Puff puffa. Sharp earth thorns suddenly shot out from below, and the crazy momentum of the gold-devouring beast was like a punctured balloon, and it suddenly shriveled a lot. Fresh blood flowed, strewn all over the ground, and the gold-devouring beast rushed forward a few meters, and fell to the ground with a series of mournful and helpless roars. Looking from the side, it can be clearly seen that there are several more blood holes in its soft lower abdomen, which were pierced by the soil just now. The members of Yun Zan's team rushed forward, cut off the double horns between its foreheads, used methods to bind it, and took out some healing medicine, which was applied to the wound of the gold-devouring beast. Everyone performed their duties in an orderly manner, without the slightest panic. Ji Hong happily ran back, winked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother, did you enjoy watching it?" "It's okay." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Until this moment, he has not made a move and has been watching. "This is just a small battle. When you really join the Independent Proud League, my brother will show you what a big battle is." Yun Zan retracted her spear, held it in her hand, cast a glance at Yang Kai, and nodded secretly. She found that the taciturn young man's temperament was relatively calm, and even in the face of such a sudden incident just now, he did not show the slightest panic. This discovery made Yun Zan ponder, wondering whether he was happy or angry or if he had really seen anything in the world. After clapping her hands, Yun Zan said, "The beast binding ring has been used up. If you encounter a gold-devouring beast next time, everyone should be careful not to get hurt." Everyone nodded, showing more energy than before. "Continue." Yun Zan waved her hand and walked forward. Because the gold-devouring beasts want to devour Guansang of minerals, there are basically no groups of them. Most of them are left alone. Occasionally there are 2 or 3. With the strength of the Yongxuan team, they can also be caught. Catch. The mine is very deep, and it continues to advance inward, and there are countless forks that have passed through. Someone in the team specially recorded the direction so as not to get lost when going back. Yang Kai also took action. Under the guidance of Yun Zan, he helped a little bit, and his calm attack method made those warriors suddenly look at him with admiration. Even Yun Zan couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai. She originally thought that this young man from a remote corner would be in a hurry when faced with such a situation. It was because of this concern that Yun Zan kept Yang Kai behind her and did not let him take action, but it turned out that he still has some use. At least, after he sacrificed the bone shield, one person can block the violent collision of the gold-devouring beast. That kind of powerful collision force, but Ji Hong, the most powerful and physically strongest in the company, had to retreat, but Yang Kai was able to block it. This plays a very important role in the offense of others. After observing twice, Yunzan let Yongkai hold the bone shield and act as a barrier in front of him, while the others followed behind Yongkai and launched an attack. The cooperation was seamless, and the efficiency was improved a lot. Everyone was smiling. After half a day, the team rested for a while. While resting, Yongkai found Yunzan. "Miss Yun, I don't quite understand something." "What's the matter?" Yunzan pursed her lips and smiled. Yongkai's performance has been recognized by her, and now she really wants to win over Yongkai to join the Independent Proud League. With such a person acting as a barrier as his team member, everyone must be a lot safer when they perform tasks in the future. Gold-devouring beasts eat minerals for a living, right? Okay, what's wrong? Brother Ji said that after they devour minerals, they will be refined in their bodies and then excreted, and according to the information obtained before, these gold-devouring beasts have been here for at least 2 or 3 months. Why do we go all the way? Come on, didn't find what they excreted. Yunzan was stunned and thought about it carefully, and found that it was exactly what Yongkai said. No refined minerals were found along the way. Yunzan suddenly didn't know how to explain it, and Fang felt a little doubt in her heart. The other warriors were also confused. Along the way, they were only immersed in the achievement of capturing the gold-devouring beast, and it seemed that no one had observed such information. Will they find a place alone, just like humans go to the toilet? There is a thatched hut. Ji Hong shouted. Yunzan blushed and nodded lightly. It's also possible. Then if you find that place, wouldn't you be able to harvest a large amount of refined minerals? Ji Hong felt the thick stubble on his chin, thoughtfully. Yunzan's eyes lit up. The capture of so many gold-devouring beasts this time was a great achievement. If he could find those refined minerals again, it would be a big gain to sell them. The other warriors were also immediately excited. Green light appeared in their eyes, and the fatigue from fighting all the way disappeared, and they became full of energy. Then let's look for it to see if there is such a place. Yunzan saw their expressions and knew that they didn't want to rest, and immediately said with a smile. Everyone is overjoyed, and act quickly. Yongkai frowned, although he felt something was wrong, but he knew too little about the information here, and it was inconvenient to say something. What Yunzan says, he can do whatever he wants. Continuing to go to the expert, the number of gold-devouring beasts seems to be getting smaller and smaller. While catching the gold-devouring beasts, everyone is also looking for the place where refined minerals are hidden, but unfortunately they have not been able to find them. While searching, Yongkai suddenly felt an abnormality. After concentrating for a moment, Yongkai suddenly changed color and shouted in a low voice, "Yunzan, something is wrong." When a group of warriors who were excitedly looking for refined minerals heard his shout, they all stopped and turned to look at him, puzzled. Yunzan even frowned. "What's the matter?" Yongkai suddenly shouted like this, which startled her, and let go of her consciousness, but she didn't notice any abnormality, and she was immediately a little unhappy. When performing tasks outside, it is the most taboo to speak and alert without any reason, or it will cause oneself to be in chaos. If there is a real danger at this time, I am afraid that no one can react. Yongkai didn't answer, and was still sensing. Through the investigation of his consciousness, he noticed that there was a strange and powerful energy in the depths of this mine. Based on his knowledge of energy intensity, he can conclude that such energy comes from a supernatural powerhouse. A transcendent enemy has been hidden until now, and no one has discovered it. The horror of this enemy no longer needs to be explained in words. Sun Ying checked the situation in this mine in advance. He didn't know that there were supernatural powerhouses here. It can be seen that Sun Ying is not the opponent of that enemy. Even Yongkai himself didn't find any abnormality when he visited before, and he didn't know what kind of methods this person used. What the hell is going on? Yunzan shouted, and Yi Ran was already angry. I'm afraid there will be danger here. Yongkai said with a sullen face. Speak clearly. Yunzan's expression was also extremely ugly. There is a very powerful master hidden here. If you don't want to die, go out quickly. How did you know? Yunzan frowned. Ji Hong also stepped forward and said in a muffled voice, Brother, this kind of thing can't be joking. How can there be any danger here? I'm not joking. Yongkai shook his head sternly, looked around, and found that all the members of Yunzan's team were staring at him with distrust. Yongkai's head suddenly burst, and he realized that his language was not convincing anymore. She was on the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and her strength in this team was not top-notch. Yunzan herself was a warrior on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Taking a deep breath, Yongkai looked at Yunzan and said, I came here to repay your favor. If you believe me now, take them out of here quickly. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 627. How can you make me trust you? Yunzan stared at Yang Kai coldly, with a disappointed look on her face. Originally, I wanted you to join the Independent Proud League, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Mighty actions of the team are directed by me, and there is no need for others to point fingers, especially alarmists for no reason. I'm not being alarmist. Show evidence, or don't talk about it. Yunzan's voice was cold. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, looking at Yunzan with an indifferent expression. Then I will not accompany you. Saying this, he turned around and rushed out quickly. He didn't, and his feelings were just his side words. Hey, brother! Ji Hong was shocked and shouted quickly. Let him go. Yunzan drank coldly, staring at Yang Kai's disappearing back, shaking her head. Yang Kai's performance at the moment was completely different from his previous calmness. Yunzan felt that if such a person really joined the Independent Confidence Alliance, it might be harmful to the alliance, and even the desire to win over him faded. Hey, Ji Hong sighed, looked at Yunzan and said, Miss, what he said was so serious, did he really find something? Yunzan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she pondered. Uncle Sun said that there is no danger here. What can he find? And I didn't notice anything unusual. Maybe he made a fuss. That's right. Ji Hong nodded, naturally believing Sun Ying's words in his heart. Yang Kai's figure quickly galloped through the mine. Every time he stepped on it, a deep dent appeared on the ground. With a long afterimage behind him, he had already increased his speed to the limit. The path to come has long been remembered in his mind. For this labyrinth-like fork in the road, he seems to have a map printed in his mind. In the sense of consciousness, the fluctuation of that mysterious energy became more and more vigorous, and it was obvious that something had been done. Yang Kai knows how much he has now. With the cultivation of the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary and the means of entering the Devil, he is invincible in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Facing the Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai will not be afraid, but he is not sure of winning. Before killing Spider Mother, he relied on the power of Jinren's one-eyed in the Sea of AA knowledge, and Xingzong who killed Senluo Temple also relied on the power of the void drawn from the bone shield. It's not their own business. Between the transcendent and the insane, it's a huge gulf. In particular, the terrain here is not suitable for violent battles. Once the mine collapses, everyone will be buried in the ground. So when he noticed the hidden enemy, Yang Kai's first thought was to leave here quickly. Plan again. It's a pity that Yunzan didn't trust her, which made Yang Kai very helpless. Staying to defend will only waste time. Yang Kai decisively chose to leave. I hope they are all right, Yang Kai thought to himself, and there is also a transcendent realm on the side of the Independent Proud League. Sun Ying is not weak, so he will not necessarily lose to the enemy hidden here. At this moment, another strong energy wave came from Sun Ying. Judging from the small buzzing around the mine and the trembling of the earth, Sun Ying should now fight against the hidden enemy. Yang Kai's face sank, and the speed was a little faster. At the same time, the fluctuation of the battle was also noticed by Yunzan and others. Everyone's face changed greatly. What's going on? Yunzan was stunned. Sun Ying actually shot. As a transcendent realm powerhouse of the Independent Proud League, he followed everyone to perform this mission. If there is no accident, he will not take the initiative to take action. He is only responsible for taking care of the safety of these people and setting up restrictions around them to prevent the gold-devouring beast from escaping. But now he does. That means there is a danger that Ruan Xinyu's team or Zhou Luo's team can't deal with. What danger could make him take action? Yunzan didn't know, but she knew that something terrible must have happened. Thinking like this, suddenly remembering Yang Kai's reminder, Yunzan's expression suddenly became complicated. Only then did he realize that he was not alarmist, but really noticed the abnormality. The ground trembled violently. There was a rattling sound from the surrounding cave walls. It seemed that because of the battle over there, the entire mine could not support it. The battle between Transcendent Realm Masters can have a great impact. Miss, Ji Hong exclaimed, let's go. Yunzan didn't dare to stay here. Fang regretted her heart. If she knew this, she should have obeyed Yang Kai's advice just now and led everyone to flee. If she left at that time, it would definitely be less dangerous. Saying so, the plump body turned into a azure light, chasing the direction where Yang Kai disappeared. Ji Hong and others followed closely. But it was only a few dozen feet away when a loud bang came from the depths of the mine. Immediately, the entire mine collapsed suddenly, countless huge falling rocks fell from the sky, and the roads before and after were blocked. Yunzan's face was ashes. She didn't dare to hesitate anymore. She burst out with all her strength, gathered her true essence and blasted upwards, trying to find a way to escape. The sound of rumbling is endless, and Yang Kai's face in the distance is also incomparably blue, knowing that his extravagant hopes have come to nothing. Sun Ying is really not the opponent of the hidden enemy. In the collision just now, Yang Kai clearly felt his breath, and the destructive power of the two sides also implicated the entire mine. He scolded secretly and hurriedly took out his bone shield and placed it on top of himself. The next moment, Yang Kai felt the falling rocks fall like raindrops. The clanging sound was incessant, and the weight on the arms was getting heavier and heavier. The collapse of the mine lasted for about half a cup of tea, and when everything stabilized, Yang Kai supported his bone shield, clenched his teeth, his face was extremely red, and the muscles all over his body were piled up, and the blue veins were exposed. He didn't know how much stone and dirt was pressed above him, but the weight was almost unbearable for him. Thanks to the protection of the bone shield, Yang Kai was considered unscathed. Taking a deep breath, a burst of strength burst out, and Yang Kai rushed up. A passage leading directly above was quickly cleared out. After a while, the pressure he was under suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai sprang from the ground, the sun shone from above, and clear air lingered between his nose and mouth. By the side of the ear, there was the sound of birds fluttering in the distance, and the collapse of the mine here also disturbed the rest of those birds. Looking around, the bottom is fragmented. Within a radius of nearly 100 miles, all of them sank a lot. The surroundings were quiet, and occasionally some unstable places continued to collapse, and there were some sounds. Without a single figure, Sun Ying's aura disappeared. Yunzan, Ruan Xinyu, Zhou Luo and others also disappeared. Yang Kai came out of consciousness and felt it carefully, and soon, he was about a mile away from himself. I sensed the breath of life. Quickly swept over there, and came to the top of the mine, the true essence poured out, and the big rocks flew out. A moment later, down there, Yang Kai saw a trace of flashing arcs. Yunzan, Yang Kai shouted, and a surprise response immediately came from below. Yang Kai grinned and punched down the spot where the arc flickered, completely opening the passage and pulling out Yunzan, who had just revealed a face. Immediately afterwards, Jihong and others also appeared one after another. Many people have blue noses and swollen faces, and injuries on their bodies, most of which are broken bones. Even if they are masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary, such a large-scale mine collapse is not something they can easily bear. Fortunately, under the leadership of Yunzan, everyone managed to open a road to the top, and they were not buried alive. Once injured and then buried alive, the Immortal Ascension boundary will have little chance of survival. After coming out, everyone was full of lingering fears. The feeling of the rest of their lives after the catastrophe struck, making them gasp for breath, feeling the beauty and value of life. Where's Pang Qi? Yunzan turned to look around, her pretty face suddenly turned white. Jihong and others looked sad. Dare not answer. Where's the others? Yunzan asked softly. Jihong murmured for a while, his eyes reddened. Yunzan's delicate body trembled slightly. There was no need to ask any more, she knew what happened to the team member named Pang Qi. Now is not the time to say this, hurry up and leave. Yang Kai said with a sullen face, can you crack the ban imposed by Sun Ying? Yunzan lost her mind, it took a while for her to react, and she nodded lightly. That's good. Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't know how to forcefully break the restrictions placed by the Transcendent Realm, you will waste a lot of time. Since Yunzan knows how to break it, she doesn't need to spend much effort. But, Yunzan hesitated. No, but Sun Ying is dead. Yang Kai shook his head. He could sense some of Sun Ying's faint aura just now, but now he can't detect anything. Yunzan's beautiful eyes widened a lot, staring at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she couldn't accept what Yang Kai said. A rustling voice came from below. Everyone's expressions changed, and they stared down. After a while, a few people rushed out from below 2 or 3 miles away from the crowd. It was Zhou Luo, Ruan Xinyu and others. Yunzan was overjoyed and hurriedly called out. When Zhou Luo, Ruan Xinyu and the others heard the sound, they hurriedly flew towards this side. When they got close, everyone found that each of them was in a panic, as if they had seen something terrible. Where's Uncle Sun? Yunzan asked. Dead, Ruan Xinyu murmured. What the hell happened? Yunzan's delicate body trembled slightly. She was leading the team to capture the gold-devouring beast. The harvest was huge, and everyone was cheering. Dying in such a short time was hard for her to accept. We don't know either. Ruan Xinyu had a bewildered expression on her face. I don't know what came out of the shadows, Uncle Sun fought against it, and that's it. It can be seen that she was also quite frightened. Sun Ying died tragically right under her nose. She and Zhou Luo's team were also affected by the tricks of the two transcendent masters, causing heavy casualties and only a few people left survived. The unknown enemy made her extremely terrified. Let's go quickly. Zhou Luo's face was pale, and he was no longer as suave as he was before. The transcendent realm would die if he said death. If they stay in the immortal ascension realm, it will be more fortunate. He just wants to escape from here. Chapter 628 Charming Demon. There were originally more than 20 people in the three teams, but at this moment, only less than half of them survived. The life of the immortal ascension realm martial artist seemed so fragile at this moment. The expressions of the crowd were filled with grief and grief. It was too late to mourn for the deceased, and they just wanted to escape from here. Yang Kai followed behind the team, and his consciousness did not dare to be too presumptuous, because the enemy who killed Sun Ying never showed up until this moment, but his keen sense told him that there was a pair of eyes closely watching them. Trend. It seems that with a leisurely and playful look, he is enjoying the scene of the prey fleeing, and enjoying the joy of the prey being panicked. Yang Kai's face was gloomy, realizing that the trouble he encountered this time might be a bit big. If he can't judge the true strength of the enemy, and he can't see the real body of the enemy, he can only take a step by step. Everyone in the Dominion League who survived was in a state of unease. Call out a. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came, and everyone's expressions changed. Nothing at all, but Ji Hong exclaimed, Miss, Zhenwu he. Hearing this, everyone looked at the warrior named Zhenwu, and saw that his expression was sluggish, his eyes lost his expression, he was like a wooden stake in the same place, and the vitality contained in his body quickly faded. Zhenwu, someone who had a better relationship with him called out softly, but got no response. The man stretched out his hand and pushed Zhenwu, and Zhenwu fell straight to the ground, splashing a piece of dust. Ah! Ruan Xinyu exclaimed, her little hand covering her red lips, her face turned extremely pale. Zhenwu is dead. Ji Hong widened his eyes with an unbelievable expression on his face. Yunzan also seemed to be greatly frightened, her pretty face was pale, she turned her head and looked around, but she did not find the whereabouts of the enemy. Zhou Luo couldn't help trembling. This martial artist named Zhenwu was a member of his team, and his strength was at the level of the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but under the eyes of so many people, he was silently killed, and he was not injured at all. Trace. This kind of change made him fall into an ice cellar, and a chill appeared in his body. The hidden enemy who could kill Zhenwu in this way could kill any of them. After realizing this situation, everyone didn't know what to do. Keep going, Yang Kai said with a gloomy expression. At that moment just now, he noticed that a strange and tyrannical power of divine consciousness rushed over in a flash. The power of the divine sense was so powerful that even he was not disturbed by it. It is with the invisible and invisible consciousness that the hidden enemy can kill an immortal warrior without a trace. Even that person can take everyone's life anytime and anywhere if he wants to. But he didn't. Yang Kai can only think of one possibility. This person's personality is a little distorted, and he likes to appreciate the attitude of others struggling in desperate situations. Such enemies are tricky. Yang Kai must find his flaws, not to mention that he can kill him, at least find a way to escape. Hearing his reminder, Yunzan finally regained her senses, her face calmed down a little, and she waved her hand, let's go. A group of more than a dozen people continued to move forward and soon came to the side of the prohibition set by Sun Ying before, because Sun Ying had opened the prohibition before entering the mine, and wrapped the entire mine with a barrier to prevent the gold-devouring beast from escaping. But now, this layer of enchantment has become a barrier preventing everyone from escaping. If everyone wants to go out, they must break Sun Ying's ban. Yunzan, Ruan Xinyu, Zhou Luo and others quickly joined forces to crack it. Just as there was a movement, there was another soft sound. Bump a. Another immortal ascension boundary martial artist fell straight down, and died in an instant just like the martial artist named Zhenwu just now. The sea of AA consciousness is destroyed, and no one can survive. Yunzan and the others trembled, and did not dare to make any further moves, for fear that that person would find them, and they would not be able to find any reliable safety in the crisis-ridden environment. After waiting for a long time, there is no abnormality. Yunzan and the others took a breath and glanced at each other, then started breaking the ban again. Call out a. The third fell. Ruan Xinyu suddenly burst into tears. Tears fell down her face like raindrops, and her shoulders trembled slightly, crying, "What the hell is going on? Who is behind the murder?" Yunzan took a deep breath. Although she was extremely frightened, she still tried to remain calm, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Which master is here? Why don't you come and see? We are the disciples of the Independent Pride Alliance, and we are here to carry out the execution mission. If there is any offense, please also ask Haihan." Giggle. A string of silver bell-like laughter suddenly entered everyone's ears, which contained a charm that could not be ignored. Swinging, the body becomes a lot hotter. "If you dare to catch my monster, you will have to pay for it." The voice was erratic, and it was impossible to determine the location of the source. It seemed to be ringing in the ear, and it seemed to be everywhere. Yunzan's face sank, and she forced a smile. "We don't know that those monsters have masters. If we knew. You don't need to explain, people just want to kill you for fun now, you should struggle hard." Giggle. The voice was soft and gentle, it made people's blood flow, and a strange feeling rose in my heart, making people want to incarnate, turning into a beast. He found the owner of the voice and ravaged it fiercely, setting off the most primitive instincts and impulses in every man's heart. Yang Kai silently performed the harmony technique, dispelling the commotion in his heart, and a hidden smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He found that this hidden enemy was as he had guessed, with a twisted and weird personality. Such a person is very dangerous, but he is also very arrogant. As long as she waits, she will definitely reveal her flaws. What Yang Kai is most worried about now is that she will attack him. Once she takes action against herself, she will no longer be able to hide her true combat power, and she will definitely be targeted by her. Hearing what that person said, Yunzan's expression darkened as well, and she hurriedly shouted a few words, but the person no longer responded, but the fourth warrior of the Independent Pride Alliance was killed before everyone's eyes. Huge panic spread, and Yunzan and the others continued to break the ban in a hurry. One after another martial artist fell one after another, and the murderousness of the man became so strong that it seemed that he was no longer satisfied with killing one by one. The number of disciples of the Independent Confidence League has dropped sharply, and the members of Yunzan's team have also fallen one by one. Seeing that her companion who had been with her for so many years died unexpectedly, and she hadn't even seen the enemy's face before she died, Yunzan's tears couldn't help flowing, and her heart ached. Jihong also went mad, holding the big axe in both hands, and shouted angrily, "Get out of the stinky bitch, hide her head and show her tail, is it too ugly to be seen?" As soon as these words were uttered, Jihong's body trembled suddenly, and he stopped moving. Although he still stood in front of the crowd with a majestic axe, he was as reliable as a copper wall in an iron wall, but the people who were still alive were all. It was clearly noticed that Jihong's life was dissipating. "Jihong!" Yunzan shouted in a trembling voice. Yang Kai shook his head, but his expression was sad, and his heart was annoyed. Although this bearded big man looks simple and honest, and some lustful, but in fact he is still good, Yang Kai's impression of him is not bad. Turning his head and looking around, only 3 people survived. I don't know if the enemy was intentional or not, but the 3 people alive are the captains of the 3 teams. With Yang Kai, there are 4 people. Yang Kai has been safe and sound, which makes Yang Kai a little fortunate, but now there are only 4 people left. If she makes another move, she will most likely be targeted by her. After pondering for a while, Yang cheerfully shouted, "Girl, is it time to come out and see? Even if you die, you have to let me see who killed me." "Are you crazy?" Zhou Luo shouted angrily, staring at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. "This hidden enemy is cruel, has a weird personality, and kills people like numbness. Now that the ban is about to be cracked, they can leave here and run for their lives." I didn't expect Yang Kai to say such a thing at this time. Doesn't this add fuel to the fire? If she does show up. Thinking like this, Zhou Luo's eyes trembled. Because in the void ahead, a vague figure appeared strangely, gradually solidifying. Seeing this figure, Zhou Luo's violent anger suddenly calmed down, his eyes were filled with blurred light, and a look of love and pity overflowed. Not only Zhou Luo, but even Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and a grotesque emotion appeared in his heart for no reason. The woman in the sky was extremely beautiful, with a melon seed face, black smooth hair, waist length, beautiful eyes, thin red lips, a very slender body, and a somewhat weak look. Looking soft and weak, people couldn't help give birth to a feeling of taking good care of her. Especially her innocent eyes, which are enough to make any man in the world be moved by them. The skin is bullying Sai Shui. Although he looks weak and windy, his waist is white and tender, his hips are upturned, and the double peaks on his chest are not too small or too small, just right. He is wearing a delicate leather armor, and his flat belly and delicate navel are exposed. Outside, with bare feet, those small feet are as exquisite as porcelain, making people unbearable to touch. Zhou Luo's eyes were on fire, his breath was heavy, and he stared at the woman for a second, his expression quickly softening. Yang Kai's head froze, secretly vigilant. He had never seen such a woman before. Even if Shan Qingluo was coquettish enough, she would not dispel the hostility in their hearts at the first sight of her. But she can. When she showed her face, Yang Kai suddenly found that the hostility in his heart had been extinguished, and the only thing that was stabbed was the urge to protect her. If there is no one to protect such a delicate and weak woman, I am afraid that it will be damaged soon. Charming monster, Yunzan exclaimed, her face suddenly pale. Ruan Xinyu also seemed to have seen the true identity of this woman, her tender body trembled, and a feeling of self-pity and shame appeared in her heart involuntarily. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 629, Can You Do Both? Charm. Yang Kai was stunned by Yunzan's name for this woman, and he suddenly realized that this woman was not an ordinary person. What is charming monster? Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked suspiciously. Although this is too light to say, it did not hide the weak woman's eyes and ears. Hearing this, she couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were pure and flawless, not stained with any impurities, just like a smile. She said softly, "You haven't heard of the charming demon?" Yang Kai grinned. "No, I came out of a very remote corner and don't know much about the outside world." Giggle. Charming Yao Jiao laughed. "Interesting, there are still people who haven't heard of our name. Well, let people think about it." Saying this, Suji raised her red lips, and she looked so innocent and lovable. After a while, she said, "Young man is not timid, since you want to die more clearly, then they will fulfill you. That younger sister seems to know a lot about our charming Yao lineage, you can ask her." Young man. Yang Kai was surprised. "How old are you, girl?" "The age of a woman is a secret." Charming monster giggled. The combination of seductiveness and innocence was flawless, making Yang Kai slightly absent-minded. Such a woman's lethal power to men is stronger than Shan Qingluo's. Zhou Luo had completely lost his mind and looked at Charming Monster with admiration and obsession. Charming Yao glanced at him and hummed softly, somewhat disliking him. "Yunzan, what exactly is the Charming Monster?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yunzan and asked. "What time is it?" Yunzan frowned slightly, a little annoyed. At the critical juncture of life and death, this man actually still has the heart to inquire about the mystery of the Charming Monster. "I'm going to die anyway, let's talk, I don't want to be a fool." Yang Kai shrugged. Yunzan stared blankly at the charming monster in the sky, smiled wryly, and lightly parted her red lips. "Well, it's going to die anyway." Charming Monster is a member of the monster clan, and it is also a high-end existence. Every one of them is naturally beautiful. Different temperament, are cold-eyed, are charming, are hot. All in all, Charming Monster is the nemesis of all men in the world. No matter you are human, or demon clan, no man can resist the charm of Charming Monster, they born to be a charming fairy. The bodies of charming monsters are different from other monster races. Their bodies are relatively slender, so their numbers have always been very few, making it difficult for them to survive, but once they grow up, they are very difficult to exist. Because their strength is not in the body, but in the gods' consciousness. Among warriors of the same level, Charming Yao's divine sense is stronger than anyone else. Uncle Sun and the others should have been killed by her divine sense. Saying this, Yunzan gritted her teeth and looked at the weak girl in the sky, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. That charming monster's smiling expression didn't stop Yunzan from revealing her secret, with an expression of winning. Yang Kai's head moved, and he immediately saw an opportunity. Charming monster's spiritual power has completely surpassed her own. If she can't lure her spiritual body into her sea of AA consciousness, she can only work on her physical power. Yunzan also said just now that Charming Monster's body is very delicate, and from the outside, it is indeed the same. Hiding the impatience in his heart, Yang Kai continued to listen to Yunzan's introduction. "I heard that Charming Monster likes to suck the blood of people." When Yunzan said this, a flush of red suddenly appeared on her face. Even Ruan Xinyu's expression was a little unnatural. A hint of crimson climbed up on her pink neck, and her eyes were full of water. "The appetite is good." Yang Kai smiled and suddenly became confused again. Then why did she kill all the members of the Independent Proud League? If you want to suck the blood of people, naturally you have to catch them alive, but she is mercilessly killed one by one, which makes Yang Kai not quite understand. I don't suck the blood of just about anyone. Charming Yao pursed his lips and smiled, and said meaningfully. Yunzan's face turned even redder. She was already mature and full of charm, and this shy appearance attracted more and more people's attention. What she wants to suck is the blood of passionate men and women. Yunzan's voice was like a mosquito. Yang Kai was stunned and hesitated. What do you mean? Yunzan stomped her feet. What do you mean you don't know? Saying that, he glared at him. Isn't it? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, looking up at the charming monster in the sky. Your interest is too bad. The charming demon giggled and didn't care. Yang Kai's expression was playful, and he grinned. Doesn't this mean that before I die, I can still be romantic? Not bad. Charming monster gently led the leader, looking at Yang Kai with great interest. Why, aren't you afraid? I'm afraid. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and said solemnly, but there is a saying among humans that if you call the peony flower to die, it is also romantic to be a ghost. No wonder she left 4 people alive, and she deliberately left 2 men and 2 women. It turned out that she had no purpose. At this moment, Yang Kai understood. He is not a dumb boy, although Yunzan said vaguely, but he also understood what Charming Yao wanted to do. Charming Yao was surprised, as if he did not expect this young man's mentality to be so open-minded. He let his head lightly and said, because you are so knowledgeable, they can give you the right to choose. What right? Yang Kai looked up at Charming Monster with a smile on his face. You can choose one of these 2 women and spend the spring night with them. As soon as Charming Yao's words fell, Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu's expressions changed greatly. They all looked at Yang Kai with extreme vigilance, and Ruan Xinyu even reached out and pinched her own collar, with a look of not being close to strangers, and staring vigilantly. Looking at Yang Kai, Yunzan's face was ashen, and her delicate body was trembling. Although she explained the characteristics of Charming Monster to Yang Kai, when she really had to face this moment, she still couldn't accept it. Can you choose both? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Giggle. Charming Yao couldn't help laughing. She had never met such an interesting man before, and before she died, she actually had so many flowers and intestines. The young man has a lot of appetite, but you can only choose one that you are not allowed to eat. Oh, you choose the rest, that man's. Saying so, he stretched out his jade-like fingers and pointed at next Zhou Luo. With a disappointed expression on his face, Yang Kai glanced at Ruan Xinyu, and his eyes became fascinated. Being stared at by him like this, Ruan Xinyu couldn't help but have the illusion that his clothes were recorded, as if he was naked and exposed to Yang Kai's vision, and his beauty could not be hidden, and his anger immediately surged. You dare to choose me, you it's dead. Anyway, they're all going to die. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, but don't worry, I'm not familiar with you, and I'm not interested in you. I still prefer young women, who are mature and tasteful. Said, his eyes fixed on Yunzan. Yunzan's face changed color, and she said tenderly, you bastard. You know how I have treated you during this time. You still owe me a favor, so you repay me like this. Then what can be done? Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. People are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Even if I resist, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Wise choice. Charming Yao lightly stroked his palm. You humans are such an ugly race. When your own lives are at risk, the evil hidden in your heart will erupt. I have seen this a lot. It's as if your monster clan is so aloof. Yang Kai sneered. Better than you humans. Charming Yao smiled contemptuously. When the two were talking, Yunzan's towering chest rose and fell violently. Her expression seemed to be struggling. She suddenly became determined, and said coldly, even if I die, I won't take advantage of you, a wolf-hearted beast. As he said that, he was spitting out the real essence in his hand, and his aura was dangerous, obviously trying to kill himself. Yang Kai's expression changed, and before he had time to act, the charming monster had already released a wave of divine power that poured into Yunzan's mind. Yunzan fell to the ground softly, her eyes blurred for a moment, her face surging with spring emotion. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light, both eager and frightened, and somewhat resisted. In front of me, no one can commit suicide. Charming Yao snorted coldly, and looked at Yang Kai with a calm look. Okay, now she has been poisoned by my divine sense, and no woman can resist my divine sense. Poison, if you can enjoy such a woman, you have earned it. Boy, don't make me wait too long, you can start acting. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Miss, can you do me one more favor? Charming Yao was obviously impatient, and said coldly, what are you doing? Someone is watching, I'm embarrassed, can I make them faint? Yang Kai pointed at Zhou Luo, who had been absent for a long time, and Ruan Xinyu, who looked terrified. Charming monster frowned. hesitantly said, "It will be as you wish." Saying so, with a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier isolated Yongkai and Yunzan, and everything around him disappeared, leaving only himself, Yunzan, and Charming Monster. "Here, you don't have to worry about being seen. Also, can you?" Long-winded, Charming Monster shouted coldly, and the power of divine consciousness poured out into Yongkai's mind. The next moment, Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness turned upside down, and there was a strange energy that infected his sea of AA consciousness and spirit, making him extremely excited. His blood boiled, his breath was heavy, and he never thought of moving. "Have been strong. Let's get started, let me see what you are capable of." Charming Yao giggled, her beautiful eyes widened and she looked down, her scarlet tongue curled up her lips, and murmured, "The blood of emotional men and women, it's very delicious." She grinned awkwardly, like a madman, and her delicate and gentle temperament disappeared in an instant. Yunzan let out a thud, her face flushed, her lower abdomen was surging with heat, her slender legs were clamped, and she rolled on the ground. Yongkai also felt that the heat was unstoppable, and the mature aura emanating from Yunzan's body became the most deadly temptation at this moment. A charming scene, the smell of erosion spread. Charming Monster's breathing gradually became heavier, her beautiful eyes widened, and she focused on the battle below. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 630, The Fire of Divine Consciousness. On the ground, Yongkai and Yunzan rolled into a ball. Both of them were poisoned with the poison of the charming demon's divine sense. This poison of divine sense was countless times stronger than ordinary poisons. It was stronger than Yongkai and couldn't completely resist it, let alone Yunzan. During the entanglement, Yunzan's consciousness gradually recovered. The heat and emptiness of her body made her yearn for caressing and filling. The manly Yongkai became her only life-saving straw. She desperately entangled him, but when she saw Yongkai's appearance clearly at that time, she tried to push away, but her body didn't obey the command. In the midair, Charming Yao watched her in heat with excitement, and Yunzan's tears of grievance and anger fell. In this absurd and nonsense scene, Yunzan never thought that one day she would have a skin-to-skin kiss with a man she didn't know well, hugging each other. Although she has always dressed herself as a young woman, and is quite bold in her daily performance, speaking of which, she has never confronted any man naked. The suppressed desire in her heart is getting stronger and stronger, and the emotion of resistance is still not annihilated. Yunzan's reason tells her that even if she dies, she must die innocently. Looking at her scattered clothes and feeling the coldness of her body exposed to the air, Yunzan stretched out a hand, wanting to slap Yongkai, but that bright arm wrapped around his neck unexpectedly. Hug him tightly. The feet that were kicked out also became disobedient to him and wrapped around his waist. The fiery and plump body was closely attached to Yongkai's body. The joy from her body and the trembling of her soul made Yunzan a little lost. Realizing this, Yunzan's face turned even redder. "Yongkai," Yunzan called out softly, and even the voice changed. She heard that she wanted to find a hole to burrow into. There was mud between the legs, and the dew of the grass filled the emptiness and silence. There, something hot as steel was suddenly held back. Yunzan couldn't help exclaiming, her delicate body shivered, and her snow-white skin suddenly glowed red. She quickly realized what was going to happen to her. The powerless resistance looked so naive and ridiculous under Charming Monster's consciousness poison. Yunzan slowly closed her eyes, gave up the resistance in her heart, and enjoyed the throbbing of her body. The huge pain of tearing came from the lower body. Yunzan suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and screamed, her hands tightly grasping the muscles of Yongkai's back, and her fingernails left deep marks on the muscles. Fallen flowers. The first huge pain disappeared quickly, and was replaced by endless ups and downs and joy. The man on his body did not have any thoughts of pity and cherishing Jade. During the violent collision like a beast, Yunzan felt that her consciousness flew up to the clouds. Down, the whole person experienced the joy that has never been seen before. Yin Hong's gem-like lips were bitten with blood by Yunzan, and in that loud moan, pain and joy were intertwined, regardless of each other. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes and down his cheeks to the ground, soaking the soil. Weakly opened her eyes and looked at the slightly young and immature face pressing down on her body. Yunzan suddenly felt that this face was so unfamiliar. This man is already crazy at this moment, his eyes are red, his breath is heavy, and the blue veins on his neck are exposed. Yunzan's expression suddenly froze because she found that in the other's red eyes that seemed to be irrational, there seemed to be a trace of calm that had not yet disappeared. Before she could think deeply, the pleasure of her body made her moan again. Very good, very delicious taste. At this moment, the charming monster was slowly falling down to have a panoramic view of the restlessness of the men and women below, and her face was blushing with emotion. She slowly fell to Yongkai and Yunzan's side, stood there, stretched out a soft, white and tender hand, touched Yongkai's strong back, as if encouraging, whispered in Yongkai's ear, "Work harder and faster." Yongkai really moved a lot more violently. Charming monster couldn't help but smile. Time passed, the desire to vent kept climbing, and gradually climbed to the top. Charming monster's demeanor also focused a lot, as if waiting for something. Just before the peak came, charming monster suddenly started. Her small hand that seemed to be soft and boneless suddenly inserted from Yongkai's back, like a broken bamboo, directly opening a hole in Yongkai's body and piercing him. Not only that, but also being pressed against Yongkai's body. The lower Yunzan was also torn at the lower abdomen. Yunzan screamed miserably, a look of relief flashed in her eyes that were red from crying. The blood flowing out was soaked together, and the blood of the emotional men and women exuded an aura that made charming monster sweet. That's the smell, that's the smell. Charming monster's delicate body kept trembling, and it seemed that she was greatly comforted and satisfied at this moment. The liquid flowed, and she slowly closed her eyes along her slender legs, enjoying the comfort that came. The scarlet color in Yongkai's eyes suddenly disappeared, and at this moment, he became more awake than ever. Her body bounced off Yunzan like a cannonball, her two hands tightly grasped the little hand that charming monster had pierced through her body, and she threw it away. Click! The small hands that were as white as snow and soft and boneless were directly broken, and the white bones were exposed to the air, and green blood quickly flowed from the broken arm of charming monster. The screams came out, Mei Yao's beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face twisted, it seemed to fall from the cloud to hell, staring at Yongkai in front of her in disbelief. Her figure swayed, and her hand was thrown away. It was pulled out from Yongkai's body. Before she could stabilize her body, her eyes flashed, and the boy who was enjoying a woman's body just now appeared in front of her, stretched out a big hand like an iron hoop, and caught her neck. "You're finally hooked." Yongkai's expression was cold, his eyes were cold, and his voice was like the cold wind blowing in the Netherlands, which made charming monster feel a chill in his heart. Looking at him in horror, charming monster found that his body had indeed been pierced by himself, and blood was flowing out, dyeing him blood red, but his movements were extremely calm, without the slightest panic. From his eyes, charming monster saw when it came to a hint of teasing and contempt, he suddenly realized that this young man was not under his control from beginning to end. "Impossible!" Charming monster roared hysterically, "As ugly as a mad woman, you can't resist the poison of my divine consciousness." "Why is it impossible?" Yongkai sneered, the strength in his hand increased, and he slammed the charming monster onto the ground. With a bang, a huge pain came from charming Yao's slender body, making her almost unable to breathe. But even if the body is under the control of others, charming monster is not afraid at all, and some are just endless resentment. The huge power of divine consciousness burst out from his mind, tearing apart Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness defense in an instant, pouring in violent toxins. She wants to kill Yongkai with one blow, and the humiliation of Shui's arm being destroyed this time. Yongkai frowned, and his body couldn't help but tremble a few times, but soon, he returned to normal. Fire of divine consciousness. Feeling the power that erupted from Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness, charming monster was finally scared. Inside Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness, there was actually a scorching aura. It was the power of fire. This heat was enough to burn it away. The poison of her consciousness. It turns out that this is called the fire of divine consciousness. Thank you very much for your guidance. Yongkai slightly led. Since he absorbed the power of the true spirit in the jade in Zongdu, Yongkai found that his consciousness had changed, becoming as hot as fire, somewhat similar to the attributes of true yang vitality. And now, the entire sea of AA consciousness is not the same as before. The sea water flowing in the sea of AA consciousness is somewhat like a burning flame. This kind of change made Yongkai a little confused, and no one could tell him this information, so he didn't understand what happened to his consciousness until now. Hearing what charming monster said, Yongkai suddenly felt that such a change was a good thing for him. Charming monster's consciousness contains poison, and his own consciousness contains the power of scorching fire, and the power that can be exerted is much stronger than before. "Don't kill me, I can recognize you as the master." Charming Yao shouted in surprise. The physical body is not as strong as Yongkai, and the power of divine consciousness and the poison of divine consciousness that he is proud of can't do anything about Yongkai. Charming monster immediately understands that if he doesn't beg for mercy, he will die immediately. Recognize me as the master. Yang Kai frowned. That's right, the demon clan is your human partner. As long as you nod your head, I can engrave my soul and follow your instructions in the future. Charming Yao nodded hurriedly. No need, I'm not interested in such a dangerous servant as you. Yang Kai's face was ruthless. While speaking, his fist burst out, and under the terrified gaze of Charming Monster, he punched her beautiful face with a punch. Sensing that the crisis was approaching, Charming Monster screamed, bursting out the power of his divine consciousness, slamming into Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, trying to find some vitality. Yang Kai is indifferent. Boom a. As if the watermelon was opened, Charming Monster's head was suddenly torn apart, and Yang Kai was still a little uneasy, and continued to slam until there was no more vitality in her soft and tender body. Her physical strength is indeed not strong, otherwise, with her transcendent realm cultivation, Yang Kai would not be so easy to kill her. The suction force in his mind regenerated, and all the energy of divine consciousness released by Charming Monster was sucked into the sea of AA consciousness. Although Charming Yao's words made Yang Kai a little moved, with his current methods, he couldn't enslave such a master at all. Charming Monster is not the same as old demon, she is too dangerous, and Yang Kai does not dare to let her be by his side because there will be no future troubles. He coughed a few times, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yang Kai reached out and wiped it, then took out the myriad medicine spirit milk from the black book space and took it. The body was pierced. Such an injury is not light. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Yang Kai quietly avoided the key position, so it would not be fatal. With the myriad medicine spirit milk, such an injury should be able to recover in a few days. Not knowing what happened to Yunzan, Yang Kai's eyes were a bit complicated. He hesitated, and then walked towards Yunzan, who was lying in a pool of blood. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 631. What is this? In the pool of blood, Yunzan's eyes widened, her eyes were lying down, her plump body was exposed to the air, and there was a wound in her flat stomach, and blood poured out, staining her pure white body. The upper layer of glamorous beauty. She is still breathing, and her life is not in danger, but Yang Kai is keenly aware that she has no desire to survive. It seems that what she experienced just now made her want to die. Supporting his extremely weak body, Yang Kai slowly walked towards her, picked up his trousers and put them on, then picked up his shirt and tore it in half. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai took out some myriad medicine spirit liquid and smeared it on Yunzan's lower abdomen. The touch of her fingers made Yunzan's delicate body tremble slightly, and she finally recovered. I know what you want to say, but you'd better not talk now. When you survive, you can beat or scold you. Anyway, you have done what you need to do. But don't worry, I won't pester you, and I don't want to. If you are pestering me, everyone will take it as a spring dream, and when everything is stable, we will part ways. Yang Kai's expression was not at all, as if he was talking to himself. Use half of the top to clean up the wound on Yunzan's lower abdomen, and then use the remaining half to wrap her up. Yunzan resisted, but she couldn't exert any strength from her entire body. The afterglow of Gaofeng made her body extremely sensitive now. When she was touched by Yang Kai, there was an unstoppable joy and comfort in the depths of her heart. This feeling made her feel ashamed, closed her beautiful eyes and cried. Gently putting on her clothes, Yang Kai gasped heavily and fell to the ground. Since cultivating, it seems that he has never suffered such a serious injury. If it hadn't avoided the critical position at the critical moment, the Charming Monster's blow would have killed Yang Kai. This time the plan was extremely risky, but after listening to Yunzan's explanation before, Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he had the idea to lure the Charming Monster closer to him, and then wait for the opportunity to counterattack. It's just that he didn't expect that Charming Yao was quite cautious, so he had to bite the bullet and act the whole set. The place where the two were located was still cut off by the means displayed by the Charming Monster. After the death of Charming Monster, the restrictions around the surrounding area have become extremely weak, but Yang Kai found strangely that Ruan Xinyu and Zhou Luo, who were outside, did not move at all. With all his strength, he shot out a line of true qi and smashed the restrictions that were wrapped around him. When Yang Kai saw Ruan Xinyu and Zhou Luo's state, he was relieved. Charming Yao was probably afraid that when she was sucking blood essence, the two escaped, and she didn't know what method she used to knock them out. Take a break, they will probably wake up soon. Yang Kai urged. Yunzan was still crying, tears falling down and ignoring Yang Kai. Knowing that she felt a little uncomfortable now, Yang Kai stopped talking. Secretly and silently, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, running his true chi to dissolve the medicinal effect of myriad medicine spirit milk. Speaking of which, it was the first time for him to take the myriad medicine spirit milk. Although he had long known that this second-grade spirit medicine had a great effect on healing, Yang Kai quickly discovered that he still underestimated its tyranny. The pain in the lower abdomen quickly disappeared, and it became a little numb. The flesh and blood there seemed to be squirming and proliferating, making up for the wound at the wound. Taking advantage of this free time, Yang Kai escaped his consciousness into the sea of AA consciousness, absorbing the energy of the spirit left after the death of Charming Monster. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, Ruan Xinyu and Zhou Luo woke up from their coma. As if they still didn't understand what the situation was at the moment, the two looked at each other after they woke up, and their eyes were confused. After a while, he finally remembered what happened before he fell into a coma. Ruan Xinyu's complexion changed drastically, and she stared at her clothes, and when she found that she was intact, she could not help but let out a soft sigh of relief. Zhou Luo turned his head to look around, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because he found that not far away, the charming monster who easily killed more than a dozen disciples of the Dominion League and a master of the Transcendent Realm, died horribly. The whole head was beaten to pieces. Yunzan sat on the side with her arms around her knees, looking miserable and helpless. Tears no longer fell, but her eyes were extremely red. She stared straight at Yang Kai, who was also meditating not far away, with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Yunzan, are you all right? Zhou Luo hurried up and asked diligently. Yunzan lost her mind and did not respond. What's wrong? How did Charming Monster die? Could it be that a passing expert saved us? Zhou Luo kept asking several questions. Luo will naturally be a little excited. Don't talk for now. Ruan Xinyu frowned slightly. She was surprised to find that Yunzan's mental state was a little wrong at the moment. She hurriedly stepped forward, squatted in front of Yunzan, bit her thin lips lightly, her brows struggled. After a while, she asked softly, Yunzan, can you tell me what happened? Yunzan still remained silent, just staring at Yang Kai so intently. This look made Zhou Luo's expression sink, and he looked coldly in the direction of Yang Kai. Yeah, are you injured? Ruan Xinyu finally discovered the wound on Yunzan's lower abdomen. Although she had been smeared with the myriad medicine spirit liquid and had been bandaged, the oozing red blood on her lower abdomen was obvious. Injured? Let me see. Zhou Luo was shocked, and hurried over to observe the wound. Ruan Xinyu turned her head and stared at him coldly. Zhou Luo sneered and stood still. Ruan Xinyu stretched out a hand and put a hand on Yunzan's pulse to check, and then Ruan Xinyu said softly, it's not a big problem, although the breath is a little weak, but it should be fine after a few days of recuperation. Huh, what does it taste like? Quote. Ruan Xinyu's brows suddenly wrinkled, she smelled an unusual smell from Yunzan's body, a bit fishy, not like blood. Hearing her say this, Zhou Luo suddenly smelled it, and smelling this very familiar smell, Zhou Luo's complexion suddenly changed. Looking at Yunzan's state at the moment, he glanced at Yang Kai's naked upper body, and at the side of the unrecognizable Charming Monster. Zhou Luo suddenly understood what happened here when he was in a coma. He is a veteran in love and has countless royal daughters. Ruan Xinyu, an inexperienced woman, doesn't understand what the smell in the air means, he knows. His face suddenly turned hideous, and his true essence floated uncontrollably. What are you doing? Ruan Xinyu glanced at Zhou Luo displeased not understanding why he suddenly became angry. Zhou Luo laughed strangely, stared at Yunzan, and said solemnly, Yunzan, have you been defiled by that kid? Hearing this, Yunzan, who had been indifferent all along, trembled violently. Aware of her abnormality, Ruan Xinyu immediately covered her mouth, thinking that she was right. Yunzan and this young man named Yang Kai were already under the control of the Charming Monster before she fell into a coma. Something happened between them. It was just the joy of the rest of her life that she didn't think about for a while. Yunzan, isn't this true? Ruan Xinyu asked in a soft voice. Although she has always been a little bit uncomfortable with Yunzan, in fact, she still admires Yunzan, because of Yunzan's identity, a little different from her. Yunzan's tears fell down again, and she buried her head between her knees, crying endlessly. Sure enough, Zhou Luo almost went crazy. He had been chasing Yunzan for a long time, but he had never been favored by the beauty, but he didn't want the beauty of the beauty to come out of nowhere in this wild country. The stout boy. Inexplicably, there was a huge sense of shame in my heart, and Zhou Luo's breath became dangerous. Glancing coldly at Yang Kai, who was meditating beside him, Zhou Luo smiled and walked towards him step by step. Zhou Luo, what are you doing? Ruan Xinyu exclaimed. Zhou Luo sneered. What can I do? Hee, what else can I do? This kid has tarnished Yunzan's innocence. What do you think I can do? I want him to pay for his life. As he spoke, he quickly approached Yang Kai with a terrifying expression. Stop. Ruan Xinyu left Yunzan behind and rushed up, pulling Zhou Luo. Don't do this. You still protect him? Zhou Luo looked at Ruan Xinyu sarcastically. What does this kid have to do with you? Do you want to protect him? I haven't figured it out yet. Isn't it bad that you just killed him like this? How to figure it out? Yunzan has already acquiesced. Zhou Luo growled. What does that have to do with you? Ruan Xinyu asked coldly, looking at Zhou Luo with contempt. Who do you think you are from Yunzan? Go away. Zhou Luo was furious, his strength exploded, and he swept Ruan Xinyu aside. I really am not someone from Yunzan, but I will never allow men other than me to touch her. This kid must die, otherwise, I will be very angry. In the midst of the explosion, Zhou Luo threw a hysterical punch and slammed into the unsuspecting Yang Kai's face. No! Yunzan screamed in horror from behind. Hearing this sound, Zhou Luo's ignorance karma became more and more violent, and he was more determined to kill Yang Kaiji's heart. Take action without mercy. Ruan Xinyu, who fell to the side, turned her head and couldn't bear to look anymore. Zhou Luo was on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and he attacked an unsuspecting Immortal Ascension boundary on the 7th floor like this. It is conceivable how that person would end up, not to mention, he seemed to be seriously injured. Just when the heavy punch was about to hit Yang Kai's face, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a hand was placed in front of him, and he held Zhou Luo's fist. Zhou Luo's violent momentum was like a gale encountering a mountain and was instantly blocked. Yang Kai didn't move, staring at Zhou Luo in front of him coldly, grinning and saying, "Friend, what are you doing?" Zhou Luo was obviously stunned for a moment. His careful strike was easily stopped by a teenager whose cultivation base was 2 small levels below him, which made him a little unacceptable. The expression changed. Zhou Luo found that he couldn't understand this young man. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or- A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 632. You have no such ability. The hesitation was only for a moment, and Zhou Luo came back to his senses and roared, I want you to die. Yang Kai sneered, want me to die? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Don't be ashamed. Zhou Luo jumped back 2 steps, and a secret treasure in the shape of a trident suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this secret treasure came out, it burst out with a cold murderous intent. True Yuan poured into it, and there was a humming sound on the trident, and the power was urged, and Zhou Luo threw the trident out. The broken trident suddenly turned into a majestic tiger, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Yang Kai. He obviously doesn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Kai, he just wants to kill him to relieve the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai snorted coldly, his expression quickly turned cold, and he was also irritated when the other party attacked him without thinking. With a flick of his body, he avoided the attack of the trident. The whole body's strength poured into himself, and in an instant, Yang Kai's aura changed, and an aura that made Zhou Luo tremble with fear filled Yang Kai's side. With Yang Kai as the center, an invisible air wave swept away leisurely, rolling up gusts of wind. Yunzan stopped crying and stared blankly at Yang Kai, her expression extremely surprised, shocked by Yang Kai's transformation, and briefly forgot what she had just encountered. Even Ruan Xinyu couldn't help covering her mouth, dumbfounded. Boom boom boom. Yang Kai stepped out quickly step by step, his figure was like a sudden wave, making people unable to ponder, but he rushed to Zhou Luo's side in a moment, and under his stunned gaze, the violent true essence was printed on his chest. The screams came, and Zhou Luo was caught off guard and flew out like a kite, blood dripping in the air, and his appearance was miserable. Yang Kai stared coldly and did not pursue it. Bump a. Zhou Luo's body fell heavily to the ground, and he quickly got up again. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a cruel light flickered in his eyes, playing as a pig and eating a tiger. You really are not a good thing. It was not until this moment that he clearly realized that Yang Kai's true strength was far from the 7th layer cultivation of the Immortal Ascension boundary that he showed. With a single blow, he could injure the 9th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. This is something that the 7th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary can do. Xinyu, follow me and kill him. After seeing Yang Kai's strength, Zhou Luo not only did not give up, but wanted to pull Ruan Xinyu into the water. When he thinks about it, he is not an opponent by himself, and Ruan Xinyu can't beat him, right? No matter how powerful he is only a psychic. Zhou Luo was determined to take Yang Kai's life. The cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't kill Zhou Luo with a single blow just now. He was also worried that he was a disciple of the Independent Pride Alliance. Yang Kai was not very willing to cause trouble. Wrong. He turned his head and glanced at Ruan Xinyu lightly, the latter still had a dumbfounded expression before he recovered from the shock. If this woman agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't mind killing her here. Heart, Zhou Luo exclaimed. Ruan Xinyu finally reacted, frowned, and said tenderly, "Are you sick? Why did you kill him for no reason?" Zhou Luo's face turned blue, and he looked at Ruan Xinyu sadly. "Even you are facing him. Could it be that when I was in a coma, you were also defiled by him?" These words suddenly made Ruan Xinyu furious, and he opened his mouth and scolded, "You fart. Zhou Luo, please wake up, please don't make trouble without reason." "Hee, I'm making trouble unreasonably." Zhou Luo laughed nervously, as if he was really delirious because of this blow. At this moment, Yunzan slowly stood up, glanced at Yang Kai faintly, brushed the wet hair around her ear, took a deep breath and said, "Zhou Luo, stop, you dare to shoot at him again. Don't blame me for being rude to you." Zhou Luo's body suddenly staggered as he looked at Yunzan in disbelief, and kept shaking his head. It really is a cheap servant, his body is stained by him, is his heart also his? Yunzan turned into anger from embarrassment, and said coldly, "Every yard is a yard, I don't want to tell you this right now, I don't need you to worry about my affairs, you can just take care of yourself." "I'll take care of myself, hee." Zhou Luo sneered again and again, looking like a madman. He has gone completely mad. His eyes gradually turned hatred, and when he looked at Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu, Zhou Luo's expression became sad and contemptuous. He stretched out his hand, the trident flew back, and sneered, "Since you said that, then I don't need to be polite to you, I have to kill this kid today." Yunzan slowly shook her head, "You have no such ability." "Even you said so." Zhou Luo was furious. Yang Kai commented on him just now, and now Yunzan's words are almost exactly what Yang Kai said before, which immediately made him feel humiliated, gritted his teeth and said, "Then open your eyes and see if I, Zhou Luo, have the ability." Saying this, a body of true essence was violent, and balls of light the size of grinding discs suddenly poured out of his body. Not good. Ruan Xinyu paled. Zhou Luo is crazy. This move is Zhou Luo's most powerful move. He wouldn't use it at all on weekdays, but at this moment, when he faced Yang Kai, he actually used it. Obviously, he couldn't tell the real good, and he was devoured by hatred and humiliation. While speaking, Ruan Xinyu quickly stepped back so as not to be affected. When he was about to leave, he didn't forget to grab Yunzan and avoid him far away. Yang Kai didn't say much, and watched with a cold eye, until the energy light balls in Zhou Luo's body poured out, and his expression was a little dignified. He could feel the huge damage contained in these energy light balls. But he was not afraid. Those balls of light suddenly flew out, with Zhou Luo's trident in the middle, and the two complemented each other well, and the lethality was several times higher than before. This is the ability that a 9th-level Immortal Ascension boundary martial artist should have when he explodes with all his strength. "Be careful," Yunzan exclaimed, her face flushed after shouting. She didn't know why she reminded Yang Kai. She always felt that her relationship with him, because of the chaotic scene just now, became something weird. She hated this young man who had taken away his innocence in a chaotic state, especially since he was at least 7 or 8 years younger than her. But she couldn't kill herself. If it was someone else who did this right to her, Yunzan was sure that she would definitely try to get rid of that man before committing suicide. There were some strange and incomprehensible emotions in her heart, so she couldn't help but remind her when she saw Yang Kai was in danger. Ruan Xinyu gave her a strange look. Yunzan wished she could find a hole to burrow into and never see anyone again. Ruan Xinyu's heart of gossip ignited. "Don't ask me." Yunzan's neck turned red, and she resisted for a while. "Oh." Ruan Xinyu was immediately silent. Boom boom boom. Not far from there, Zhou Luo's attack had already hit, and the burst of energy wrapped around Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to go to the sky and no way to enter the ground. The two women couldn't help covering their mouths, and their beautiful eyes trembled. Clap clap clap. Another series of light noises came, and the chaotic energy was annihilated one after another in the series of explosions. Soon, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. There was no injury, only the wound on the abdomen, because more blood flowed out of this action, and his face was slightly pale. Zhou Luo couldn't help but take a few steps back, staring at Yang Kai in horror, and muttered, "Impossible." His attack was invincible in the Immortal Ascension realm, and there was no reason for the opponent to resolve it so easily. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai walked forward step by step. His expression was quite impatient. He was already injured, he should rest well, and he had to fight with irrational people. He naturally wanted to fight quickly. Quick decision. I didn't want to kill you, but now it seems that it is not good for me to keep your life. Saying so, the figure suddenly faded. Zhou Luo's eyes widened, instinctively aware that the crisis was coming, but before he could take precautions, all the bones in his body seemed to be hit hard. The sound of breaking came, and the beams were as dense as copying. Yang Kai's figure was once again revealed in front of his eyes, but Zhou Luo had no strength to move. His bones were shattered, his internal organs became powdered, his heart was broken, and he was as soft as a boneless person. Vitality disappears. Cough cough. Yang Kai staggered for 2 steps, and finally stabilized his body. He covered the wound with his hands, and blood flowed out from his fingers. He glanced at Yunzan from a distance, and he found that the woman's expression was actually a little excited, and he didn't know why he was happy. Helplessly shook his head, ignoring her. Yang Kai hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to adjust his breath. Yunzan. Ruan Xinyu looked at everything in front of her and almost lost her ability to think. What should I do? What should I do? Yunzan was also extremely weak, and asked with a light breath. He killed Zhou Luo. Are you going to avenge Zhou Luo? Yunzan turned her head and gave Ruan Xinyu a cold look. The latter clearly noticed that the other party's beautiful eyes flashed with hostility and vigilance. I don't have this idea. Ruan Xinyu said quickly. I didn't like him at first, but after all, he is the team leader of the alliance, so he died in front of our eyes. Isn't there enough people who died this time? It's no big deal to have one more Zhou Luo. Without such a person, the ears will be clearer in the future. Well, after returning to the alliance, I will report it to the top, and you don't have to worry about it. Yunzan said lightly. After some changes, she seemed to have stabilized her mind and figured out a lot of things. She was no longer as helpless as before, but she was much calmer. You, really towards him? Ruan Xinyu's expression suddenly became ambiguous. What is so good about him? Yunzan blushed and said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Saying this, he glanced at Yang Kai faintly, and quickly turned his eyes away, his long eyelashes trembling. You rest, I'll take care of the affairs here. Ruan Xinyu sighed, looking at the corpses and the chaotic scene all over the place, rubbed her forehead, and her head ached. Yunzan nodded lightly, thought for a while, sat down with her knees crossed, and closed her eyes to adjust her breath. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at _to be replaced. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 633 You are really a beast. In the forest, Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu were leaning against a big tree, both of them were powerless. Yunzan was severely injured, Ruan Xinyu was busy for a while, and was also deeply tired. After resting by the tree for a long time, she gradually recovered her spirits. Ruan Xinyu had a huge question in her heart, that is, how could the charming demon who could easily kill Sun Ying die in a daze? She was in a coma at that time, and Yang Kai and the others were also restrained by the forbidden package displayed by the charming monster, so they had no idea what was going on inside. After everything was in order, Ruan Xinyu asked Yunzan about her doubts. Yunzan hesitated for a while, and briefly recounted what happened before. Ruan Xinyu was immediately shocked. He killed him. Yunzan nodded slightly, looking at Yang Kai who was meditating not far away, her beautiful eyes were confused. It shouldn't be. Ruan Xinyu quickly realized that something was wrong. Even though charming monster's physical body is not strong, her divine power is unparalleled. Before she dies, if she attacks with her divine consciousness, it will be enough to kill him. What ability does he have to avoid such an attack? I don't know. Yunzan shook her head. I only saw the scene where he beat the charming monster to death, and I don't remember much about the rest. Then you and him. Don't ask. An embarrassed look appeared on Yunzan's face. Although she didn't quite remember what happened at the time, the blurry and messy images still flashed through her mind from time to time, and her physical feelings couldn't be faked. There is still a kind of torn pain in the lower body until now. This feeling made Yunzan blushed. It's a strange person. Ruan Xinyu seemed to have some interest in Yang Kai. How can a mere 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary be able to kill the charming monster? And, even Zhou Luo can't resist his blow. Zhou Luo is a team leader of the Independent Pride Alliance. In terms of strength, neither Ruan Xinyu nor Yunzan are his opponents. If Yang Kai can easily kill Zhou Luo, it means that he has the ability to kill both of them. You found the treasure, if you can pull him into the alliance. Ruan Xinyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she thought of a good idea. So what if you win him over? Ji Hong and the others are all dead. Yunzan looked sad. The members of those teams had been with her for at least 3 years, but now these people died inexplicably. Before they died, she didn't even see the appearance of the enemy. She couldn't help feeling heartache. Also, I don't know if he is willing to join the Independent Proud League. If you don't win over, I'll do it. Ruan Xinyu was eager to try, with a look of anticipation and excitement on her face. The team members are all dead, just to add something. You are not allowed to hit him. Yunzan immediately became vigilant. Tisk tisk, you woman. It's really interesting. If you don't attract me, you won't attract me. What is this? It's not allowed anyway, Yunzan said with a stern face. Okay, I won't tell you this. You are a wounded person now, I can't afford it. Ruan Xinyu laughed. Although the two women have never dealt with each other, after going through this crisis, the hatred between each other seems to have resolved a lot. The knots in their hearts have also been opened, and the relationship has become harmonious. Just as they were talking, there was a long breathing sound, and the two of them were shocked. They looked at Yang Kai and saw that he opened his eyes. Although the injury has not healed, his spirit has improved a lot. As if aware of their gaze, Yang Kai raised his head and looked over, facing Yunzan's eyes. Yang Kai's expression was a little unnatural. Yunzan even looked away, and her plump body trembled slightly. She remembered the fierce collision again and again, and her body couldn't help but heat up. Ruan Xinyu took a look at the expressions of the two, smiled slightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said tenderly, "Brother, come here." Yang Kai coughed, stood up, walked to the two of them, sat down again, and faced them with a calm expression. Ruan Xinyu's pair of beautiful eyes swept across Yang Kai's naked upper body, and she was amazed in her heart. She thought that she really didn't see it. This young man's physique is not bad, and his muscles are full of explosive power. No wonder he dared to lure charming monster close to the body, waiting for the opportunity to hurt the killer. How's the injury? Ruan Xinyu asked. I can't die. Yang Kai grinned. You're in good health, Ruan Xinyu said, throwing a wink over. This expression seemed to make Yunzan a little unhappy, and squeezed her lightly. Yang Kai touched his nose and said embarrassingly, yesterday. Nothing happened yesterday. Yunzan interrupted him quickly, deceiving herself. Yang Kai was stunned and suddenly laughed. This is the best. He thought that this woman would entangle and cry with him, but he didn't want her to be so calm, and indicated that he didn't want to mention yesterday's embarrassing thing again, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The scene yesterday was not something Yang Kai wanted to happen, but at that time, under the influence of the charming monster's spiritual toxin, the two of them couldn't help feeling a little bit. In addition, Yang Kai deliberately tempted the charming monster to get close, so they could only be wrong. To deal with an enemy like charming monster, if you don't let her get close, Yang Kai can't do anything about her. Hey, hello, Ruan Xinyu was immediately unhappy, glaring at Yang Kai and said, what is it that didn't happen? Do you want to eat it and not admit it? Yunzan can say that. After all, people are thin-skinned. Why did you expose it like this? Then what do you think? Yang Kai was amused. The parties all said that they did not want to mention more, but this Ruan Xinyu was more energetic than himself, and Yang Kai felt that it was inexplicable. Responsible, what else can you do? Ruan Xinyu hummed, Yunzan's innocence for nearly 30 years has been ruined by you. Who is responsible if you are not responsible? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Ruan Xinyu with interest. Don't you have a bad relationship with her? Why are you standing on the same front now? Ruan Xinyu sneered. It's none of your business what my relationship with her is. Now I'm a woman with her. It's only right and proper to help her seek justice from you. You are also a virgin, right? Yang Kai laughed wickedly. Ruan Xinyu's face froze, and she scolded, bastard. He raised his hand and punched Yang Kai, suddenly thinking that something was wrong. Okay, Yunzan shouted, Xinyu, this is my business, I will handle it myself, you don't need to say more. Ruan Xinyu was helpless, glared at Yang Kai fiercely, and turned her head in anger. Looking at Yang Kai with full eyes, Yunzan's beautiful eyes flashed, and Yang Kai was stared at with a somewhat embarrassed expression. After a long while, Yunzan said, I asked you a few things, since I suffered such a big loss, answer me honestly. You ask, if you can answer, I won't hide it. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a frank expression on his face. Who the hell are you? What kind of cultivation do you have? Yunzan's expression was serious, obviously she wanted to know more about the man who took away her innocence. As I said, I come from a very remote corner. I can't tell exactly where it is. As for the cultivation base, you can also notice that the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, I didn't hide it. Yang Kai told the truth, paused and then said, well, but my 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary is not the same as an ordinary warrior. Probably in the Immortal Ascension boundary, I am a relatively invincible existence. I'm not ashamed to speak. Ruan Xinyu pouted for a while, although he felt that he was suspected of speaking out, but according to his previous performance, his nephew was considered to be somewhat powerful. What's your relationship with the water spirit of the water god temple? Why does she care about you so much? Yunzan asked again. Relationship with her is not what you think. It can only be regarded as a relatively ordinary friend. She cares about me because I have helped her, which is probably the case. Quote. Yunzan nodded lightly, expressing her satisfaction, and after pondering for a while, she continued to ask, then what are you trying to follow this time? Why didn't you say what kind of danger there was in that mine? Since you are so powerful, when my Dominion League disciples were killed, why didn't they take action earlier, but had to wait for her to reveal her flaws? This time Yunzan asked more questions, and her emotions were also a little excited. Yang Kai shook his head. You are doubting me, right? Do you doubt that I have any special purpose in entering the independent proud city and approaching you? But don't worry, everything you know is true, I didn't tell you. What a lie, I came here with you, as I said before, to repay you a favor. You gave me a piece of empty jade, and I saved your life. Now it seems that we have cleared this favor. In the mine, I reminded you, but you don't trust me, and I can't prove it. Talking too much will only make you annoyed. It's better not to say that our relationship is not that close. And it has nothing to do with me. And why wait for Charming Monster to reveal her flaws? If she doesn't reveal her flaws, how can I kill her? In a real fight, I might not necessarily be her opponent, and you all realize how powerful her divine power is. Taking advantage of your innocence, although it is helpless, it is indeed my fault. You can beat or scold you as you wish, that's how it is anyway. After speaking, Yang Kai put on a dead pig's expression that is not afraid of boiling water. Ruan Xinyu hated her teeth and scorned her for a while, but suddenly she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Yang Kai chose Yunzan at that time. Cannot help but some lingering fears. Although she was more optimistic about this young man, she had only known him for less than a day. If such a thing happened, Ruan Xinyu didn't know if she would hack him to death with a knife. In comparison, Yunzan's belly is quite large. Yunzan was also very angry, she obviously suffered a loss, but now Yang Kai has an aggrieved expression. Taking a deep breath, she calmed down her excitement. When she opened her eyes, Yunzan's expression was much calmer. Yang Kai, Yunzan called out softly. Yang Kai replied softly. You are really a beast. Yunzan's voice was still gentle. Well, Yang Kai blushed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 634, You Know Yourself. 2 more today. After experiencing such a huge change, no matter who they are, they feel a little haggard, even though they know that there are dozens of precious gold-devouring beasts buried under the collapsed mine, and they will not die so easily, no matter it is Yunzan. Ruan Xinyu no longer wanted to fight those gold-devouring beasts. However, Ruan Xinyu took out a small Chenkin bag and handed it to Yang Kai. What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Your spoils. Ruan Xinyu smiled slightly. I found it from that charming monster when you were resting. Guess what's inside? Yang Kai waited for a while, and said in one sentence, it should be a precious mineral that has been refined. How did you know? Ruan Xinyu was immediately stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. Charming monster revealed such information before. She said that those gold-devouring beasts belong to her. If you think about it, these monsters appear here not by accident, but were brought here deliberately by Charming Monster. Let them devour the Japanese tin mines and collect their refined products. Moreover, when we explored the mines, we did not find any refined minerals excreted by the gold-devouring beasts. These things should have been collected by the Charm Monster long ago, in this Chenkin bag. His analysis made Yunzan's beautiful eyes glow with brilliance. Ruan Xinyu also seemed to have some admiration for him. You guy, you can't tell, you are very careful. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, there are a lot of refined Japanese tin mines here, and if you take them out, you can sell a lot of spar. Yang Kai thought for a while, and threw the Chenkin collection back. You have suffered such a big loss this time. After you go back, you should have an explanation to the Independent Proud League. You can take these things. Ruan Xinyu looked overjoyed and hurriedly took it. She originally meant this, but since Charming Monster was killed by Yang Kai, it is not easy to steal people's property. Yunzan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. Let's go, get out of here first, and I'll take you to a nearby town. Yang Kai stood up first. This sentence made Yunzan thoughtful and looked at him suspiciously. This is the very edge of the territory that the Independent Proud League can control. About 2 or 3 days away from the forest, there is a large city. On the way, a group of people passed by there. After half a day, the 3 of them left the forest. In the nearby small village, Yang Kai rented a carriage, let Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu sit in the car, and acted as the groom, and drove to the town ahead. This tenderness and thoughtfulness made Ruan Xinyu look at him a little bit, and even Yunzan smiled a lot. The 2 girls chatted for a while. Yunzan felt exhausted and fell asleep. Ruan Xinyu was bored and ran outside to sit side by side with Yang Kai, holding her cheeks in her hands, tilting her head, and her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai, who was wielding the horsewhip intently. Look at what I'm doing. Yang Kai was a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. I'm wondering who you are. Ruan Xinyu pursed her lips and smiled. You've been injured so badly, how did you survive so long? My ability to recover is a little bit beyond that of ordinary people. I see. Ruan Xinyu gently led. Young is good. You're the youngest. Yang Kai sneered and turned to look at her. Compared to you, I'm already a MILF, and Yunzan and I are almost 30 years old. Ruan Xinyu laughed at herself. What's the matter with you and Yunzan? You didn't deal with it before, but now you're like a family. Women are so fickle. When Yang Kai asked this, Ruan Xinyu was silent for a while, and a sad expression appeared on her pretty face. Yang Kai also knew that he seemed to have asked something that shouldn't be asked, and shrugged quickly. If you don't want to say it, just pretend you didn't hear it. Ruan Xinyu shook her head and said softly, it was supposed to be a family. Do you know who Yunzan is? I only know that her identity is a bit complicated. Yang Kai replied casually. Whether it was Master Ma from the Secret Treasure Hall or the previous Transcendent Realm Master Sun and Ying, their attitude towards Yunzan was relatively easygoing, and it could even be said to be respectful. Ordinary Dominion League disciples, it is impossible for them to do this. It's not easy. Ruan Xinyu looked back quietly and found that Yunzan was still sleeping, and immediately said, Yunzan is actually the daughter of our alliance leader. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. I'll tell you the truth, her father is the leader of the Independent Pride Alliance. Then why did she? With such an identity, Yunzan should not do everything personally, but should be pampered, but judging from her usual demeanor, she doesn't have the demeanor of a young lady. There are some reasons. Ruan Xinyu took a light breath. It's just you, I told you, don't let your mouth leak everywhere. Am I like that kind of person? Yang Kai gave her a blank look. Ruan Xinyu looked at him solemnly, nodded and said, Yunzan originally had a younger brother with extraordinary aptitude. At a very young age, he showed superhuman talents. However, because of the special system of our Independent Proud Alliance, the leader of the alliance deliberately let him. He started exercising from the bottom, and went out to perform tasks with the people in the league. He also performed quite well. With his ability, he gradually rose from the most ordinary disciple to the position of the team captain, and he also gathered some team members. Quote. As if recalling the sweetness of the past, Ruan Xinyu's face filled with a smile, and she talked about the process of many tasks. These things sounded extremely boring to Yang Kai, but he did not interrupt. But often walking by the river, how can there not be wet shoes? Ruan Xinyu's voice suddenly became much lower. In a mission, the young master unfortunately died, and the team members were almost wiped out, and only one person was left to breathe. Ida's not much different from this time. Yunzan is very concerned about her younger brother. Because of his death, Yunzan put the blame on the leader of the alliance. If the leader of the alliance had not insisted on letting the young master start training from the bottom, he would not have suffered this disaster. Since then, Yunzan has announced that she had left the identity of the eldest young lady, and like her younger brother, entered the Independent Proud League, starting from the grassroots level. Ruan Xinyu's eyes were a little red, and her voice gradually became choked up. Yang Kai was indifferent and didn't say anything. She did this, obviously to protest against the leader of the alliance, and to continue the unfinished work of the young master. Ruan Xinyu sighed. Do you know why Yunzan doesn't hate you for taking her body? Even after the incident, she didn't want to hold you accountable in the slightest. Responsibility means. Why? Because when her brother died, she was just 20 years old, with a 7th level cultivation of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Ruan Xinyu smiled bleakly and added, the same as you are now, full of vigor, she can't hate you. Yang Kai took a breath and thought for a while before suddenly asking, the only person in her brother's team who survived is you, right? Ruan Xinyu was stunned. After a while, she nodded lightly. Your head really shines. Yes, I was a member of the young master's team at the time. Because young master gave his life to save me, I was able to survive. It is because of this that I only Yunzan has a conflict. But I know that she doesn't blame me, she just doesn't dare to face me, and when she sees me, she thinks of that person. You like that person? Yang Kai grinned. Ruan Xinyu gave him a blushing look. Why are you asking this? It's all an adult past. Then you have to tell me this again. Yang Kai shook his head. You are so smart, don't you know why I told you this? Ruan Xinyu glared at Yang Kai angrily, secretly scolding the bastard for pretending to be stupid, clearly knowing better than anyone else, but his face is not performance. Yang Kai's expression became serious after thinking for a long time before shaking his head and said, I won't join the Independent Proud League, you don't need to try to persuade me. Although I sympathize with Yunzan's experience, I also admire her persistence and hard work. But I have my own business to do. You bastard, Ruan Xinyu scolded, after taking such a big advantage, do you really want to walk away like this? What did I take advantage of? You said no, you took Yunzan's, that's. Which one? You know it yourself. Ruan Xin's tone was not light, and she thought to herself how a good young man could be so shameless, and his ability to talk nonsense with his eyes open was quite good. Anyway, you have to be responsible. Ruan Xinyu immediately acted as a rogue. If you don't join the Independent Proud League, I will stab this matter and let everyone in the league come after you. Yang Kai gave her a negative look and smiled strangely. Ruan Xinyu was horrified for a while, and she couldn't help pinching her shirt tightly and said, what do you mean? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, the moon is black and the wind is high, it's a good night. Ruan Xinyu couldn't help but turn pale, and suddenly remembered that with his ability, if he really wanted to deal with him, he would have no resistance at all. In this wilderness, if he was really raped and then killed, no one would find out. Just as she was getting nervous, Yunzan's weak voice suddenly came from inside the car, you two, don't make trouble. Ruan Xinyu was startled, spit out a fragrant tongue at Yang Kai, and hurriedly got into the car. After a while, he helped Yunzan and walked out again, sitting in front of them together, breathing the clear night air. Are you really leaving? Yunzan asked Yang Kai with a sad look. Yang Kai nodded sternly. All right, the Independent Confidence League is too small to accommodate a person like you, it's good to go out and meet the world. Yunzan tightened her clothes, feeling a little cold. Anyway, I still want to thank you this time. You. Are you stupid? Ruan Xinyu looked at her in disbelief. If it weren't for him, Uncle Sun and Ji Hong would have no one to avenge their revenge, and we would have died there. Of course, we should thank him. Ruan Xinyu frowned, thinking that it was right, if there was no Yang Kai, this time the Independent Pride Alliance would be wiped out. No, I'm just protecting myself. Yang Kai shook his head. Yunzan smiled bitterly and said no more. After a while, he said softly, Xinyu, help me in, it's a little cold outside. Ruan Xinyu nodded, and supported Yunzan to get into the car again. Soon, even breathing came from inside. Yang Kai looked back and saw the two women lying on each other's back, with a peaceful expression. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 635 Fire City. 3 days later, a group of 3 arrived at the Fire City. Before reaching the city, Yang Kai felt a scorching aura coming towards him, and even the ground beneath his feet seemed to be scorching hot. The horses walked on it, and a lot of sweat oozes from his body. This kind of heat made Yang Kai very comfortable, and he couldn't help feeling much better. The special environment of Raging Fire City has also attracted a large number of warriors who practice fire-type exercises and martial arts to station here. No one knows why there is such an abnormality in Raging Fire City. The martial artist of the law and martial arts can clearly feel that the speed of cultivation here is much faster than in other places. It seems that even in the sky, there are several grades of fire-type aura gathered in the place beyond. There are rumors that there is a huge magma surging under the ground of Raging Fire City, which caused this special landform in a radius of 100 miles, but the rumors are just rumors and no one can confirm it. When Yongkai arrived here, he let go of his consciousness, and he could indeed detect the energy shuttle of raging flames under the ground. His original intention was to escort Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu to Raging Fire City and then leave. After all, there is also a branch of the Independent Confidence League. As long as they arrive at Raging Fire City, they are equivalent to returning to the Independent Pride Alliance. But the two women insisted that he stay and rest for a few days before setting off. After thinking about it, Yongkai agreed, and his own injuries still need to be raised. After entering Raging Fire City and reporting his identity, Ji Yan, the city owner of Raging Fire City, hurriedly came out to greet him. Ji Yan has an extraordinary first-level cultivation, and is a martial artist of the same level as Sun Ying. Because he is cultivating fire-type exercises, his strength is not bad, so he guards the city of Raging Fire as a city lord. It is also a good strength of the Dominion League. Ji Yan was born with 5 big and 3 rough, perhaps because of the practice of fire-type exercises, even the exposed skin showed a dark red color, looking a bit bold and unrestrained, personally led someone to take Yunzan into the city lord's mansion, and arranged people serve and take care. After learning what happened to the 3 teams of the Independent Proud League on their mission, Ji Yan was also surprised and asked in detail. Ruan Xinyu and Yunzan also seemed to have reached a consensus, and they did not expose Yongkai, but only said that a passing expert helped and killed the charming monster, so that they could save their lives. Such remarks made Yongkai very satisfied, and looked at the 2 women gratefully. He was quite worried that Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu would tell the truth. If that was the case, not to mention whether Ji Yan would believe it, he would definitely be inseparable from the Independent Pride Alliance. Fortunately, Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu did not intend to betray Yongkai. Their explanations are also reasonable. Ji Yan inquired about the appearance of the trumped-up expert in detail. Yunzan had already had a case, and described it in detail. Ji Yan sighed and expressed that he wanted to list this unknown expert. As the benefactor of the Independent Confidence League, when I see it in the future, I will definitely repay it. I have to report this matter to the General Alliance. Miss Yun is frightened. She will rest in Raging Fire City for a few days. When the injury recovers, I will personally send you back to the General Alliance. Ji Yan warned and hurriedly left. The Independent Proud League had killed nearly 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts and 1 Transcendent Boundary in one fell swoop. Naturally, he had to report these big things quickly. Are you satisfied now? Ruan Xinyu hummed, looking at Yongkai a little uncomfortable. Satisfied. Yongkai pinched his nose. I will leave here when my injury recovers. The farther you go, the better. Ruan Xinyu didn't want to see Yongkai at all. Yunzan shook her head helplessly, lying on the bed without saying a word. After accusing him, Yongkai returned to his room, sat down with his knees crossed, and while healing his wounds, he investigated the benefits he had obtained from Charming Monster. Charming Monster's spiritual energy contains the poison of spiritual consciousness, but this poison has been purified by Yongkai's spiritual fire and Jin Ren's one-eyed golden light, leaving only pure energy and Charming Monster's mood perception. Equal mouth. After absorbing these artistic concepts and insights, Yongkai also had some understanding of the changes in his own consciousness. He didn't know until now that divine consciousness was not without attributes. After a martial artist reaches the Immortal Ascension realm, he will open up a sea of AA consciousness in his mind and condense his consciousness. The consciousness of ordinary people is roughly the same, belonging to the consciousness of chaos and no attributes, but some people, because of various opportunities, have been able to make the consciousness mutated. For example, Yongkai himself absorbed the energy of the true spirit in the jade, and his consciousness became scorching like fire. There are even more people whose consciousness is as cold as ice, as fast as lightning, or as fast as strong wind. Different consciousness can play different roles. Moreover, the destructive power and lethality possessed by this mutant consciousness are several grades higher than that of ordinary warriors. Yongkai was even thinking about whether his own divine consciousness fire would have any miraculous effect if it was used for alchemy. He spied the experience of many alchemists from the true alchemy formula, but none of these alchemists possessed the fire of divine consciousness, and there was no precedent for him to refer to. But he vaguely felt that using the fire of divine consciousness to concoct pills might be more effective and more convenient than using true essence. After thinking about it, Yongkai gave up his thoughts on this aspect. After all, he is just getting started in alchemy, and he still has to learn. It will be realistic to consider these things after you have achieved attainments in alchemy in the future. After some insight, time passed quickly, and the wound on the lower abdomen was also recovering at a very fast speed. The efficacy of Wanyao Lingyu is extraordinary. 2 or 3 days later, at night, Yunzan stood outside Yang Kai's door, her hands raised, but her expression was hesitant, and she couldn't make up her mind to knock on the door. Ruan Xinyu appeared beside her like a ghost, smiling strangely. Scared me to death, you bastard girl. Yunzan made a big red face, patted her tall breasts, and gave her an angry look. What are you doing? Ruan Xinyu said with an ambiguous expression, don't you want to attack at night? Don't talk nonsense. Yunzan's face turned even redder, she couldn't help but think of the charming scene a few days ago, her heart shuddered. Ruan Xinyu curled her lips and hummed, after so many years of keeping yourself clean, once you break the ban, you can't help it, right? What's wrong? Yunzan said softly, he will probably be leaving tomorrow, I just want to. Don't think about it, the spring night is worth $1,000. Anyway, he has already cheapened him once. It's not a big deal to come again. Maybe he will fall in love with you and stay in the alliance. Ruan Xinyu said in a sentence that Yunzan thoughts in mind. Yunzan really thought so, although she said that Yang Kai would leave or stay at will, but for this man who violently took away her innocence, Yunzan naturally hoped that he would stay with her. After so many years, Yunzan was also tired and wanted to find someone to rely on, but no one had been able to gain her insight. When I came tonight, I just wanted to try and work hard for the last time. I didn't want to be bumped into by Ruan Xinyu, and I felt a little overwhelmed. Ruan Xinyu took a closer look and found that Yang Kai's aura was stable in the house, apparently in the middle of meditating. He hurriedly winked at Yunzan, indicating that it was a good time for a night attack. Like a frightened rabbit, Yunzan kept shaking her head, her face panicked. She also couldn't get past that level in her heart. She was obviously sullied unwillingly, but she didn't feel any resentment afterward. Instead, she felt a little attached to that person. This made Yunzan feel that she was a bit rude. If you don't try it tonight, I'm afraid you will regret it for the rest of your life. Ruan Xinyu sighed, even if you don't think about your own future, you should also think about the alliance. This man has great potential and may become a member of our alliance in the future, pillar. Saying this, Ruan Xinyu was also excited, gritted her teeth and said, can you get in? If you don't, I will. What are you doing in here? Yunzan stared at her blankly. Humph. Ruan Xinyu played with the hair around her ears, looking like a little bird, and said coquettishly, people are not bad, right? You don't want such a good helper, but I want it. For the sake of my future, it's not a big deal to give a little, anyway, I will find a man to marry in the future, he will be fine, although he is a little younger, he is very mature, eh? Yunzan covered her mouth, dumbfounded, and whispered softly, are you so sloppy? Ruan Xinyu's face blushed when she said, so what? Then can you get in? Yunzan bit her thin lip with a hesitant expression on her face, and was bewitched by Ruan Xinyu's soft and hard persecution, and she was also shaken. After thinking for a long time, he finally nodded lightly, pushed open the door shyly and walked in. HMPH, you really can't make up your mind if you don't force you. Ruan Xinyu was triumphant, she quickly restrained her breath, and put up her ears to listen to the movement coming from the house. Inside the house, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, woke up from the meditation, stretched out his hand, and threw the person in front of him onto the bed, poking his fingers on her chest, staring at her with a cold expression. He thought that someone was attacking him. After seeing the face of the person under him, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you? Yunzan pretended to be calm, but there was a red light on her neck. She didn't dare to look into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, thought for a while, and was shocked. Aren't you? Yunzan's unrestrained expression, Ren Jun's appearance made Yang Kai quickly realize the seriousness of the problem. So what? Yunzan suddenly became bold, turned over, pressed Yang Kai down, put both hands on his chest, and sat on top of him with her hips raised, her beautiful eyes flushed, her face flushed, and she breathed. In a hurry, he gritted his teeth and said, last time I was affected by charming monster's divine sense, and I didn't feel anything, this time. Halfway through, she couldn't go on, snorted, and covered her face with her hands. Yang Kai looked at her with fiery eyes, he couldn't help swallowing, and his breathing gradually became heavier. But, your injury, it's almost healed, I don't know what's going on, but this time I recovered very quickly. Yunzan explained, while she opened her clothes, she said shyly, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. A touch of thrilling Snow White was printed into Yang Kai's eyes. It doesn't matter, you brought it to the door yourself. Yang Kai was furious, rolled over and pressed Yun Zan under him, roaring. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Hongshanranshao. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 636. The internet was disconnected in the afternoon for 2 consecutive days. Fortunately, there was no power outage. The 2 updates were sent together, and there was one more update. The spring light inside the house was boundless, and outside, Ruan Xinyu's face was blushing, listening to the strange mosquito-like murmur and moaning. Her body was numb, and she couldn't stop twitching. After a while, I realized that such eavesdropping was wrong, and sighed indignantly. Young people really can't help temptation. Saying so, he hurriedly returned to the room, plugged his ears, and held his breath. The night passed quickly, and Ruan Xinyu, who lived next to Yang Kai, was also devastated. This night, the ground shook and the mountains shook, making her almost unable to feel at ease. When it was almost dawn, the movement next door gradually subsided. Ruan Xinyu couldn't help but let out a light breath, calmed down, and was about to take a good rest when the ground suddenly shook again. Isn't it over? Ruan Xinyu wanted to cry without tears. She really didn't expect that the energy of the pair of dogs and men next door would be so strong. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because the vibration this time is very different from the previous one, along with the vibration, a shocking feeling is rapidly approaching from a distance. Ruan Xinyu's expression changed immediately, and she rushed out. The door next door also creaked open. Yang Kai and Yun Zan appeared at the same time. The former looked extremely solemn, the latter looked satisfied, like flowers moistened by rain and dew, much more beautiful than before. Ruan Xinyu glanced at her, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but she said more, turned her head again, and stared at the distant sky. Over there, the entire sky was blood red, and the sky was as terrifying as being splashed with blood, and that blood red was spreading towards this side at a very fast speed. The entire raging fire city was buzzing, and countless warriors who felt that something was wrong stood up to investigate, and their expressions changed greatly. What's wrong? Ruan Xinyu frowned slightly. Something is approaching this way. Yang Kai squinted his eyes, and under the strong consciousness, he noticed that there was a very dangerous, violent and evil aura. Uneasy feeling. What can have such an aura? Yun Zan was startled. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Inside the city lord's mansion, the sound of clothes hunting came out. It was obvious that Ji Yan had already led the mansion's masters out, and was rushing over there, trying to find out. I'll go and see, you guys stay here. Yang Kai thought about it and was about to rush out, but Yun Zan grabbed him and said, let's go together, it's better to have someone to take care of. Yang Kai frowned and didn't say much, letting them follow behind him. The 3 followed Ji Yan's group and rushed out. After a while, they came outside the city. At this moment, many warriors have gathered outside Raging Fire City. These warriors are either in groups of 3 or 5, or a group of a dozen people. All of them stop outside the city, occupying the commanding heights, looking up, trying to figure out what happened there. Some of these warriors are disciples of the Independent Confidence League, and there are more warriors from other forces. For various reasons, they stayed in Raging Fire City, just in time to catch up with today's excitement. Everyone was whispering, pointing at the distant sky, guessing why the vision came about, but no one could figure it out. In the presence, Ji Yan, who has a supernatural cultivation base, is undoubtedly the strongest one. At this moment, his brows are furrowed, his spiritual senses wandering back and forth, spying on the information in the distance. After a while, his expression suddenly changed, his complexion get weird. City Lord Ji, what's the situation over there? Someone asked Ji Yan in a loud voice. Ji Yan shook his head. I don't know either, but there is definitely danger here. If you cherish your own lives, leave this place quickly. Hearing what he said, some people immediately cast their movements and went away, but more people chose to stay. Many times, danger represents opportunity. This time, things are inexplicable, and maybe they will get some benefits. Those who have no intentions will naturally not be scared off because of Ji Yan's words. What's more, with so many people waiting here, if there is any danger, they may not be able to escape. Seeing that his persuasion had no effect, Ji Yan stopped talking and just waited quietly. While watching, I suddenly found Yun Zan and the 3 of them, and quickly waved to them. Yunzan smiled slightly, spoke to Yang Kai and Ruan Shenyu, and flew over to join the masters of Ji Yan's residence. Miss Yun, your injury hasn't healed yet, so it's better not to come out. Ji Yan was rather distracted. It's almost better, I have Uncle Lao Ji to worry about. Yunzan pursed her lips and smiled. Well, looking at the complexion, it is indeed much better than the previous days, and there is a lot of brilliance. Ji Yan smiled and nodded. Zan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and explained, Shinyu took good care of her. Ruan Shinyu pouted and glared at Yang Kai quietly. Is this your team member? Ji Yan looked at Yang Kai again, nodded and said, young man, work hard, follow Miss Yun, you will do something in the future, but don't let Miss Yun live up to your expectations. Yang Kai was noncommittal. Yunzan was afraid that Yang Kai would say something that shouldn't be said, so she quickly changed the topic and asked, Uncle Ji, why is this? Ji Yan turned his head and looked around, lowered his voice and said, I don't know the specific situation, but look at the situation. There is indeed a certain danger in this battle, but I feel that many masters are also flying towards this side, trailing behind the evil aura. Quote. It was precisely because he sensed the breath of these people that Ji Yan was so calm and calm. If there was only that evil aura, Ji Yan must have already started to evacuate the people in Raging Fire City, because the strong aura made him extremely fearful. Following behind, Yunzan was surprised. Ji Yan gently led the leader, but what makes me strange is that the two sides didn't start a war. The people behind seemed to have been watching and waiting for something, and the master of the evil aura in front didn't mean to take action at all. I don't understand. Quote. Said, shaking his head helplessly. Yunzan and Ruan Shenyu looked at each other and felt a little weird. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and he still looked calm. This made Ji Yan look at him a little bit, and secretly felt that Yunzan's team member's psychological quality was not bad, and he was a good seedling. With the passage of time, the blood-stained color is gradually eating away at the sky in Raging Fire City, and the aura that makes people feel uneasy is getting closer and closer. Soon, a small black dot was printed into everyone's field of vision. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Looks like a person. Everyone looked at the black spot, but the sky was not yet bright, the light was not good, and it was too far away, no one could see what kind of person it was. I only saw that behind this black spot, there were dozens of powerhouses vaguely followed, and many of these powerhouses exuded the aura of transcendent realm. Ji Yan's expression became more serious. After waiting for a while, the black spot in the sky finally became clear. After seeing his face clearly, Ji Yan couldn't help shrinking his pupils and exclaimed, the coffin-carrying man. These three words came out of Ji Yan's mouth, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looking around, I saw the warriors gathered around here, all showing extremely excited expressions, eager to try, and greedily watching the so-called coffin-carrying man in the sky. Yunzan was also surprised and asked anxiously, Uncle Ji, is that the legendary coffin bearer? Ruan Shinyu circled her mouth even more, as if she did not expect that she would one day meet a character who only exists in legends. It should be. Ji Yan's face was very ugly, forming a diametrically opposite contrast with the surrounding warriors. This kind of breath, this kind of intensity, only he can have. I didn't expect that the coffin bearer was born again. Quote. While listening to the conversations of several people, Yang Kai looked up at the coffin-carrying man in the sky, and understood why he had such a weird name. Because behind him, there was actually a coffin on his back, a huge blood-red coffin, which was eerie and creepy. As for the coffin-bearer himself, he was also born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His physique was several times larger than that of everyone Yang Kai had seen. He did not seem to belong to a human being, but there were many abscesses and sarcomas on the body, with terrifying shapes and ferocious features. In the open mouth, the jagged fangs were irregularly arranged, and he was panting heavily. His movements are very slow, and each step seems to take a long time to brew, but every step of his contains quite a profound artistic conception, so although the action is slow, the speed is extremely fast. Yang Kai secretly observed his steps, and after only a few glances, he suddenly became dizzy. Ji Yan snorted coldly. Don't comprehend his martial arts, that's not something you can understand. Yang Kai was stunned and nodded slightly. Turning around, he quietly asked Yunzan, the coffin bearer, is he famous? Yunzan glanced at him in astonishment, and suddenly remembered that this person didn't seem to understand everything outside, so she quickly explained it carefully. He is a legend, and basically his name is spread all over the Tongshuan continent. No one knows what his background is or why he is carrying a blood-red coffin. Because of his appearance, the world calls him a coffin-carrying man. This is the first time I have seen him, but I heard that every other day. In 10 years, the coffin bearer will be born once, and every time he is born in a different place, he has left his footprints in the south, north and west of the mainland. But if it is him, don't worry too much about fainting. Why? Yang Kai was suspicious. Because the coffin-carrying man is strong and terrifying, but he will never attack anyone. Won't you shoot at people? Yang Kai was surprised. Well, it's very strange. I don't know what rules bind him. Anyway, no one has seen him take action. Not only that, the birth of the coffin bearer will bring some unexpected benefits to people. What's the benefit? Yang Kai became interested. The coffin bearer will choose to stop at a certain place at will, and when he stops, if he is in a hurry, he will throw out a lot of secret treasures, martial arts techniques or panacea. These are all martial artists. Good stuff. Scrambled for. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 637 Saint Level Expert. Outside Raging Fire City, the coffin-carrying man strolled in, followed by dozens of strong men. The warriors of the entire Raging Fire City are also watching and waiting. Yang Kai listened to Yunzan's remarks about the coffin bearer, and looked puzzled. Why did he do this? Probably compensation. Ji Yan interjected with a gloomy expression. Compensation? Compensation for what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Compensation for the trauma caused by the place where he stayed. Ji Yan took a deep breath, with a look of worry and fear on his face. Every time the coffin bearer stops at a place, that place will be devastated, no grass will grow, and there will be no grass. Within 100 miles, there will be no life for 10 years. Yang Kai was astonished. Ji Yan rubbed his forehead. I hope he is just passing by, but he doesn't stay in my Raging Fire City. If the coffin bearer stayed in the city of Raging Fire, then the radius of 100 miles would be destroyed in one fell swoop. Only then did Yang Kai understand why the warriors next to him were all excited and looking forward to it, but Ji Yan was worried, because he was the city owner of Raging Fire City, and naturally he didn't want the city he guarded to be destroyed like this. Several people were talking when suddenly there was an exclamation. Stop! He stopped. Ji Yan's body trembled, his face turned ashen. What he was worried about still happened. The coffin bearer didn't know where he came from, let alone where he was going, but he chose to stop near Raging Fire City. Beside Ji Yan, the expressions of those arrogant disciples also changed drastically. Uncle Ji, Yunzan called softly. Ji Yan's eyes stared at the person carrying the coffin, but he didn't respond, his face struggled and hesitant, and after a while he snorted. You go back to the city, evacuate and notify everyone in the city, bring your valuables, leave quickly. City Lord, it's too late if it's too late, hurry up, I'll delay it for a while. After saying this, Ji Yan flew out and approached the dozens of people who were trailing behind the coffin-carrying man. Yunzan also had a bitter and helpless expression on her face. Since the coffin bearer stopped, it meant that in the not-too-distant future, Raging Fire City would become a dead zone, which was also a huge loss to the Independent Proud Alliance. Yang Kai has been observing the strange man with a blood-red coffin on his back. In the sense of consciousness, he found that this person was full of death energy and corpse energy, and judging from the countless sarcoid and pustules on his body, he didn't know it at all. There should be a breath of life. In other words, he should have been dead long ago. But the huge power contained in his body made anyone tremble with fear. When Ji Yan flew closer to the dozens of people, the coffin-carrying man looked down with a pair of terrifying eyes like copper bells. He seemed a little satisfied with the position here, but he fell straight down like this. Boom-a! The ground trembled violently, and some cobweb-like cracks quickly appeared on the ground. The coffin backer fell to the ground, quietly stomping there, motionless, with his eyes closed, as if he was closing his eyes and resting. Many warriors were about to move, with greedy expressions on their faces, and their strength secretly condensed, but they were afraid of the status of the dozens of people who followed the coffin-carrying man. Ji Yan had already joined the dozens of people, and they seemed to know each other. They greeted each other and discussed in a deep voice. Who are those people? Yang Kai asked. They are all masters from some nearby forces, Shu Qi from the Thunder God sect, the extraordinary two-layer cultivation base, Zhou Xing from the Xuantian Alliance, the extraordinary third-layer cultivation base, and Yao Di from the Battle Soul Hall, who is also a supernatural three-layer cultivation base. 4. Yunzan gestured to those people with her eyes, and told the history of some of the most powerful experts. I don't know much about the others, but I'm sure they're not some unknown people. Yunzan took a deep breath. They all heard the news of the birth of the coffin-carrying man, and followed them all the way. These people are also interested in the compensation given by the coffin-bearer. Yang Kai was stunned. There are several powerhouses in the transcendent third layer, and their strengths are detached. Yang Kai thinks that they should not care about these petty profits. That's right. They are really not interested in the compensation given by the coffin-bearer, but the coffin-bearer itself is a huge secret. Anyone who wants to uncover his life experience and mysteries, they are eyeing the plum-bearer himself. Yang Kai took the lead slightly and understood a little. Ji Yan is still discussing with those people, and his attitude is respectful. Although he is the city lord of Raging Fire City under the Independent Pride Alliance, he only has an extraordinary first-level cultivation, so he is still a little cautious in front of these masters. After talking for a long time, Zhou Xing from the Xuantian Alliance nodded and said, "If that's the case, then we'll wait for an hour. City Lord Ji, please hurry up." Yao Di of the Battle Soul Hall also laughed a few times. "God has the virtue of good life, we naturally won't do too much, City Lord Ji go." "Thank you all." Ji Yan was so grateful, he flew back quickly and rushed into the city to make arrangements. Many warriors stayed in Raging Fire City, and most of them were not very strong. Once something happened here, they would definitely not have time to escape. Explain the benefits and harms. Those who are willing to leave will leave at that time, and those who are unwilling to leave, Ji Yan has nothing to do. Although he is the city owner, he cannot order those warriors who do not belong to the Independent Pride Alliance to act. An hour passed quickly. Centered on the coffin-carrying man, the nearby heaven and earth are now surrounded by 3 floors and 3 outer floors. Everyone who stayed behind stared at the coffin-carrying man, as if he was a hot cake. Ji Yan came back worried, glanced at the situation around him, sighed helplessly, and shook his head. He has done everything he should do, and the people who are still here will definitely not leave, and Ji Yan has nothing to do. "Miss Yun, don't stay too far from me. Although the coffin-bearer won't attack anyone, as long as he appears, there will be huge danger." Ji Yan urged in a deep voice. Yunzan nodded solemnly. Among the dozens of powerhouses, Zhou Xing suddenly came out, stared at the coffin-carrying man, and said loudly, "You have probably heard the legend of the coffin-carrying man. Haha, today's chance is in front of her at all. Don't miss it. If you want the benefits, you can do it. The old man and others will snatch the array for you." As soon as Zhou Xing of the Xuantian League came up, he encouraged the bewitching warriors to do it. Obviously, he didn't have any good intentions. Most people knew it well, but when they remembered the legends they had heard, some people couldn't hold back and put their own hands on their hands. Attacks of martial arts and secret treasures are played. More than a dozen beams of brilliance contained decent attacks, slamming on the coffin-bearer with closed eyes and resting eyes. These attacks were at least the full blows of the masters of the Immortal Ascension realm, but they were like a stone sinking into the sea, and they did not appear on the coffin-bearer. A little wave disappears. And the coffin-carrying man didn't react at all, and he took on such an injury with his physical body alone. He was indifferent, still closing his eyes and resting. The dozen or so people who attacked took a few steps back. They were vigilant for a long time, but they didn't see any reaction from the coffin-bearer. They were overjoyed immediately, knowing that the rumors were true. No matter how others attacked, the coffin-bearer would not attack anyone. Soon, more attacks were unleashed, overwhelming the coffin-bearer with an unusually strong physique. Boom boom boom. There was a violent roar from the ground, and the ravines were torn apart. The ground near the coffin-carrying man was instantly fragmented, and the chaotic energy raged around him, producing unimaginable destructive power. The coffin-bearer still didn't move. All the onlookers took action and attacked with all their strength. Finally, the coffin-bearer slowly opened his eyes, the air waves visible to the naked eye spewed from his nostrils, and he gasped heavily. As he breathed, the air in the whole world froze. Everyone who took the shot couldn't help slowing down the offensive, fearful for fear that the coffin-bearer would fight back, so they were relieved that even if they encountered such an attack, the coffin-bearer still didn't fight back, but just stood there, his eyes staring in confusion. Looking at everything in front of him, it seems that he still doesn't understand the situation. Yang Kai was stunned, and it was not until this moment that he really realized the horror of the coffin-carrying man. Is this a saint-level expert? Yang Kai turned to look at Yunzan. Yes. Yunzan nodded. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. A saint-level expert has been reduced to such a level, and he doesn't know what happened in his life. It is really unpredictable. Why haven't those people started? Ruan Xinyu asked softly, looking at the group of people from the Thunderlight sect and the Xuantian Alliance. They're waiting. Ji Yan sighed. Even for saint-level master's defense, they need a lot of strength to break through. Now that there are so many free helpers, they are naturally happy to relax, but they should be about to take action, already. At this moment, the dozens of people who followed the coffin-carrying man finally moved. Yao Di from the Battle Soul Hall watched for a while, and said, "It's almost there, we should do our best, otherwise, when more and more people hear the news, things will be difficult to deal with." "All right," Shu Qi nodded slightly, "I'll settle it early and go back to work with him. I've been with him for a month, and this old man is a little tired from running." "Then let's do it," Zhou Xing nodded in agreement. The three of them reached a consensus, and the others naturally wouldn't say more, and offered their secret treasures one after another. A burst of surging aura suddenly swayed, and many secret treasures and martial arts fell like stars, and they descended on the coffin bearers, which were countless times more ferocious than the offensive of those idle people. Rumbling, the earth cracked, and the mountains shook in a radius of 100 miles. This kind of offensive finally made the coffin bearer react. There were many wounds on his body, and the sarcoma and pustules also burst open in an instant, and an extremely rich green gas flowed from the body. As soon as these gases appeared, everyone felt the smell of death blowing towards them. Stab! Where the green gas passed, the earth became lifeless, and it was dyed green in an instant, which was extremely terrifying. And these gases spread extremely fast, like an explosion, expanding violently. Some warriors who got close didn't have time to dodge, they were swallowed up by these gases, and they didn't even snort, their bodies turned into blood and water, and there were no bones left. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or- A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 638. Since those supernatural powerhouses took action, within 3 breaths, more than a dozen warriors could not avoid it and died tragically on the spot. And as the attacking intensity of those people increased, the green gas emitted from the body of the coffin-carrying person also became more and more abundant. The screams came one after another, and the warriors who were excited and looking forward to it just now showed their movements one after another, avoiding them far away, crying and escaping everywhere. Ji Yan waved his hand, and a stream of pure essence wrapped Yang Kai and the others, quickly escaping to the height of 100 meters, looking down at the bottom with a cold eye, and snorted, "Ignorance. Do you really think that the coffin bearer will not be in danger if he doesn't make a move?" Quote. He obviously knew what would happen if a coffin bearer was attacked to some extent, but not everyone knew. Shu Qi, Zhou Xing, Yao Di and others did not stop because of the deaths of those warriors. The lives of those people had nothing to do with them at all. They continued to attack, and the green gas spread more and more fierce. Soon, with the coffin-carrying man as the center, several miles around were filled with green colors. Yang Kai quickly realized the cruelty of this world. For these high-ranking strong people, in order to achieve their goals, they don't care about the lives of others. More warriors were swallowed by the green gas and buried in it. Many people saw that the situation was not good, and they retreated one after another. Like Ji Yan, they flew into the sky. The dozens of powerhouses moved even more violently, bombarding the coffin-backing man indiscriminately. Is it soon? Zhou Xing stared at the coffin bearer below while releasing his attack, and muttered to himself with a look of anticipation on his face. It should be soon. Yao Di also nodded lightly, secretly paying attention. Sure enough, the coffin bearer below seemed to have suffered too much damage, and finally had something else to do. His 2 sturdy and unusually big hands slowly lifted up, and a muffled voice came from his mouth, which was slow and deafening. Shui, take it, take it. Such as a helpless roar, or a low cry, it makes people's heart tremble. In the sky, magical runes and formation patterns suddenly appeared, brilliance and brilliance. These runes were mysterious, and no one understood what they meant. But as soon as these runes appeared, the eyes of those supernatural powerhouses shone, and they stared at each other for a while, as if to imprint the structure of these runes in their minds, and then study them carefully. Immediately afterwards, the runes flashed, and energy burst out from the void, and many strange-shaped secret treasures, medicinal pills and martial arts skills appeared out of thin air. These secret treasure pills and martial arts emerged from the runes, and shot towards the surroundings in a radioactive trajectory. As soon as they saw this scene, the warriors who were busy escaping for their lives were in high spirits, and they hurriedly performed their movements, and followed one of the rays of light to chase them out. This is the coffin bearer's compensation for the destruction of the place where he stopped. Although no one knows where he summoned these treasures, many of these treasures are of good quality. A few beams of light just flew in the direction of Yang Kai and the others, and the disciples of the Independent Pride Alliance looked at Ji Yan without saying a word, and nodded lightly. The disciples of the Independent Proud League were overjoyed, and they flew out, trying to intercept those rays of light to see if they could get any benefit. Yang Kai watched indifferently, and had no intention of robbing him, but Ruan Xinyu and Yun Zan were both eager to try. In front of these strange treasures that turned out, few people can be indifferent, and it is only natural that they will be tempted. Soon, the strange treasures summoned by the coffin-carrying man were looted, but under the ferocious attacks of those extraordinary realms, he waved his hand again, still shouting those two words, constantly summoning the treasures. Just like before, a lot of rays of light shot towards this side. This time, Yun Zan and Ruan Xinyu didn't hold back. They jumped out of Ji Yan's protection area and rushed towards a rays of light. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, released his consciousness, gathered his strength, and intercepted them a little. Soon, the two women grabbed the unknown treasure and flew back with joy on their faces. "I got something," Yang Kai asked with a smile. "It seems to be a book of exercises, and I don't know if it's useful." Yun Zan raised the things in her hands. Many of the things that the coffin bearer made are damaged and useless. "There is such a thing?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Well, it seems that the things he made are quite old," Yun Zan said with a slight smile. The two were talking, and Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was not right. Frowning, he looked down attentively, and his heart suddenly burst. He found that in the green gas envelope, the coffin-carrying man was staring straight at him, and there was a look of excitement in those confused eyes. Everyone noticed the abnormality of the coffin bearer. Shu Qi, Zhou Xing, Yao Di and the others also stopped their movements. Following the eyes of the coffin bearer, they looked at Yang Kai with suspicion on their faces. "Brother Zhou, what does this mean?" Shu Qi asked with a frown. "Why is he staring at that kid from the Independent Proud League?" "I don't know, the old man, is there anything special about him?" Zhou Xing released his consciousness, swept around Yang Kai, and shook his head in confusion. He didn't find anything special about Yang Kai. In the sky, the people around Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. Yun Zan asked quietly, "Yang Kai, is he looking at you?" "Probably." Yang Kai nodded, his body froze for no reason. Being stared at by a saint-level master with a mysterious origin, no one will feel at ease. Yang Kai is also very confused. He does not know why he is being stared at by the coffin bearer. From beginning to end, he is also I just use the power of my divine sense a little bit. I found, the coffin bearer still said in a very slow and steady tone. During the speech, the huge mouth cracked open, revealing jagged and irregular teeth, which seemed to be laughing loudly, silently and terrifyingly. The next moment, the aura of the coffin-carrying man suddenly changed, and he slowly squatted down with his strong body, his legs bent. "What is he going to do?" someone exclaimed. In the legend, the coffin bearer has never made such an action. Today, a sudden change occurred, leaving everyone confused. "Stay away from me." Yang Kai's color changed suddenly, and the moment he moved the coffin-carrying man, he gave birth to a sense of crisis that he was locked in. He hurriedly shouted, and at the same time, he used his body technique to escape quickly. Pass AA. The coffin bearer also bounced from the ground, like an arrow from a string, so fast that Zhou Xing and the others could not see clearly. In just a split second, the coffin bearer caught up with the fleeing Yang Kai, opened his hideous mouth, smiled at him, and lifted the blood coffin behind him with both hands and aimed it at his body. Inside the blood coffin, there was an extremely strong pulling force, pulling Yang Kai's body and sucking him inward. Yang Kai's face was ashes. Even if he did his best, he couldn't resist the power in the blood coffin. Before he had time to turn around, Yang Kai felt that his eyes were dark and he was sucked into the blood coffin. Boom-a. The coffin bearer closed the blood coffin and lifted it up again. Without even looking at the others, it turned into a green light and disappeared into the sky. From the time of the accident to when Yang Kai was taken away, it took less than 3 breaths of time before and after. Zhou Xing and the others didn't even react, and the coffin-carrying man disappeared. Everyone froze in place. After being stupid for a long time, Yun Zan screamed and ran after her. Ruan Xinyu grabbed her and said tenderly, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai, I know he was arrested, but can you catch up?" Ruan Xinyu snapped. Yun Zan lost her mind, turned her head quickly, and looked at Ji Yan sadly. "Uncle Ji." Ji Yan slowly shook his head. On the other side, the dozens of powerhouses were also bewildered and inexplicable. After a long time, Zhou Xingkai asked, "Everyone, have you heard the news of who the coffin-carrying man has arrested?" Most of the people shook their heads one after another, indicating that they had never heard of it, but Yao Di thoughtfully and slowly said, "I heard that when the coffin-carrying man was born 10 years ago, he also caught a person." "Is there such a thing?" Zhou Xing raised his brows. "Who did he arrest?" "It's not clear who it is, I just heard rumors." "That's weird." Zhou Xing was confused, stared at the direction where the coffin-carrying man disappeared, and said suspiciously, "What's so special about that boy from the Duoao League?" "You have to ask the people from the Independent Pride Alliance." Shu Qi glanced at Ji Yan. After thinking about it, everyone rushed to Ji Yan's side and began to ask about Yongkai's situation. Ji Yan didn't know anything about Yongkai. Although he was in a bad mood because of the destruction of Raging Fire City, he didn't dare to offend these people, so he could only turn his attention to Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu. Yunzan looked lost, unable to ask anything at all. Ruan Xinyu didn't know much about Yongkai, so naturally she couldn't give an answer. A group of people are very confused. "Seniors, the coffin bearer took him away, what will happen to him?" Yunzan suddenly asked. Zhou Xing slowly shook his head. "I can't say, after all, it's the first time I've seen it." Shu Qi pondered for a while and said, "But although the coffin bearer won't shoot at people, it is very dangerous to stay by his side. The death energy and poisonous energy in his body can't be resisted even by ordinary transcendent realms, not to mention mind wandering. I'm afraid that kid is more fortunate than luck." Yunzan's face turned pale. "What's your relationship with him?" Yao Di stared at Yunzan with burning eyes. I'm just friends with him." Yunzan looked miserable, and when she remembered that Yongkai was very likely to die like this, she suddenly wanted to cry. "Everyone, if it's convenient, why don't you go to our Duo City and have a seat, so that everyone can carefully discuss what's going on this time?" Ji Yan thought about it and sent an invitation. Raging Fire City was destroyed, and he also wanted to report back to Duo City, and these people were all strong in the major forces. Taking this matter to win over the relationship would also be beneficial in the future. It happened that everyone wanted to understand Yongkai's secret, and after a brief discussion, they agreed and followed Ji Yan to Duo City. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Hongshanranshao. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 639 Dancing with Demons. In the endless darkness, Yongkai woke up faintly. The scene he encountered before was quickly recalled in his mind. Yongkai's complexion changed, and he quietly let go of his consciousness to investigate the surroundings, trying to understand the environment he was in. However, the consciousness only extended to a dozen feet away, and it was blocked by an invisible force. Where he is now, there seems to be a layer of enchantment imprisoning him. Reluctantly withdrew his consciousness, slowly opened his eyes, and the orange light entered his eyes. He found that he seemed to be imprisoned in a stone room, surrounded by icy stone walls. Lighting stones that emit a soft glow, so that the view is not restricted. Sitting down cross-legged and adjusting his breath, Yongkai found himself unscathed, not only without damage, but also with no sign of imprisoning his true essence, and his heart was relieved. He knew that he was captured by the coffin bearer, but the legendary saint-level master who was so stupid was not bad for him, which made Yongkai a little confused about the situation. With so many people, why did the coffin bearer just stare and catch himself? From the beginning to the end, Yongkai only carefully used the power of his divine sense once under the watchful eyes of him. Frowning for a while, Yongkai had this guess in his heart, but he didn't know whether the guess was correct. Sit upright on the ground, adjust your breath, and wait quietly. He knew that since the coffin bearer didn't imprison him or embarrass him, he just grabbed himself, he must have an intention, and he would definitely reappear. Before he knew what was going on here, Yongkai didn't rashly. Instead, choose to wait. Time passed slowly, and after a long time, a chattering sound came from far and near. Yongkai opened his eyes shining brightly. Senior coffin slave seems to have sent another person in. It is said that the guy is young and gentle, and I don't know if he has any skills. Never mind, I don't have any expectations anyway. If he doesn't have the skills, it's none of our business to die here when the 10-year deadline is up. Well, but Master Li seems to want to fulfill the long-cherished wish of his ancestors. In comparison, Master Chu is more open-minded. In fact, there is nothing wrong with staying here. Shish, don't say more, the wall has ears, so people can hear you and look good. The voices of the two men clearly entered Yongkai's ears, making his complexion a little weird. He thought that the person who came was definitely the coffin-carrying person, but now it seems that it is not what he thought. Not long after, there was a creaking sound from the closed stone room, and a stone door was opened beside it. 2 men, one tall and one short, stood at the door, staring at Yang Kai with icy expressions. Sensing their breath, Yang Kai raised his brows. He found that the auras on these 2 people were very different from what he had encountered before, and they felt a little cold and icy, evil and violent. Specifically, some of the auras on Earth Demon's body also came from the same source as the aura they had after being enchanted. However, their auras were very weak compared to Earth Demon and themselves. Demonic. Yang Kai was surprised. Looking at their appearance again, it seems that they are a little different from ordinary people. The hooked nose and long eyes make them treacherous and sinister at first glance, and there are also a few colorful lines on their faces. Seeing these lines, Yang Kai's expression became even weirder. Because if he uses enchantment, his whole body will be covered by such lines except for his face. Yang Kai clearly knows that these lines contain huge energy. Thoughtful, with a calm expression on his face, Yang Kai just looked at the 2 of them quietly. Wake up. The taller man chuckled lightly. When you wake up, stand up and go out with us, the adults want to see you. Yang Kai frowned and said nothing. These 2 men, one tall and one short, are probably only around the 4th or 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. With Yang Kai's current state, if he wants to kill them, he does not need to spend much effort, he can easily take their lives, but before he understood the current situation, Yang Kai did not intend to start. The division of labor between the 2 is also very clear. One after the other, they sandwiched Yang Kai in the middle, and looked at him from time to time, looking vigilant. As they walked out, Yang Kai secretly observed the surroundings. After exiting the stone room, he entered a long angular path. All the way up, there were many steps, and he seemed to be imprisoned in the ground before. After walking for a long time, I finished the steps and set foot on the solid ground. When the light hit, Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked up. His expression couldn't help but be startled, because he found that the scene printed into his eyes was somewhat familiar. Day and night are indistinguishable, the sun and the moon have no light, the heaven and the earth are chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't help but stop. He had been to such a place twice in his life. The first time was in the Inheritance Cave near Lingxiao Pavilion, and the second time was when Ling Taishu entered the Nether Mountain to practice in a different place. No matter which time it is, the space you enter is very similar to the one in front of you. At this moment, Yang Kai thought that he had returned to the Inheritance Cave Heaven or the other place in the Nether Mountain, and was a little lost. What are you stopping for? Let's go. The man behind him shouted angrily, a little impatient. Yang Kai frowned, came back to his senses, turned his head to look around, and suddenly found that there were many men and women on the ground nearby, looking at him curiously, pointing at him, and whispering. These men and women, no matter who they are, have more or less exposed skin, with some textures of different colors covering it. Who are these people? Yang Kai was puzzled, not angry. Following the man's shout, Yang Kai stepped forward again, but looked at the crowd around him more curiously. Soon, as the 2 men, one tall and one short, entered a spacious hall, outside the hall, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the architectural style here was somewhat different from what he had seen before, and it seemed the ones I've seen before are even more arrogant. In the hall, there are also huge columns, with many hideous patterns carved on the columns. In the center is the first place, and there is a beautiful woman in a palace costume sitting there, with an outstanding demeanor and a dignified manner. She has a long breath, and her delicate body contains a power that makes Yang Kai shudder. There are more people are divided into 2 columns, standing there, quietly waiting for something. When they saw Yang Kai walk in, everyone couldn't help but their eyes lit up, and there was a look of anticipation in the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, puzzled. He was here and didn't find the coffin bearer, which was very different from what he expected. He originally thought that the adults mentioned by the 2 people who brought him here were the coffin bearers, but he didn't want to be such a mature and dignified beautiful woman. Moreover, Yang Kai did not find any traces of the lines on the people in these halls. The beautiful woman turned her head to the side, and stood a delicate young girl. The girl was wearing a long goose yellow dress. She looked beautiful and moving. After seeing Yang Kai's arrival, a pair of deep sapphire-like eyes stared at him, and said to the beautiful woman on the side, "Sir, it's the one that senior coffin slave sent in this time." The beautiful woman gently led her head and gently opened her lips. He's exhausted again. Senior coffin slave wasn't injured this time, right? Her voice is extremely gentle and indescribably pleasant, just like her dignified dress. She seems to have a quiet personality. The girl shook her head. It's just some skin injuries, those human beings are really abominable, it is inconvenient for senior coffin slave to take action, so they have been attacking hard. If not, with the strength of those people, senior coffin slave can kill them all at will. Hey, it's us who dragged down senior coffin slave. The beautiful woman sighed slightly. The people below her also kept shaking their heads, looking in pain. The beautiful woman restrained her expression, stared at Yang Kai, and asked, "Human, what's your name?" Yang Kai frowned, although he didn't quite understand what he had encountered, but through the observation along the way and the conversation with these people just now, Yang Kai quickly realized who these people were in front of him, narrowed his eyes, hesitantly asked, "Demon?" Only people from the demon race and the demon race can call the word, human. Moreover, these people have demonic energy in their bodies, which is energy that is not the same as true essence. A hint of surprise flashed across the pretty face of the beautiful woman, as if she didn't expect the people who were sent this time to see through their identities at a glance, and they didn't show the slightest panic. In the past, senior coffin slave also sent some people over, but most of them were on their knees begging for mercy, crying, and some people rose up to resist. "You really are demon race?" Yang Kai observed his expression and became more and more certain of his guess, "Is this a demon border? What are you trying to arrest me for, and what are your intentions?" "Presumptuous." The delicate young girl couldn't help but snorted, and glared at Yang Kai. "Answer my family's words well, no need to ask unnecessary questions, and then dare to talk nonsense, pull your tongue." Yang Kai chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" The girl was even more annoyed, gnashing her teeth at Yang Kai. "You think I'm scaring you?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. Okay. The beautiful woman stopped the girl's nonsense and looked at Yang Kai with interest, smiling with interest. "You're not afraid at all?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Why do you think Guaner is frightening you?" "It's obvious." Yang Kai pouted, "Because you caught me here, not only didn't hurt me, but also didn't imprison my true essence and spiritual sense, and when I arrived here, many of you looked expectant. I don't know what you are expecting, but you must be asking me, and since you are asking me, you won't hurt me." In the hall, many people suddenly laughed. The delicate young girl Guaner couldn't help but open her mouth wide and looked at Yang Kai stupidly. The beautiful woman stood up and showed a slight smile. "It is said that human beings are shrewd and cunning, and they deserve their reputation." I don't know if this is a joke or a sarcasm, Yang Kai felt uncomfortable hearing it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.